about the past one, just worry about the next one.
We're in the education business during the week. We're in show business on the weekend, so you've got to win to be effective.
This is Carolina football.
Now Newsom at the 5 makes a man miss for the touchdown. About an interception for a touchdown. Storm Duck. Carolina makes the stop on 4th and short. Goodbye. Michael Carter from 60 yards away.
When adversity hit, we said be more positive.
Yes, Newsom tiptoes in the right side of the end zone for six.
And for them to see that happen, it gives us a chance every week to fight.
3, 2, 1, touchdown. De'Ami Brown, light that bell tower blue and give us that victory bell back. Tar Heels winning.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College, and Carolina football is on the air. This is the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff. To get our game day started, here's your host, Matt Krause.
Matt Krause in for Dave Nathan this afternoon on the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff, getting you ready for Carolina's regular season finale as the Tar Heels head south to Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida, to meet the Miami Hurricanes. Carolina arrived 7-3 on the season, 6-3 in the Atlantic Coast Conference, and the Tar Heels are ranked 17th nationally in the most recent college football playoff rankings released this week. Meanwhile, Miami is 8-1 on the campaign, that lone loss coming on the road to Clemson. So the Hurricanes are 7-1 in ACC play, strong enough of a resume to earn the number 10 ranking in this week's college football playoff rankings. Plenty of buzz nationally that if the ACC is to send 2 teams to the college football playoff in the form of Clemson and Notre Dame, the ACC then would send their next highest finishing team in the college football playoff rankings to the Orange Bowl. So today's game, a potential play-in for a New Year's Six bowl bid. Needless to say, it's a gargantuan game in sunny South Florida today. It's football season. Time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time. On your way to Kenan Stadium, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Ahead on the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff, you'll hear from both head coaches, Carolina's Mack Brown and Miami's Manny Diaz. Plus, we have audio from media availability with Carolina players on both sides of the ball in linebacker Jeremiah Gemmel and quarterback Sam Howell. And we'll check on the college football landscape in the ACC and the nation with a scoreboard update. But where we begin our coverage today is with former Tar Heel tight end and NFL player Deems May, who joins us as he does every week. And Deems, when you look at this game from kind of a 30,000-foot view, it's another opportunity against a top 10 opponent for the Tar Heels. Yes, it's not a top 2 team like Clemson last year or Notre Dame a couple of weeks ago, but as we said a moment ago, it's a potential play-in game for a New Year's Six bowl bid. The opportunity awaits for Carolina, if they can get the job done today, to potentially play in the Orange Bowl this year in just year number 2 of Mack Brown 2.0 here in Chapel Hill. So from a national perspective, do you think this is one of the largest games in modern Carolina football history?
Well, Matt, I tell you, it's a big one for sure. I tell you, last year the Clemson game, and then taking them to the wire, going toe to toe with top 2 or 3 team in Notre Dame, playing them, battling them for 3.5 quarters, and just kind of running out of gas at the end. So to be able to come back and finish off the season with another top 10, I think it's going to be a great barometer for our program. We're probably not top. We can't be the top 5 quite yet. Can we be the top 10? And that's kind of what the national narrative will be. Is Tar Heel program's on the rise. They're not quite top 5 potential, but can they be top 10? And we're going to find out today. And you can't ask for anything more, especially looking forward as we go through the future of Carolina football, and the Miami Hurricanes and the Coastal are going to be right up there, and we're going to be battling with them year in and year out. So, to start it today at the end of the year and a chance for a New Year's Six on the line, depends on whatever happens. We've got to take care of business today, but what a great opportunity for our program and Coach Brown's second year.
Yeah, Deems, I think you hit the nail on the head there when you talked about ACC divisions. This year there are no divisions in the ACC, but these two teams certainly seem like the two that are going to battle for the Coastal Crown for years to come. Virginia Tech in a little bit of a topsy-turvy situation right now. Pitt and Virginia seem to have hit their respective ceilings in the last couple of years. Georgia Tech's rebuild feels like it's still a few years away, and then Duke is trending in the wrong direction at the moment. So even though there is no Coastal Division this year, this game today feels like it could set the tone for the division race for years to come.
Yeah, I really believe that. As you mentioned, there's other teams in the Coastal you can beat anybody any week, but the way we're trending right now, Miami's always had athletes, and you throw in a great quarterback with them now, and Derek King, and I think Manny Diaz is a great defensive mind. They always can run, Matt. They've always been able to run. They're fast, they're athletic. They've always been somewhat of a front runner. They get ahead of you, you're done. If you jump on them, then you can get it. Sometimes they'll shut it down, but you can't argue with their athleticism. And year in and year out, their recruiting is always great. So much talent there in South Florida that wants to go to Miami. And you know what? We're lassoing the North Carolina talent in right now, which is comparable, and really having put some good recruiting classes together. So yeah, this is a preview for the next couple of years, the way it's shaping up for sure.
One name you mentioned in there, the University of Houston transfer, under center for Miami, Derek King. King, a dynamic dual-threat quarterback, and it seems like both teams, Carolina and Miami, are at this point playing in such an important game late in the season because of that elite quarterback play. Sam Howell for the Tar Heels, King for the Hurricanes. They're different types of players, but they are so critical to their respective team's success this season, aren't they?
Yeah, I tell you, it's amazing. You go back 2 years ago, and we had number 21 playing a quarterback down there, and today he's going to be a first-round linebacker. And Miami had a lot of talent around him, just didn't have very good quarterback play, was going the wrong way, and amazing. Last year we get Sam Howell as a true freshman and see how far he's come, and then they get a grad transfer in, and Derek King is arguably the best running quarterback in college football today, and everybody knows we've struggled mightily, getting running quarterbacks down. So that's going to be a key to the game is being able to corral him, being kind of tackling low. You can't go high at him; he'll make you miss. Kind of our defensive ends have got to keep contained, be kind of under control, keep him in the pocket, and we got to cover downfield. But this guy has made just a world of difference in Miami this year, just like Sam Howell made in our last two seasons as well, Matt.
Let's talk about that Carolina defense. It's been a year of some gradual growth for Jay Bateman's unit. Last week against Western Carolina, Carolina did not allow an offensive touchdown, but that was against an FCS team. So you kind of have to go back 2 weeks to Notre Dame. And I don't know about you, Deems, but I feel like that Notre Dame game was the best defensive performance against an elite team that we've seen Carolina put up this season. So what do you think the Tar Heels need to do today to replicate that performance versus take a step back and perform like they did against Virginia Tech, Virginia, or Wake Forest in some of those tougher games defensively earlier this season?
Yeah. I tell you, if you go back to the second half of the Wake game and when we started putting some younger guys in there, really true freshmen, and started rotating some guys, we played pretty well, and they've developed a lot. I thought Notre Dame, as good as could be expected, and at Brooks a good quarterback. They're a good team. I think they'll give Clemson all they want next week. But it's come along. I think Jay Bateman's found some guys he likes, some motors he likes. I think he's got a rotation going now on the defensive line, younger guys, older guys, good leadership at linebacker. Still hurting a little bit in the secondary, but I just think, going today, we're probably going to spy him like everybody does. Spy King with I would say Chaz is probably going to spy him. You might see Asante in there some too because he can really run, but you got to be under control. And the key is keep him in the pocket and keep his feet rattled, But he gets out in space and makes people miss. It's going to be a long day. So I'd be interested to see what kind of adjustments we made this week, how we're going to play King, how we're going to spy him, what kind of coverage are we going to play behind our line, and we got to get some pressure up front for sure, mainly in the interior side, right in his face, because on the outside he'll make a break and make a lot of plays. So great test again, like we talked about, top 10 team, find out where we are, coastal rival, and a chance for New Year's Six. It doesn't get any really better than this late in the year, given the COVID situation and every other team that struggles so much. It's pretty much fun right now, Matt, to be able to get ready for this ball game.
Yeah, it sure is. You know, Carolina playing its 11th regular season game here today. Most of the ACC has had success in avoiding COVID problems, but the news did come out yesterday that Miami's regular season finale against Georgia Tech next week has been canceled, so the Hurricanes will not play the full allotment of 11 in their regular season. But at New Year's 6 bid potentially on the line today, number 17 versus number 10 at Hard Rock Stadium. Deems, from your perspective, what are the hidden keys to a Carolina win this afternoon?
Well, running the ball, I think we're good when we get our two-headed monster with close to 100 yards each, and they'll put a good defense against us, and then they're gonna gang up on the run. But again, it's so cliche, but no turnovers, running the ball well, and containing King. I mean, those are as obvious as it gets. Anybody's ever watched a football game and seen Miami play, you got to contain King, you got to run the ball well, get play action, don't turn it over. And you know, make sure you come out fast, because these guys are front runners. If they get on you and they start smelling blood in the water, they can really put it down on you. So get into that fourth quarter, get them thinking, and go out there and just play your game like we have, and let number 7 do his magic.
The perspective from the man who's been there inside the Carolina locker room. It's former Tar Heel Deems May joining us as he does every week. Deems, great to chat with you here in the pregame. We'll talk to you after this one, hopefully recapping a Carolina victory against Miami.
You got it, man. Go Heels.
Deems May with us here on the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff show. When we continue, we'll hear from the first of the two head coaches, Carolina's Mack Brown. Thoughts from Coach Brown are after this from Learfield IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina resolves to help you stay healthy during COVID-19. Just a few simple steps called the 3 W's go a long way in protecting you and your loved ones. Wear a cloth face covering. Wait by standing 6 feet apart from others. And wash your hands often. Together, by practicing the 3 W's, we can resolve to improve the health of our state. Learn more at bluecrossnc.com/3W.
Carolina and Miami, just under 2 hours away from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens. The team at UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds, you and your family included. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports. Carolina and Miami played a memorable game 1 season ago at Kenan Stadium as Sam Howell's touchdown pass to Daz Newsome with 61 seconds remaining put the Tar Heels ahead for good in an eventual 28-25 win. The triumph marked Mack Brown's first ACC win of his second tenure in Chapel Hill and also served as a sign of things to come for the Hurricanes. Miami sputtered to a 6-7 final record last season, with 4 of those 7 losses occurring by 7 points or fewer. Momentum was not on the side of the Canes down the stretch, with Miami losing its last 3 games a season ago, including a pair of losses to Conference USA teams in Florida International and Louisiana Tech. Despite a bumpy first year for head coach Manny Diaz at Miami, the Hurricanes have turned things around in 2020. And the reasons why are numerous, but rather than have me tell you about them, let's bring in the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. Coach Brown shares his thoughts on Miami's rebuilt program.
Manny Diaz has done a tremendous job with some key staff changes that have really worked well for Miami. They also have recruited well when you look at their roster, and he's done a brilliant job with transfers. I mean, they've got some of the best transfers in the country that have come in and made a huge impact for them, and we really haven't been able to do that at the same level they have. So their kicker, their punter, 2 of the best in the country, and they're both transfers. And the 2 defensive ends, maybe the best combination of defensive ends in the country. And Roche, we tried to recruit. So they're just really, really good. They're big, they're physical. It's the best front 4 that we've played on defense. And then you talk about King, their quarterback. Again, one of the best in the country, over 10,000 yards in his career in total offense. But De'Eric is a tremendous player and seems like just an outstanding leader as well as that. Mike Harley is one of the best receivers we faced. He's tall, he can fly. He's really good in space with the ball. They've got 2 of the best tight ends. So they're a much better team this year than they were last year. And you start looking at Roche. We knew how good he was because we saw him in our game with Temple. But Jalen Phillips is 6'5", 266, and those guys have combined for 28 tackles for loss and 10.5 sacks just by themselves. And then they're so good on third down. They blitz 57% of the time, but they're only giving up a conversion rate of 37%. So another opportunity for us against a top 10 team. It's unique that we'll play 2 top 10 teams, 1 top 5, 1 top 10 in the last 2 games or 3 games that we have this year. So it gives us an opportunity to continue to see how we measure against the best teams in the country. And I'm also proud of these guys that they've got another ABC primetime game at 3:30. I mean, people are looking at this program and recognizing that we're making progress. And we played, as I said, a good ball game on defense versus Notre Dame. We played a good half versus Notre Dame on offense. We still haven't put our best complete game together.
So another opportunity in front of a national audience against a top 10 team for the Tar Heels. And while Carolina has savored some one-sided wins this year, it's these challenges and evenly matched games that are most enjoyable, says Coach Brown.
These games are a lot more fun than the ones you're supposed to win. Because the one you're supposed to win, everybody expects you to win. And when you do, everybody says, they're supposed to beat them. So this is these are fun challenges. These are great opportunities for our program in the early stages of our program to take a huge step in people's mind. Now, what I did learn here before and what I learned at Texas, if you beat Miami, then it's, well, you got to win all of them now. You can beat Miami, you can beat everybody. So it never goes away. I mean, it's always next and next and next and next. And the process in building a program or rebuilding a program is first you got to win at home. And then people say, well, you can't win on the road. Then you got to win on the road and Then next they say you can't beat a top 25 team. Well, you got to do that. And then the next thing is they said, well, you can't beat a top 10 team. Yep. Well, then you got to do that. And then you got to win the championship, so you got to win all the games. And until you do that, people are never happy. And then I learned at Texas, as soon as you do that, then you got to do it again. And then you got to do it again. Then you got to do it again. So what you do is you try to do the best you can do with your team per week and not worry about all the other stuff that happens, or the perception, or where you are. You just want to do the best you can do.
If Carolina is to get the job done today and win on the road over the Hurricanes, they'll have to contain De'Aaron King. Deems and I discussed the Miami Signal caller last segment, and now Coach Brown chimes in on the challenges of containing a dual-threat quarterback and compares King with Notre Dame's Ian Book.
Everybody has trouble with a running quarterback because he's the extra guy. Even when Sam runs, he's usually out there by himself. We just don't want to run him as much as some other people do. And you can spy a guy like this. The problem is with Ian Book, you put a spy on him and the spy can't tackle him. I mean, it's usually not just the running quarterback. Virginia and Florida State hurt us using their quarterback as an extra runner. These guys hurt us, Ian and De'Aaron, because they spread out so much and they're so athletic, you can't get them on the ground. And that's the problem. So we went into the Notre Dame game saying, let's keep him in the pocket. He's a shorter player. Don't let him get out of the pocket and be a guy, a scrambler. Yeah, you can't do it. I mean, that's the problem. You're there, but you can't tackle him, and you miss the tackle time and time again. And then I saw highlights this weekend where Syracuse missed the tackle time and time again. It just and that's what you see with Miami. De'Aaron just makes play after play out of the pocket. Some people say, well, it's like they're playing in the backyard. It's Colt McCoy and Vince Young made so many yards getting out of the pocket and starting to go forward. If they back up, you run. If they come up, you throw it over their head. And Sam's done a good job with the same. So it's a very, very difficult thing to do.
So that's Carolina's Mack Brown. But when we continue on the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff, we'll hear from the other sideline and Miami headman Manny Diaz from Learfield IMG College.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved. When you're getting ready for the big game, make sure you have plenty of Hampton Farms peanuts on hand. Hampton Farms is based in North Carolina, just like the Tar Heels, and they specialize in producing only the highest quality, fresh roasted, in-the-shell peanuts and snacks. In addition, peanuts are one of the healthiest snacks around. They are naturally low in carbs and high in protein. So before the next game, head to your favorite store's produce department and grab a bag of Hampton Farms in-the-shell peanuts, the official peanuts of the Tar Heels.
At UNC Health, we're experts in primary care and caring. Our specialists don't just see a condition. We see you, the whole you, mind and body. Because when we know you better, we're better at getting you well and keeping you well. And with more experts in each office, same-day appointments, and more urgent care centers, it's no wonder it's the better way of primary caring. Find the right provider for you and your family at uncprimarycare.org.
It's bow time.
So it's game time and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Carolina fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection with your fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina. And you don't even have to be a UNC alum. Everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Please visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the club. Nearly at the top of the hour, so before we continue in the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff show, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, the best of both worlds, WCAB Rutherfordton.
Manny Diaz is in his second season as the head coach of the University of Miami Hurricanes. A South Florida native and son of the former Miami City mayor by the same name, Diaz assumed the head coaching role for the Canes following a 3-year stint as defensive coordinator, which capped a lengthy coaching journey that included a stop in Austin, Texas. From 2011 to 2013, Diaz coordinated the Texas defense under none other than Mac Brown. Here's Coach Diaz on his former boss's success and his impressions of the current Tar Heel team.
Obviously, Mac's got great experience and has had great success at all points of his career, including when he was at North Carolina the first time. He put together a great staff. They've got 2 very talented coordinators, offensive and defensive coordinator. And then, they had gone through a lot of injuries at North Carolina and had some bad records where they just needed a shot of belief. But there were some players, their wideouts will be the best wide receivers we played this year. The combination of their 2 running backs is the best 1-2 punch at running back that we've played all year. So the ability for them to put you in a stress because they have great, backs that can run the football, and then they do a great job with their RPO game of trying to isolate. You put too many guys up there worried about the run, then they can beat you with one-on-ones down the field. And Brown and Newsome are as good as anybody in the country at that. They both got speed to create big-time explosive plays, and then they go fast to try to create chaos and get you unnerved defensively. So they do the same thing with their defense. They just try to create a lot of chaos, get after your quarterback, and challenge all the routes down the field. So I think it's a combination of as what you would expect with most really good football teams. There's a combination of some really good coaching, and then there are some good players. And once they caught the belief, then they've been in the top half of the conference since.
Manny Diaz, the head coach of the Miami Hurricanes. We'll check in with some Carolina players next after this break, but before we step aside, we'll remind you once again that it's football season. Time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time. On your way to Kenan Stadium, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. More of the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff show after this break from Learfield IMG College.
There is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
WCAB. Carolina fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection to your fellow Tar Heels simply by contacting the Carolina Club. Conveniently located next to Kenan Stadium, the club is the perfect place to enjoy exceptional dining and unique programs in a safe environment with abundant space for physical distancing. Club members enjoy a full calendar of virtual events designed to connect, entertain, and inform. And you don't have to be a UNC alum. Everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Back in the Bojangles countdown to kickoff, just about 90 minutes away from the Tar Heels and the Miami Hurricanes from Hard Rock Stadium in South Florida. As we've hit the 2 o'clock hour, a little bit of housekeeping here. If you are tuned into the Tar Heel Sports Network in search of the men's basketball game against North Carolina Central that is tipping off momentarily, you can find the full broadcast live now with Dave Nathan and Eric Montross streaming on GoHeels.com, the Go Heels app, or the TuneIn app. Just search North Carolina Tar Heels basketball. Additionally, you can catch the broadcast in its entirety, tape delayed on your local affiliate tonight. Coverage begins at 9 o'clock p.m. when we are done with football. But continuing on with the Bojangles countdown to kickoff, Noonan, Georgia's Jeremiah Gemmel led the Tar Heels in stops 1 season ago against Miami when he posted 14 tackles in the win in Kenan Stadium. Now, he's hungry to repeat the performance in a top 20 showdown on the road. Of course, Gemmel and his Tar Heel defensive teammates will take the field today with the memory of the Notre Dame game fresh on their minds. During his media availability this week, Gemmel was asked about what the Tar Heels learned facing Irish quarterback Ian Book that they'll use to prepare to face Miami's De'Aaron King.
I think it's just giving reps of communicating with the guys when it's a big-time game. A lot of times the guys get a little drifted, their brain goes somewhere else out there. When you're playing a top 10 team, you're excited to get out there, and sometimes you forget your calls because you're so excited to get out there on the field. So I think it's just the Notre Dame game got us ready for big-time games like this, because looking back on Notre Dame game, I think we communicated really good, and I think that got us prepared for later games in the year like Miami.
All right, let's move over to Dina King, please.
Hey, Jeremiah, since this game, the third quarter, you guys have been more improved on defense. Just want your thoughts on making teams punt and getting off the field earlier.
Yeah, I think Bateman's done a good job. He switched up his blitzes a little bit over the past couple of weeks. We've been running some stuff that we put in fall camp, but we really haven't shown on film this year. So I think Coach Bateman doing a good job switching up blitzes, switching up coverages, is making the offenses a little bit erratic, and I think it got us getting us off the field on third down. And I think that's the biggest thing for us. Is it's been our story of the year. Can we get off the field on third down? That's our biggest thing. And hearing that we've been doing a lot better over the past couple of weeks is good to hear.
To follow up on that, the defensive line, their improvement, how much easier is that making you and Chaz do your job?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I just got to give shout outs. I mean, to Tamon. I mean, Tamon and Ray and all those guys, they're getting in the film room. And it's not even just them. They're getting the young guys ready. They're getting Kamen Rucker ready. They're getting Murph ready. They're getting Dez ready. And I think that's from the beginning of the season to where we are now. I mean, it's been huge steps. And I mean, shout out to them for jumping in the film room, getting with Tamon, staying after practice for about 15, 20 minutes and working on the things they need to work on.
Thank you.
All right, let's go over to Hunter Nelson, please.
Hey, Jeremiah, thank you for being with us today. So there's still a lot left to sort of unwind with Clemson and Notre Dame playing once more. Some have called your game against Miami a potential play-in game for the Orange Bowl. Has that message sort of made its way to the locker room this week, and what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it has made its way. I mean, I think that's just some more motivation for the team to show how big of a game this is. I mean, like us, a lot of teams this is the last regular game of the season. It's been a long season, so some teams get a little complacent with their calls and they don't want to go to the film room as much because we've been in it since, August. And yeah, I mean, I think that's just an extra motivation to get out there and play on Saturday. We're going against the top 10 team in Miami, and it's a great opportunity to show that we can beat the top 10 team.
Jeremiah Gemmel saying it best. Number 17 Tar Heels and number 10 Miami Hurricanes today from Hard Rock Stadium. It's football season, time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time. On your way to Kenan Stadium, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. When we continue on the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff show, we'll flip sides of the football and chat with Carolina quarterback Sam Howell, hearing from his media availability this week. The signal caller for the Tar Heels is next from Learfield IMG College.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Tostitos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Tostitos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Whether you are at Kenan Stadium or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels!
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
The regular season finale for the Tar Heels today. Carolina and Miami, the number 17 team in the nation, the Tar Heels on the road to see 10th-ranked Miami in the 22nd meeting all-time between the two programs. Carolina leads the series 11-10. One more reminder that it's football season. That means it's time to tailgate. It's bow time. On your way to Kenan Stadium, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Well, it's hard to believe that the most recent Carolina-Miami game was just last season, but that September 7th night at Kenan Stadium could be viewed as a coming-out party for Sam Howell. It's the game in which the record-setting Carolina quarterback proved the season-opening win over South Carolina was no fluke, and that he was well on his way to becoming a household name in college football. This week, in his media availability, Howell discussed the impact of another game in the national spotlight at Miami, praised his counterpart for today in De'Ara King, and discussed why Miami's defense had success this season. But where we begin is Howell analyzing why the Tar Heels have had success in the red zone this year, and the answer is a duo named Carter and Williams.
Really, I think the biggest part is we're running the football a lot better this year than we were last year. So last year we kind of struggled running the football in the red zone just because people kind of load the box up. And this year I think we've ran the ball exceptionally well in the red zone. So I would probably credit that to the success we're having in the red zone.
Thanks, Sam. Okay, back over to Dina King, please.
Hey, Sam. Just want your thoughts on the opportunity of playing another top 10 team in Miami.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously another great opportunity for our team. Obviously the other one, the last top 10 team we played, the game didn't go our way, but this is a great opportunity for our team and our program. It's the last regular season game of the year, so we definitely want to go out with the win. And against a team like Miami, it'll be really good for the trajectory of this program, and it's definitely a game we need to win.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go over to Hunter Nelson.
Hey, Sam. Thanks for joining us. So last year, obviously, one of the bigger wins of the season for you guys was beating this Miami team. And a lot of Miami fans have used that 4th and 17 conversion at the end of the game and your win in general sort of bulletin board material. How do you prepare for a team that sort of has a red circle around your name on the schedule?
It's no different. We have our process, and we go through that process every week. But, yeah, I'm sure, we're probably a little more pissed off this year playing teams we lost to last year, wanting to get revenge. So I'm sure that's in their heads in Miami. And, they're a really good football team on both sides of the ball. So we definitely got to be prepared to go down there and play a really good football team.
All right, our next question from Luke Buxton. Go ahead, Luke.
Hey, Sam. Ask this question to Jeremiah. Kind of competing against a top 10 team in the national spotlight, how has that helped you prepare for this game, and what are some of the lessons you learned against Notre Dame that you're taking as you prepare for Miami?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would just say, just how physical the game is when you play teams like this. Notre Dame played physical all 4 quarters. And, if you're not on your A game, if you're not executing perfectly, then you're not going to move the ball on teams like this. That's what we saw in the second half of the Notre Dame game. So we just got to be prepared mentally and just stay locked in for all 4 quarters, because if you're not locked in against really good teams like this, you're not going to move the football. So I would just say making sure we're locked in and executing all 4 quarters.
Okay, Aaron Beard, go ahead.
Hey, Sam, a lot of people are talking about quarterbacks in this game in terms of there's been a lot of attention on you, and De'Ara King is being pushed as a Heisman candidate by Miami. I'm curious kind of how much you've watched him play and kind of what's your mindset when you go into a game, the sort of the matchup within the matchup where people may compare high-profile quarterbacks in a game like this.
Yeah, I've seen De'Ara play a lot. I have a lot of respect for him. I don't know him personally, but I think he's a really good football player. He's a really good quarterback. He's fun to watch. He's a lot better passer than I thought he was coming from Houston. So he's really impressed me in the passing game, and obviously he's a great runner. So he's definitely a really good player, and I'm excited for the matchup. You know, I enjoy playing against good quarterbacks. And, you know, it's a fun game. So yeah, it's definitely a pretty cool matchup to go against great players like him, and I'm excited for it.
All right, let's go over to Gregory Hall.
Hey, Sam, what stood out to you about Miami's defense watching them on film? I think either Mac or Phil said the two defensive ends might be the two best defensive ends that y'all faced all season.
Yeah, I think the two defensive ends might be the two best defensive players we've seen all season. They're both really good players. They have a lot of TFLs. You know, they have the ability to sack the quarterback. So when you have a guy like that on both sides of the ball, it makes it hard. Not only in the run game, but in the passing game. So we just need to do a good job up front and make sure we're playing physical on those guys. And our O-line's done a really good job preparing for that this week, and I feel good about that matchup. But yeah, all around the field, they have a lot of guys with speed. That's kind of what their defense is, speed. And then Manny Diaz does a really good job showing different looks and bringing a lot of pressure, so we got to be prepared for it.
Sam Howell trying to beat Miami for the second time in as many seasons. His first ACC win under center for the Tar Heels coming 1 year ago. Certainly doesn't feel like it was last year, but that second game of the 2019 season was Howell's first win in conference as the starting quarterback for the Tar Heels. Heading down the stretch here in the Bojangles countdown to kickoff, getting you set for that regular season finale that comes up in, about 75 minutes or so from Hard Rock Stadium in South Florida. When we continue, we'll take a look around the ACC. It's our Lee's Towing drive around the ACC, the preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. We'll check on the week in ACC football, plus look around the national landscape by checking on the top 25, and it's also a busy day in ACC men's basketball. All that still to come. A scoreboard update after this break from Learfield IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Carolina fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection to your fellow Tar Heels simply by contacting the Carolina Club. Conveniently located next to Kenan Stadium, the club is the perfect place to enjoy exceptional dining and unique programs in a safe environment with abundant space for physical distancing. Club members enjoy a full calendar of virtual events designed to connect, entertain, and inform. And you don't have to be a UNC alum. Everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruisers stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruisers' Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
When you're getting ready for the big game, make sure you have plenty of Hampton Farms peanuts on hand. Hampton Farms is based in North Carolina, just like the Tar Heels, and they specialize in producing only the highest quality, fresh roasted, in-the-shell peanuts and snacks. In addition, peanuts are one of the healthiest snacks around. They are naturally low in carbs and high in protein. So before the next game, head to your favorite store's produce department and grab a bag of Hampton Farms in-the-shell peanuts, the official peanuts of the Tar Heels.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
One last segment to take you home here in the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, it's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. You'll hear from Jones Angel, Lee Pace, Brian Simmons, plus plenty more audio from Mac Brown inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Brian's got to sit down with Marcus Wall. All that still to come on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. For now, though, Matt Krause back with you. One last segment of the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff, and it's our scoreboard segment. We begin with the drive around the ACC, brought to you by Lee's 24-hour towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. One game already final in the conference because it was played Thursday night. Pitt on the road at Georgia Tech, a low-scoring first half in this one. The teams hit the halftime locker rooms with Pitt up 16-7. Then the offense started to pick up after halftime. Pitt found themselves in front 26-20 with 2 minutes to go when Vincent Davis burst for a 38-yard touchdown. It put Pitt ahead by 2 scores, and the Panthers would hold on for a 34-20 victory. Big night for Davis. 25 carries, 247 yards, and that game-sealing touchdown for Pitt. With the win, the Panthers improved to 6-5 overall and 5-5 in ACC play, though the announcement did come down yesterday from Pitt football that they will not seek a bowl bid despite being bowl eligible. Pitt actually becomes the second ACC team to decide that. Boston College announced earlier in the week that despite a 6-win season, the Eagles will decline any postseason bid. So a couple of ACC teams opting for safety over the ability to play in a postseason game coming up this year despite reaching that 6-win threshold. So Pitt's season ends 6-5 overall, 5-5 in the ACC. In the loss for Georgia Tech, Jeff Sims, 17 of 31 through the air, 238 yards, a couple of touchdowns, but he did throw 2 interceptions. Georgia Tech, with the loss, falls to 3-7, 3-6 in the ACC. Georgia Tech announced yesterday that the Yellow Jackets will cancel their regular season finale set for next Saturday against Miami. So Georgia Tech ends their regular season 3-7, 3-6 in the ACC. The statement reads they will evaluate the health of the team before discussing a potential bowl bid. Remember, this season, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the minimum win threshold typically is 6, 5 of which must come against an FBS opponent, but that win threshold is temporarily waived for this 2020 season. So Georgia Tech, even at 3-7, hypothetically still could play in a bowl game this year, but the Yellow Jackets saying they're going to do a thorough evaluation of the health of the student-athletes before accepting any potential bowl bid. One game underway in the ACC at this hour. Louisville playing host to Wake Forest. The Cardinals all over the Demon Deacons, who are playing their first game in 28 days. It's Louisville 28 and Wake Forest 13. About 5.5 to go in the third quarter in that one. Strong day through the air for Malik Cunningham. He is 12 of 15 for 145 yards and a score. Jalen Mitchell, 16 carries and 163 yards on the ground for the Cardinals. Again, Wake Forest playing their first game in 28 days after some COVID-19 problems over there in Winston-Salem, and the Demon Deacons showing their rust. They come in 4-3 overall, 3-3 in the conference, but Louisville trying to close out their regular season strong, in front by 15 at the moment. It is 28-13 Louisville. Again, just under 5.5 to play in the third quarter in that game. Coming up at 4 o'clock, for the first time since 2012, Duke visits Tallahassee. The Blue Devils, 2-8 overall, 1-8 in the ACC, trying to bounce back from an ugly 48-0 loss to Miami last week as they visit a Florida State team that, like Wake Forest, is playing their first game in 28 days. FSU, 2-6 on the season, 1-6 inside of the ACC. Duke on the road today needs to earn a victory, which would be their first ever against Florida State. That's right. Florida State leads the series 20-0, and Duke will need to beat FSU for the first time ever to avoid their first 2-win or fewer season since 2007. David Cutcliffe arrived in Durham in 2008. Coach Cutt has never had a 2-win or fewer season. He had a couple of 3-win campaigns very early in his tenure at Duke before transforming the program and taking Duke to the 2013 ACC title game, where they faced off against these Florida State Seminoles. A couple of teams looking for their 3rd win on the year face off at 4 o'clock today. Coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, Virginia and Virginia Tech in the Commonwealth Cup. Virginia riding a 4-game win streak. They're 5-4 overall, 4-4 in the conference. Virginia Tech is 4-6. They're 4-5 in the ACC, riding a 4-game losing skid. If Virginia Tech does not win tonight, they'll find themselves in their first 5-game slide since the last 5 games of the 1992 season. That's pretty remarkable. Around the top 25 today, number 1 Alabama all over Arkansas on the road. The Crimson Tide pouring it on.
Handoff, Robinson bounces left side, pushes forward and in. Touchdown Alabama with 6:43 to go in quarter number 2, and it is already a 29-3 Crimson Tide lead.
Chris Stewart filling in for Eli Gold from Learfield IMG College with the call. One of 3 touchdowns of the day for Brian Robinson Jr. The Crimson Tide, the number 1 team in the land, all over Arkansas, 45-3 late stages of the 3rd quarter in Fayetteville. It's a top 25 showdown in Columbia, Missouri. 9th-ranked Georgia going to the air to get it done against Mizzou.
This is the second 3rd down try for the Dogs in the game. Daniels in the pocket, plenty of time, pulls it down, now throws it, caught by Cook over the middle. He's got running room. 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, end zone. Yeah, he got there as he's being hit, crossing the goal line. James Cook with the touchdown.
Scott Howard from Learfield IMG College with the call. 9th-ranked Georgia all over number 25 Missouri. 42-14 Bulldogs. Just under 6 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. They're headed to the 4th in Illinois. 14th-ranked Northwestern leading Illinois 28-3. 1 quarter left there. 5.5 to play 3rd quarter in Boulder, Colorado. Unranked Utah on top of number 21 Colorado. 24-21 in that game. Coming up at the 3:30 hour, number 13 Coastal Carolina on the road at Troy. Number 16 Iowa home to Wisconsin. And 22nd-ranked Oklahoma State takes on Baylor. Quick basketball update. The Tar Heels trailing North Carolina Central at the moment. It is 19-14 in favor of the visiting Eagles. Just under 11 minutes to play in the first half in that game. But our contest today is the number 17 Tar Heels on the road against number 10 Miami. The regular season finale for Carolina football, and it comes from Hard Rock Stadium in South Florida. A pivotal matchup, a potential Orange Bowl bid on the line for the winner today. It's a big one to close out the regular year in year 2 under head coach Mack Brown. For John Essick back in the studio, I'm Matt Krause filling in for Dave Nathan today. This has been the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff show. The Reed's Jewelers pregame gets you set for kickoff, and it comes up next on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Did you know breast cancer kills more than 41,000 people every year in the U.S.?
That's 113 people every day.
Breast cancer is unacceptable. Visit Komen.org/unacceptable.
WCAB.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Carolina fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection to your fellow Tar Heels simply by contacting the Carolina Club. Conveniently located next to Kenan Stadium, the club is the perfect place to enjoy exceptional dining and unique programs in a safe environment with abundant space for physical distancing. Club members enjoy a full calendar of virtual events designed to connect, entertain, and inform. And you don't have to be a UNC alum. Everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club.
What is it that binds us to this place as to no other?
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heel Sports Network.
What an opportunity today for Tar Heel football. For the second time in 3 weeks, the Heels face off with a top 10 opponent as Carolina is in Miami Gardens, Florida, to match up with the Hurricanes. What's on the line? Well, a clear third-place position behind Clemson and Notre Dame, both of which are ranked in the nation's top 4 in the ACC. A potential berth in the Orange Bowl, and a chance on the national level to show the tremendous growth of the Tar Heel program in just 2 short seasons. The Tar Heels Sports Network's coverage of the 24th meeting between Carolina and Miami starts right now.
College football is about tradition.
Light that bell tower blue and give us that victory bell back.
You sing the same fight song. You tailgate in the same spot. You high-five the same friends when the Tar Heels find the end zone again.
Howe looking, standing tall, lets it go, man there. Touchdown! Touchdown, Carolina! Yes, Newsome tiptoes in the right side of the end zone for 6.
This year will be different, but still, it's football. It's fall in North Carolina. And no matter what else has happened in 2020, the Tar Heels are going to play a game today. Maybe the game will look a little different this year, but we're going to make sure it sounds just the way you remember it.
It's a touchdown! A 76-yard run by freshman Nathan Means. Mr. Jordan meets Mr. Walker. Give to Leon Johnson, left side. Touchdown, Carolina! Good gosh, dirty. Switzer with the Jets, and he's done it again. Surratt intercepts it. Holy cow, Carolina's going to win.
Come join us for 2020 Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
This is Jones Angel. A theme has developed for the Heels this season. When they have lost, they have struggled to run the ball and had a difficult time protecting Sam Howell. Carolina will need to do both against a stout Miami defensive front today to have a chance to win. Lee Pace authors Extra Points and has covered Carolina for more than 30 years.
Like a presidential election every 4 years, this Carolina to Miami trip has delivered big news and dramatic Tar Heel wins. There was quarterback Cam Sexton off the bench in 2008. Gio Bernard returning home and running wild in 2012. And the battering ram Elijah Hood in the red zone in 2016. The stage is set for more fireworks today at Hard Rock Stadium.
We have all those storylines to talk about, plus interviews with the head coaches, Mac Brown and Manny Diaz. We'll continue our weekly pregame conversations with former Carolina great Jeff Saturday. Brian Simmons is going to chat with another terrific Tar Heel, Marcus Wall. Plus, we'll check on scores from around the ACC, top 25, and keep you up to date on Carolina basketball as well. All of that and much more coming up. It's Carolina at Miami and the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield IMG College.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
At Steel, we're proud that much of our legendary gasoline-powered outdoor equipment, from trimmers to chainsaws, is built right here in America. Working as hard as you do to get the job done. Steel is not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local Steel dealers. Real Steel. Find yours at SteelDealers.com. The majority of Steel gasoline-powered units sold in the United States are built in the United States from domestic and foreign parts and components. Lowe's and the Home Depot are trademarks of their respective companies.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high, because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Carolina football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Together tastes better. Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Regular season finale for Carolina football in the 24th all-time meeting between Carolina and Miami. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Jones Angel, Lee Pace here with you. Brian Simmons going to join us via the telephone in just a minute as we get you ready for this big matchup between Carolina and the Canes. Of course, this is a really busy day on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Carolina basketball is playing right now in the Smith Center. That game is available through streaming options if you're interested in listening to that as well. And then we'll be available on our radio affiliates tonight at 9 o'clock. And right now, not going the way the Tar Heels want. North Carolina Central shooting 55% from the field and leads the Tar Heels 26-19 with about 5.5 minutes to go before halftime. But we're talking football today. It's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your family-owned jeweler trusted for generations. And as I mentioned, Brian Simmons joining us via the telephone. And Brian, Carolina has reached the end of the most unusual regular season in memory as the Heels are in Miami Gardens, Florida to match up with the Canes. And what a big opportunity today the Tar Heels have against a top 10 team with a lot on the line.
There is no question about it, and I would like to just start with how unusual this season is and talking about that, giving these young men the credit that they deserve for, one, being disciplined, and secondly, sacrificing the things that they have to get to this point in the season. And I think we cannot talk about that enough, because without those two things, we would not be sitting here about to play the 11th game of the season, and those guys deserve a lot of credit for that. When I look at this football game, to me, this kind of has the same feel. Obviously, there are two separate teams as the Mercer game, and I think it's the ability to do what the Mercer game did last year. I think after the Mercer game, the way that Carolina played, I think that injected a lot of confidence in this football team, and then that led to the NC State and the Temple games. Well, I think this year, this Miami game being the last game, I think with a big win here, this can inject a lot of confidence and also say, okay, we have arrived in terms of beating a top 10 team, and now we have taken this program to another level.
Of course, there's the potential for an Orange Bowl berth on the line as well. It's not guaranteed with a victory today by the Tar Heels, but certainly would go a long way to that for Carolina. So many things still have to happen, most notably both Clemson and Notre Dame being selected by the college football playoff to be in that Final Four, but a win today would go a long way for the Heels in that regard. Lee, as Brian mentioned, this will be the 11th game of the regular season for the Tar Heels, meaning they have played the full allotment of games in this unique COVID season, and in reality, that fact alone has made this a successful year.
Well, the Tar Heels had to pause football for 1 week in early July, Jones, and since then it has been full speed ahead for Mac Brown and his program. Coach Brown said, guys, let's not miss a game because of us. And when you look around at the disarray in college athletics, both football and basketball, that's a very impressive statement. The only game the Tar Heels lost were because of problems with the opponent. And as everybody else has had to do throughout this very odd season, is they've had to learn and adapt and learn on the fly. And the ACC throughout the year has deemed that teams would be tested on Friday morning. They would then travel and get the results, and they made a very auspicious adjustment to that just in the last year. Carolina, or just last week, Carolina was tested Thursday morning, knew that it was clear by the time it got on the plane to come down to Miami yesterday. So everybody is clear and ready to go on both sides of the football today.
Yeah, and it's been, Miami has really had some trouble with its schedule here as of late. In fact, this is the first home game for Miami since October 24th. It had a bye week in the mix there as well, plus 2 COVID weeks that it had to take off, some road games. So it did not play at home at all in the month of November. And in fact, Miami just found out it was supposed to play Georgia Tech next week in the regular season finale, but it was announced late yesterday that game has been canceled. So as it has been the case across college athletics, a lot of problems. You should tip your cap to the Tar Heels for getting this 11th game in the regular season. Brian, the 10th game of the regular season was last week. That was a 49-9 walloping of Western Carolina as the Tar Heels easily took care of the Catamounts. They pulled a majority of the starters by halftime and got nearly 90 players in total onto the field.
Yeah, and I think just, looking at big picture, that was the biggest benefit of that game, being able to play so many guys. And then obviously you always want to come out of the game healthy, and they were able to do that for the matchup today against Miami. So, you play your starters early on, and the starters were able to go out there, build up a big lead. Then they were able to stand on the sideline. So you would think, they didn't have last week's game to kind of beat their body up, so they should come into this game fresh and ready to play, and understanding, you're talking about Miami not having had a home game since so long ago. They have to realize this is a top 10 team. They're going to know you're a good football team, and they haven't been in their building for a while. So they're going to come out early with a lot of excitement, and it's going to be important that Carolina matches that intensity early.
Yeah, and to that point, too, Miami has talked a lot about publicly this week the game last year where Carolina had the comeback. Tar Heels led early. Miami came back to take the lead late. Carolina scores that touchdown, Howell to Newsome with about a minute left on the clock. There was the 4th and 17 conversion from Howell to Toe Groves earlier in the drive. And Miami has talked a lot about that game this week and how much they remembered it, how frustrated they were by losing that one. So they will be fully ready for the Tar Heels. And we'll talk about the Canes in a second. But, Lee, this game also provides a good opportunity just to reflect on how far the Tar Heels have come in a short amount of time. And with a highly regarded recruiting class expected to sign next week, gosh, the momentum of this Carolina program is really clear.
Well, let's do a quick inventory, Jones. No COVID issues for Tar Heel football since camp opened the first week in August. Top 5 offense, a young and very improving defense. Today the Tar Heels are playing for a shot in a New Year's Six bowl. They're going to land what is considered by consensus a top dozen class in the country on Wednesday at the December National Signing Day. And Mac Brown noted this week his team has finished exams, has got a team GPA right around 3.0, and all players are eligible for a bowl. So it all goes back to leadership, and we've certainly seen that from Mac Brown, from Bubba Cunningham, Chancellor Kevin Guskowitz, and everybody involved. So, yes, this has been a particularly challenging year for everybody in all respects, and I think it's what Carolina has done has been an overwhelming success. You would love to have a couple plays in Tallahassee and Charlottesville, but beyond that, it's been a great stepping stone in the rebuilding of MAC Volume 2.
Tar Heels and Miami today in Miami Gardens. The Hurricanes come in 8-1 overall. Tar Heels enter 7-3. Miami number 10 in the college football playoff rankings. Carolina checks in at number 17 in those rankings. We'll take a closer look at the Canes when we return to the Reese Jewelers pregame show from Learfield IMG College.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
At McCurry Deck Motors, you can browse a selection of vehicles that includes all of the top models in Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC lineups. The McCurry Deck Motors lineup of vehicles checks all the boxes, ensuring that they will have the perfect vehicle for any car shopper that visits their lot. Come visit and see what's in store for you and your family with the McCurry Deck quality reputation of fair deals and customer service. Try the Chevy. Find new roads with Chevy. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of Chevy, Buick, and GMC. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Carolina facing Miami this afternoon. Regular season finale for both these teams. Tar Heels going with a unique uniform combo today. The white helmet, the white jersey, and the navy blue pants. Of course, Carolina blue accents on all of those, including the Carolina blue NC on the sides of the helmets, the numbers and lettering on the jerseys, and the Argyle down the side of the pants as well. Meanwhile, Miami wearing what it calls its Miami Knights 2.0 uniform, which are all black helmets, black jerseys, black pants, a lot of bright orange accents within the jersey, the numbers, and the lettering included. Carolina and Miami, 24th meeting between the Tar Heels and Hurricanes. And Brian Simmons joining us via the telephone. Brian, it is indeed Miami today, and it's kind of quietly, because of Clemson and Notre Dame getting so much attention, but quietly been an impressive season for the Hurricanes. They enter this game 8-1 overall, winners of 5 straight, and coming off a 48-0 shellacking of Duke a week ago.
No question, and this is a good football team, and like you say, other than the Clemson loss where Clemson beat them pretty handedly, Miami has handled their schedule pretty easily. Going back to last week where the game was pretty much over at halftime, they completely dominated Duke on both sides of the football. And at this level, and any level really, if you can keep the opposing team off the scoreboard, you have an exceptional game, and Miami did that. I like them on offense. They're very explosive with guys that can make big plays and 2 tight ends. They have speed on the receivers. And then on defense, they play a lot like Notre Dame. They're very physical with their front seven. They have very athletic guys on the back end who, when they give up plays, they're right there in the pocket. So it's going to be a great challenge for Carolina today, but that's the way you want it. 3:30 on ABC. It should be a very exciting football game.
Lee, the Hurricanes, look, they've always had athleticism. They've always had speed at the skill positions on the offensive side, but the addition of Houston transfer De'Aaron King at the quarterback spot seems to have really provided some stability on that side of the ball and has really vaulted Miami's offense to a different level this year.
Yeah, Jones, I'm not sure the Canes are 8-1 and ranked number 10 in the country without De'Aaron King, that's for certain. He's not particularly big. He's only listed at 5'11", which means he would be a couple inches shy of Sam Howell, who's listed at 6'1". But, boy, he's very accurate. He's hitting 64% of his throws. He's got a 5-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. He's just thrown 4 interceptions, which is less than half of the total of 10 from last year from Jaron Williams and N'Kosi Perry. But the thing about him, Jones, is, boy, he can run. He's been timed with a 4.440. He's the second leading rusher by yards on the team and has the most carries with 111. Tar Heel defensive coordinator Jay Bateman just kind of shrugs his shoulders and says, if your secondary is doing its job and covers everybody, great. Now what? King pops out and runs, and we know what kind of trouble Carolina's had from some running quarterbacks this year and going to last year.
He's had some remarkable games, most notably a game and a win in Raleigh against NC State, where he was 31 for 41, 430 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, no picks, plus he had 105 yards rushing in the game as well. So just a really skilled player at that position, really difficult to defend as the opposition. And he does not necessarily run to throw. If he breaks out of the pocket, he's going to run. And then almost like all of a sudden he becomes one of the 10 best tailbacks in the ACC when he's out in the open field. So he is really tough to stop in that regard. But also, as Lee referenced, sometimes guys who run really well get the unfair thought that he can't throw the ball, but he's been accurate. 20 touchdowns, just 4 interceptions, as Lee told you. So just a terrific player. And how good are the quarterbacks in the ACC this year? One of these 4 people are not going to make an all-ACC team. Trevor Lawrence, Ian Book, De'Aaron King, or Sam Howell. One of those guys isn't going to make all-ACC, and they have all been just terrific players all season long. Brian, let's flip it over to the other side where defensively Miami is really, really impressive. The Hurricanes are aggressive. They force turnovers. And according to Mac Brown, they might have the best defensive front the Heels have seen this year, which includes one of the best defensive end duos in the nation in UCLA transfer Jalen Phillips and Temple transfer, who Carolina saw last year in the bowl game, Quincy Roche.
No question. And Jalen Phillips is a really good football player who at 6'5", almost 270 pounds, is explosive. He has very good quickness. He plays really hard. He's a very disruptive player. And then Roche, Carolina liked this guy so much they actually tried to sign him as a transfer in the offseason, but it didn't work out. So they have a lot of respect for him. And then there are big guys in the middle, very athletic, like Miami. We always have big athletic guys. And then you have an athletic group of linebacker with Zach McLeod, who seems like he's been there for about 6 or 7 years. He's continued to make plays. And then on the back end, a very athletic group. So, if it's Carolina, you have to be patient early. I know they want to get the running game going. They want to take big shots. But early on, make sure you just take what Miami gives you, have the patience, drop the ball off if you say them, don't force the deep balls, and then continue to stay patient with the run game. And also use Miami's aggressiveness and speed against them. A lot of misdirection stuff early, a lot of quick game. Get those big guys tired early. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Carolina comes out and try to speed up the tempo early on.
There is one personnel note for Miami as cornerback Al Blades, terrific player for them. He is going to be out for this game and the rest of this year after a myocarditis diagnosis after a battle with COVID. So, of course, taking the safe route and bowing out for the rest of the season. We certainly hope Al Blades continues to recover and is able to get past a pretty severe health challenge there coming on due to COVID, so he will be out of the secondary today for Miami. We expect Corey Couch and DJ Ivey to be the two starters at corner for the Canes today. All right, we're going to take a timeout. By the way, Brian will be back with us in a post-game, but when we return, Matt Krause is filling in for Dave Nathan today. Dave is on the play-by-play call for the basketball game, which, by the way, that game has gone to halftime. Carolina closes the first half on a 13-2 run, and they needed that run to take a 2-point lead at halftime. So Carolina leads North Carolina Central 30-28 at halftime. Again, that game is available through streaming options, the Go Heels app, the TuneIn app, also GoHeels.com, and we will make it available to our affiliates tonight at 9 o'clock on our radio affiliates. But Matt will take you through the rest of the pregame show, and that will continue with the conversation with Tar Heel great Jeff Saturday. That's coming up next from Learfield IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina resolves to help you stay healthy during COVID-19. Just a few simple steps called the 3 W's go a long way in protecting you and your loved ones. Wear a cloth face covering. Wait by standing 6 feet apart from others. And wash your hands often. Together, by practicing the 3 W's, we can resolve to improve the health of our state. Learn more at bluecrossnc.com/3W.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
Pandemic pain? Is this pandemic adding frustration, pain, and increased stress? Great news, there's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy have a cutting-edge program for that pain and stress. Call the location nearest for free information. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
Today's pregame show is brought to you by Reed's Jewelers. The official Reed's Jewelers kickoff time is 3:36 p.m. Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. Carolina and Miami coming your way from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida, a venue that, in addition to serving as the home of the Hurricanes for the last dozen or so years, has hosted 6 Super Bowls. One of those was Super Bowl 41 in February of 2007, won by the Indianapolis Colts and former Tar Heel Jeff Saturday. Our Jones Angel visits with the Super Bowl champ each week to discuss Jeff's perspective on the current Tar Heels, and here's this week's conversation.
Reed's Jewelers pregame show getting ready for Carolina and Miami. It is the regular season finale for the Tar Heels. And always enjoy our time during the season with Jeff Saturday. Jeff, nice enough to join us on the phone right now. And Jeff, man, what a way to close the season for Carolina. What an opportunity this is. Tar Heels facing a top 10 team, potential Orange Bowl berth on the line here for Carolina. And also, just from the 10,000 feet view, man, what growth this program and team has shown over the last few seasons. Just an exciting time for Carolina football, and this game could be a real exclamation point on this season.
Yeah, it's all in front of you, right, Jones? You look at this and you know from Mac Brown's perspective how far they've come in 2 years, right? I mean, they made huge strides last season, and now your final game of the season, and you're sitting here with the ability to potentially knock off a top 10 opponent. like you said, potential Orange Bowl berth, like all the things that you've done, how fast it has happened, and you're watching this program really develop right before your eyes. And I think from a player perspective, as those guys sit in the locker room, this is not only vindication for some of the losses that you've had for some subpar teams, but as kind of a credibility or a statement game that if you do knock off the top 10, man, you really are where people think you are. I remember Mac saying earlier in the season about we really weren't the top 5 team, and the good thing about Mac is he's a straight shooter, and so I love what they've done in their locker room. But this is why you play, and this is why as seasons progress and you get into December football, and why it's so important is because, man, it's all right here in front of you. And when you talk about growing a program to the next level and being consistent, top 15 team, top 10 team, top 5, it's these type of games that you have to win to bring those recruits, bring those players who are looking for potential national championship endeavors. And I tell you, man, it's been impressive to watch. But today is a real, true opportunity, and hopefully these guys make the most of it.
Jeff, from the game itself today, Miami, Coach Brown said earlier in the week he felt like this was the best defensive front that the Tar Heels would see all season long. It's certainly a big statement considering how good the defensive front from Notre Dame is, and the Tar Heels saw that firsthand a few weeks ago. But Miami really thrives off pressure defensively. They look for those big negative yardage plays, look for the turnovers that are forced by the pressure. When you're an offensive lineman and you know that you're going to be seeing some heat during the game, what's the mindset? What becomes important to make sure that you don't get out of yourself and stay within what you want to do?
Yeah, no, great question. So I think from an O-line perspective, communication is going to be first and foremost, right? Between QB and O-line, running back, making sure everybody's on the same page of who we're each responsible for. And then the other part of that becomes you have one-on-one battles. The reason teams blitz you and bring extra pressure is because they know they put that front, the front one-on-one versus offensive lineman. So you kind of buckle down. And the good part about that is you really can focus. Is once I latch onto a guy, he's my guy, I got to go block him, right? There's not going to be a lot of trading off because when they're blitzing, they're going to be moving and slanting kind of across your face. So it kind of goes hand in hand. I would say from a quarterback perspective is sometimes you're wrong, right? And so where people get and start turning the ball over is a quarterback says, well, I'm going to step off this and try to make this throw. The truth is sometimes taking a sack or trying to make a play with your legs and then go down and punt is a good alternative. The problem is you feel that pressure, you want to go make a play because, look, blitzes are feast or famine. There's going to be opportunities. If they're going to blitz you, there's opportunities to make plays on the back end that are going for 60 and 70 yards. That's the good point. The bad point is don't force something in and turn the ball over. And I think all of those things going in together is really what's going to define this football game is can you take advantage when they give you one-on-one opportunities, make sure you block it up, and then don't make the mistake. Take the sack, punt it, make them drive the field. Don't do something foolish and get yourself behind. That's really what penalizes teams. But, man, what a great opportunity for this Tar Heel offense to go make a statement today.
Carolina and Miami. It's the regular season finale for the Tar Heels. Jeff, man, hope to talk to you again before a bowl game, but really appreciate your time all season long and always enjoy your insights. Thanks so much.
Appreciate you, Jones. Go Heels.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize 2020 social justice and racial equity grantee Emancipate NC for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lee Mills Apple of South Creek Middle High School in Robertsonville. Her project, Energy Under Our Feet, is sponsored by Edgecombe Martin County EMC in Tarboro. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
The yard work, the shopping list, the in-laws.
There are plenty of things that can keep you from seeing the Tar Heels play on Saturday.
The garage cleanup.
But nothing can keep you from enjoying the game.
Tar Heel football, here every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Want to turn up the excitement on your Saturdays?
You just got to turn up your radio.
You just got to turn your radio Carolina Blue.
Tar Heel football, hear every play of every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Our mailbox is painted Carolina blue. So are my kitchen appliances. My husband is a huge Tar Heel fan. He never misses hearing a game.
Once.
It was our daughter's wedding.
Tar Heel football. Every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
The yard work, the shopping list, the in-laws.
There are plenty of things that can keep you from seeing the Tar Heels play on Saturday.
The garage cleanup.
But nothing can keep you from enjoying the game.
Tar Heel football, hear every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Carolina football is brought to you by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Welcome back to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Reed's Jewelers, your family-owned jeweler, trusted for generations. Carolina and Miami coming up in about half an hour from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Matt Krause back with you inside our Tar Heel Sports Network studios in Chapel Hill. Before we continue the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, 10 seconds for station identification on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, the best of both worlds, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Brian Simmons may not be in the booth as much this year, but he's still a big part of what we're doing on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Each week, he'll speak with a former Tar Heel, and the conversation is presented by Graduate Hotels, now open on Franklin Street. Today, Brian is joined by former Carolina wide receiver Marcus Wall, a member of the program during Mack Brown's first tenure in the early 1990s.
When you look at Carolina right now, what's some of the things that you're really excited about when you look at Carolina football on Saturdays?
I'm excited about the versatility that they bring to the table. And, we got a very nice running game, even though, we're an explosive offensive team as far as passing is concerned. But the versatility of how we spread it around, what we do with it, we don't have just that one key person that I feel that we've got to go to every time. It brings that balance, which is dangerous on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, no question. And for you, when I look at our offense, obviously we want to run the football in terms of getting Javonte and them guys going. That's what it is. But when I think about our offense, when we're really hitting on all levels, to me, I think the straw that stirs the drink is Daz Newsome. And, I think when we start getting him touches and allow him, now that's not to say that we can't be effective without, but I think once we start getting him the ball early on and letting him do, I think that's when it really opens up the passing game. And then when the passing game opens things up, then we can run the ball. Who do you see as that guy for the offense?
Daz is that guy for me as well. He does so much. And when we find ways to get him the ball, then it opens up everything else. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Daz is that guy for me as well.
Brian Simmons and Marcus Wall, presented by Graduate Chapel Hill, now open on Franklin Street. To hear the entire interview, visit GoHeels.com next week. Carolina's injury report is brought to you by Breakthrough Physical Therapy. Carolina's trusted choice for safely keeping you in the game of life. Our own Lee Pace has his eyes on pregame warm-ups from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens. And Lee, what are you seeing as the Tar Heels and Hurricanes get set for action today?
Well, Matt, it's a really nice day for football. It's mid-70s, might inch up into about 78 degrees. Expecting about 13,000 fans here in Hard Rock Stadium, about 20% of the stadium's capacity per state of Florida regulations during the COVID pandemic. Not a whole lot of news today from an injury standpoint. Actually, for game number 11, the Tar Heels have been reasonably healthy. The two recurring stories have been that of Bo Corrales on offense and Storm Duck on defense. Corrales, it was announced earlier this week, will be out for the rest of the year. He's had a recurring leg injury. Storm Duck has been back in practice, but he last several weeks, but he has not been ready to play. Still listed as a game-time decision, a possibility he could play. Last week, offensive guard Ed Montelis was out, and he is also missing the game today. So other than that, Tar Heels are reasonably healthy, which is a credit to Coach Brian Hess and the strength and conditioning staff and the things that they have done over the years to make this team more flexible, stronger, and more resilient to the rigors of this game.
Certainly is, Lee. Thanks so much for the field report. Lee Pace getting you set for the Tar Heels and the Hurricanes. Lee will be on the call with Jones Angel coming up in about half an hour. Every sack this season is a sack to give back. For every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in Chapel Hill. Getting closer to kick between Carolina and Miami, Jones Angel will begin his conversation with Mac Brown after this on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield IMG College.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina resolves to help you stay healthy during COVID-19. Just a few simple steps called the 3 W's go a long way in protecting you and your loved ones. Wear a cloth face covering. Wait by standing 6 feet apart from others. And wash your hands often. Together, by practicing the 3 W's, we can resolve to improve the health of our state. Learn more at bluecrossnc.com/3W.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels and the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Hey, all you Carolina fans, Nationwide agents are just like you. They support the Tar Heels, too. They are also proud to live in the Triangle, where they help families like yours with auto, home, business, farm, and life. Don't drop the ball. Get the professional coaching you need to win at life. Give Pete Seagroves in Chapel Hill a call at 919-942-8733 or Terry Nobles in Raleigh a call at 919-833-3803 and go Tar Heels. Nationwide is on your side.
Back on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, Carolina and Miami in the 2020 regular season finale. It's time now to send it down to Jones and Coach Brown for this installment of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. Innovative technology, driving confidence. For a dealer near you, go to ContinentalTire.com.
Inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown, as Carolina closes the regular season at Miami against the Hurricanes. And, Coach, let's go back a week first. Carolina victorious in its home finale against Western Carolina, 49-9, with Miami now in its sights. How has the week of prep been for you and your team coming off that nice win with one more big game left in the regular season?
Jones, we had a great week of practice versus Notre Dame. And then last week it wasn't as good. And I was disappointed because we've got to get so we practice to the championship level, regardless of who we're playing, and it was okay, but it wasn't what we needed. And this week, the guys have responded perfectly. So they understood that we were even with Notre Dame at halftime. They're number 2 in the country. They understood that the defense played well enough the second half. The kicking game was good enough, and the offense got beat down. So we weren't competitive enough. We weren't confident enough. And for us to win this ball game, our front 7 on both sides of the ball has got to play as well as theirs.
A week ago, you were able to play so many players, particularly in the second half. How valuable is that experience for some of your second and third team guys to get out there and get 10, 15 reps?
It's not only very valuable for the experience, it's great for morale. It's huge. We tried to get everybody in the game. We tried to let them play some, and whether we like it or not, you can't replicate game snaps in practice. They can get a lot of work, but they got to get out there. And regardless of who it's against, it's still in the stadium. It's still against people you don't know. And I thought our second-team defense and third-team defense played really well the second half. Our offense moved the ball some, but we didn't score near the points we should have scored. And that's where we have the least experience depth. We have to get better in that area this spring.
Coach, you've referenced this a few times this week, but when you sit back and look at the program as a whole, this game, what you're playing for, gosh, it shows the growth that has happened in such a short amount of time for Carolina football.
Yeah, I'm so proud that this third or fourth time we've been on ABC National. It's a time where at the end of the year we'd rather be playing for the championship. We're not, but the second best thing is playing for a chance to go to the Orange Bowl against a great team, and national TV cared enough to put it on, thinking it's going to be a great game. So, again, I've told our guys we weren't ready to take that step against Notre Dame, or we would have. We had a chance. We wanted to. We just weren't ready. So hopefully we learned enough from the Notre Dame experience that'll help us in this ball game on the road. Great opponent, very talented opponent. So I love where we are, Jones. We know who we are. We know our liabilities. We know where we've got to get better. Hopefully we've gotten some better in the last 2 weeks.
We'll focus in on that high-quality opponent. That's Miami a little later in our pregame show.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Jared Pinkstead of Pender High School in Burgaw. His project, Team Phoenix, Infinite Recharge Robotics, is sponsored by Ford County EMC in Burgaw. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan?
Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right?
Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this?
Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still.
Wait, what?
Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up here? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Right now, you can get 5 cents off every gallon of fuel every day. That's 5 cents off every gallon with Make It Count rewards from Marathon. Plus, you can earn points for additional savings on fuel, airfare, hotels, and more. It's quick and easy to join. Just visit makeitcount.com/radio or download the free app. So start saving today with Make It Count from Marathon. Offer valid only at participating Marathon locations. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Window World, America's largest exterior remodeler and a proud partner of UNC, provides exceptional quality windows, siding, doors, and more. They're headquartered right here in North Carolina and have enhanced over 100,000 homes across 30 counties for over 25 years. Improving your largest investment with energy efficiency products and creating amazing curb appeal is what they do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
Carolina football is brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by Continental Tire, for what you do. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Keenan Moments with Lee Pace, brought to you by Pinehurst. There's never been more to discover at the cradle of American golf. Go to pinehurst.com to plan your visit.
Lining up to play the Miami Hurricanes in their green and orange uniforms with Sebastian the Ibis strutting the sidelines will forever hearken to the 2004 game in Kenan Stadium between an unranked Tar Heel team and the number 4 ranked Hurricanes. The Tar Heels were 3-4 and had just been pounded on the road at Utah, but after an open weekend, they played like champions against the Hurricanes. Quarterback Darian Durant passed for 266 yards and tailback Chad Scott rushed for 175. Carolina had a 13-minute time of possession advantage, just 1 turnover and only 3 offensive penalties, and rolled to 545 yards total offense. That set up a freshman kicker from Wilmington named Connor Barth for a game-winning field goal on the final play.
Greg Warren snapping, Jared Hall holding. Connor Barth for the possible win. Snap, spot, kick away, high enough, long enough. It's good! It's good! Carolina has won the game on a 42-yard field goal by freshman Connor Barth. Good gosh, dirty!
Barth was perfect from 42 yards out, and the field in Kenan Stadium was stormed by Carolina students celebrating their team's first ever win over a top 5 team.
Check out Lee Pace's Football in a Forest, the life and times of Kenan Memorial Stadium, to relive more Kenan moments like this. Manny Diaz is in his second season as the head coach of the University of Miami Hurricanes. A South Florida native and son of the former mayor of the city of Miami by the same name, Diaz assumed the head coaching role for the Canes following a 3-year stint as defensive coordinator, which capped a lengthy coaching journey that included a stop in Austin, Texas. From 2011 to 2013, Diaz coordinated the Texas defense under none other than Mac Brown. Here's Coach Diaz on his former boss's success and his impressions of the current Tar Heel team.
Obviously, Mac's got great experience and has had great success at all points of his career, including when he was at North Carolina the first time. He put together a great staff. They've got 2 very talented coordinators, offensive and defensive coordinator. And then, they had gone through a lot of injuries at North Carolina and had some bad records where they just needed a shot of belief. But there were some players, I mean, their wideouts will be the best wide receivers we played this year. The combination of their 2 running backs is the best 1-2 punch at running back that we've played all year. So the ability for them to put you in a stress because they have great, backs that can run the football, and then they do a great job with their RPO game of trying to isolate. You put too many guys up there, worry about the run, then they can beat you with one-on-ones down the field. And Brown and Newsom are as good as anybody in the country at that. They both got speed to create big-time explosive plays, and then they go fast to try to create chaos and get you unnerved defensively. So they do the same thing with their defense. They just try to create a lot of chaos, get after your quarterback, and challenge all the routes down the field. So I think it's a combination of as what you would expect with most really good football teams. There's a combination of some really good coaching, and then there were some good players. And once they caught the belief, then they've been in the top half of the conference since.
Manny Diaz, the head coach of the Miami Hurricanes. That's the view from the other sideline headed into today's game. We are right about 15 minutes to kick off, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. When the Reed's Jewelers pregame show rolls along, we'll take a look around the ACC and the National Top 25. It's next from Learfield IMG College.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt, at Insurance Service Associates about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301, at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
There is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Dreams are what the holidays are all about. And nothing says dreams like holiday scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. It's a gift that could be so many things. Holiday scratch-offs with over $45 million in total prizes. There's a lot of dreams to give this holiday season. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 2.98 to 4.77. Problem Gambling Helpline, 877-718-5543.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Tar Heel fans, put your game face on and practice your 3 W's. Wear, wait, and wash. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, we resolve to keep North Carolina healthy. As we count you down to Carolina and Miami from Hard Rock Stadium, it's time now for our drive around the ACC, brought to you by Lee's 24-Hour Towing, the preferred hauler of Carolina football equipments. 2 final scores to pass along from ACC play, one from earlier today, but where we begin is Thursday night. Pitt on the road at Georgia Tech. The Panthers win at 34-20 to improve to 6-5 overall, 5-5 in the ACC. But then Pitt announced yesterday they will not accept a bowl bid, even if they are invited, with the 6 victories. Georgia Tech drops to 3-7 overall, 3-6 in the conference with the loss. That's also their regular season finale. Earlier today on the banks of the Ohio River, Louisville tops Wake Forest 45-21. The Cardinals go to 4-7 on the season, 3-7 in conference play. Demon Deacons fall to 4-4 overall. They are 3-4 in the ACC. One other game coming up at the top of the hour. Either Duke or Florida State will earn their 3rd win of the season. The 2-8 Blue Devils visit the 2-6 Seminoles, playing their first game in 28 days. Duke has not had a 2-win season since 2007, and it's the Blue Devils' regular season finale. Then at 8 o'clock tonight, Virginia and Virginia Tech meet for the Commonwealth Cup in Blacksburg. Virginia's last win at Lane Stadium, 1998. The Hokies' last 5-game losing streak overall, 1992. One of those 2 streaks will come to an end tonight. Around the top 25 today, several noon games have gone final. #1 Alabama rolls Arkansas 52-3. 9th-ranked Georgia handles #25 Missouri 49-14. Number 14 Northwestern wins its Big Ten title game tune-up. The Wildcats top in-state foe Illinois 28-10. Utah hands number 21 Colorado their first loss 38-21. In progress, 13th-ranked Coastal Carolina up 2 scores on Troy, 14-0. And joining our game at the 3:30 hour, number 16 Iowa home to Wisconsin in snowy Iowa City, and number 22 Oklahoma State's on the road against Baylor. But our game is number 17 Carolina and number 10 Miami from Hard Rock Stadium in South Florida. Stay tuned as Jones Angel continues his conversation with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. That's next on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. From Learfield, I am.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with. Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency. Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Go Heels.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruisers stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruisers' Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Carolina and Miami just moments away from Hard Rock Stadium. Number 17 Tar Heels taking on the number 10 Hurricanes, a top 20 showdown with a potential Orange Bowl bid on the line. Time now to send it down to Jones and Coach Brown for the second half of this installment of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. Innovative technology, driving confidence. For a dealer near you, go to ContinentalTire.com.
Carolina's in Miami today to match up with the Hurricanes, and I'm inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. And, Coach, with Clemson and Notre Dame's success this year, Miami's flown under the radar a bit in the ACC, but 8-1 overall, top 10 college football playoff ranking. Gosh, no question. They've just been one of the best teams in the nation all season long.
Yes, like us after Florida State, we were rolling high and everybody kind of threw us out and just dropped us. Same thing with them after Clemson. Clemson jumped on them good, and that was a huge game that week. And everybody said, same old Miami, and it's not. Manny Diaz has done a tremendous job. They've got depth. They've done a great job with the transfer portal. The two defensive ends were outstanding pass rushers. They'll both be high draft choices. The quarterback has made all the difference in the world in their program. A couple of tackles that transferred in. So Manny has done a great job recruiting, but he's also plugged in some high-level transfers that have really made them one of the best teams in the country.
Coach, that transfer quarterback's De'Aaron King. He's rushed for nearly 500 yards. He's thrown for more than 2,300 this season, 20 touchdowns, just 4 interceptions. One of the more effective dual-threat quarterbacks both in the conference and in the country.
Yes, we got a good look at him against Notre Dame because Ian Book was the same guy. He scrambled all over the place. He could run. He could throw. He'd won a whole lot of games, and De'Aaron is very confident. He's like a running back there. He's got really strong legs and built low to the ground with his lower body and hard to tackle. He's very quick, and he can throw on the run. So we got our hands full with him, and it'll be a fun challenge today.
Last thing, Coach, another big challenge for your offensive front. How can you try and slow down that really impressive defensive front from Miami?
Well, we've done such a great job with our offense and our offensive line all year till we got to that second half at Notre Dame. And we can help them more, and we'll try to do that today with some different type things that people will see during the game. But also, guys got to get more confident, got to get tougher, got to get stronger in the offseason because all those guys will be back next year. We're not losing an offensive lineman. So this is the one area that we can continue to improve, and hopefully we'll see some of that this afternoon.
Big challenge coming up today, Carolina in South Beach to see Miami. Coach, as always, thank you for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you, Jones.
Today tastes like game day at home, like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining and an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Ugh, I have to do laundry when I get home. I have to lug all my clothes over to the washing machine. Then I get to put them in the dryer. And accidentally shrink my cashmere sweater again.
Motorcycles make everything exciting. And when Geico makes it easy to switch and save on motorcycle insurance, it's even more exciting.
I'm gonna fold all my socks into little balls! Yeah!
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels in the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
Back on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, Matt Krause with you from our Tar Heel Sports Network studios in Chapel Hill. Jones Angel and Lee Pace getting set to call the Tar Heels and the Miami Hurricanes. I'm in for Dave Nathan today. He's on assignment with Eric Montross calling the Carolina men's basketball game that is in progress. And despite a bit of a slow start, the Tar Heels have opened up a 14-point lead on North Carolina Central. It's Carolina 59 and Central 45. They're at the under 8 media timeout in the second half, and that one's 7:37 to play. So the Tar Heels now sitting pretty up 14 in that contest. Time now for our Keys to the Game segment. It's brought to you by Crumley Roberts, personal injury lawyers serving North Carolina. Crumley Roberts will stand up for you. My key is to win the field position battle. De'Ara King and Miami boast an explosive offense, so ensuring that the Hurricanes face a long field challenge and putting as much space between the line of scrimmage and the goal line as possible will be key today. The special teams and names like Ben Kiernan and Jonathan Kim might just be that hidden advantage Carolina needs today, Jones.
Yeah, I'm going offensive line. I just feel like the Tar Heel O-line, it's had a solid season, of course, but it struggled in that second half of Carolina's last marquee matchup against Notre Dame a couple weeks ago. Lee, it's another big-time defensive front, and the Tar Heel O-line, it's got to be better than it was against Notre Dame for the Tar Heels to have a chance to win.
Well, and if the O-line does, in fact, do its job, Jones, as you hope they will, they'll open up the running game and open up the deep downfield passing game for the Tar Heels. Sam Howell has 8 touchdowns this year, 20 yards or more. Miami has allowed just 1 touchdown, 20 yards or more. So that's where the rubber's going to meet the road. Can the Tar Heels hit the deep ball down the field?
Still a couple of minutes before kick between Carolina and Miami. Teams not yet on the field out of their locker room. So let's take a moment to set the starting lineups for you. We'll start with Carolina on the offensive side. Of course, Sam Howell this week named a Davey O'Brien semifinalist. That's for the top quarterback in the nation, and a Maxwell semifinalist as the top offensive player in the nation. He'll be the quarterback, the sophomore out of Indian Trail, North Carolina. We'll see both Michael Carter and Javonte Williams. Of course, back there at the running back spot, Carter has been the traditional starter for the Heels, the sophomore or senior from Navarre, Florida. 3 wide receivers, De'Ami Brown, Emery Simmons, and Daz Newsome. Brown, the junior from Charlotte, has a team-high 51 catches. Emery Simmons, the sophomore from Parkton, North Carolina, scheduled to make his 7th consecutive start, and Daz Newsome coming off a 6-catch, 82-yard and touchdown performance last week against Western Carolina, the senior from Hampton, Virginia. Garrett Walston, the 5th-year senior from Wilmington, is the tight end for the Tar Heels. Left to right on the offensive line, Asim Richards, 6'4 sophomore from Philadelphia. Josh Izudu, the 6'4 redshirt sophomore from Lawrenceville, Georgia. Brian Anderson, a big task in the center position today against some big boys up front for Miami, the junior from Montgomery, Alabama. And then Marcus McKeith and Jordan Tucker finish off the right side of the Carolina offensive line. Defensively for the Tar Heels, Tamari Fox, Raymond Vahasek, and Jalil Taylor will be up front, although we have really seen Carolina rotate a bunch of defensive linemen here in the last few weeks. And in fact, with Miami's tempo, Carolina will try to substitute some on that defensive line to stay fresh. So expect to see guys like Miles Murphy and Kevin Hester and Clyde Pender, maybe even Kamen Rucker on that line as opposed to a linebacker spot for Rucker. He could play both today. Starting linebackers for the Heels, of course, Gimmel and Surratt at the inside backer spots. Hopper, Collins, Tamon Fox, the 3 outside backers that you'll see most for the Tar Heels today. The 2 corners, and we will keep an eye on this as Storm Duck potentially available today for the Tar Heels. Carolina wanted to see him go through the week of practice, wanted to see him warm up before the game today. So Duck might be available. The 6-foot sophomore from Boiling Springs, South Carolina. We'll have to wait and see. Certainly Kyler McMichael and Tony Grimes, the rookie from Virginia Beach, Virginia, will be in the mix there. Expected to get the start, but again, you may see Duck as well. So those are the defensive starters for the Tar Heels. Now on the offensive side for Miami, who's taking the field now in Miami Gardens, Florida. We've talked a bunch about him. De'Eric King, the 5th-year senior, the Houston transfer, captain for Miami, is the starting quarterback. Heck of a player, 20 touchdowns, 4 rushing touchdowns this year, nearly 500 yards on the ground. 4 different guys will get carries for Miami at the tailback spot, but Cameron Harris, the 5'10 junior from Opelika, Florida, expected to be the main ball carrier. He had 60 yards and a touchdown last season against Carolina. Some really fast and good receivers. D. Wiggins, junior from Miami. Mark Pope, another junior from Miami. And Mike Harley, a senior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the 3 starters for the Canes. Miami's had a 100-yard receiver in 4 consecutive games. 3 of those are by Harley. He had an 89-yard touchdown last week against Duke, so he is very skilled and has had some big plays this year for the Canes. Really good tight ends for Miami, including Brevin Jordan, the 6'3 junior from Las Vegas, Nevada, who will likely get the start, although you'll probably hear us say Will Mallory's name as well, junior from Jacksonville, Florida. Left to right on the O-line, Zion Nelson at left tackle, Ja'Kai Clark at guard, Corey Gaynor, the center, DJ Scaife at right guard, Jared Williams is the right tackle. You hear the slightly muffled voice of the referee, Jeff Flanagan, having the coin toss right now. Michael Carter out there for the Heels. Carolina has won the toss. So the Tar Heels will defer, which means that the Hurricanes will get the ball first. But let's just go ahead and finish these starting lineups. We'll give you the starters on the defensive side for the Canes. Jalen Phillips and Quincy Roche, the 2 ends. Jonathan Ford and Nesta Jade Silvera, the 2 tackles for the Canes. At the striker linebacker position is Gilbert Frierson, Bradley Jennings at Mike linebacker, Zach McLeod, a captain and a veteran player at the weak side backer. DJ Ivey and Takori Crouch at the corners. Amari Carter and Gervin Hall are the 2 starters at safety. So scheduled to be Miami getting the ball first for the 24th meeting, Lee, between Carolina and the Hurricanes.
Jones, as you're running down that lineup, particularly for the Tar Heel offensive line, without Ed Montelis, it just occurred to me, as warm as it's going to be, mid-70s, team's going to need to be hydrated. The offensive line won't have the ability to substitute quite as much as the defensive line. We'll still be looking for Kieron Johnson, who's played well to be the number 1 sub. Not sure that William Barnes or Jonathan Adorno are quite ready to go in. So that O-line, not only have they got some just rabid opponents to go up against, they're going to have to go the whole way and do it on a warm afternoon.
They do allow fans in Miami Gardens a maximum capacity of 13,000 fans allowed in at the stadium to see Carolina and Miami. And again, it will be the Tar Heels kicking off first to the Canes. Heels wearing that unique combo that we told you in the pregame: white helmets, white jerseys, and navy blue pants. Meanwhile, Miami going with the all-black look today in Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. It is the season finale between Carolina and Miami. A lot on the line. We appreciate you joining us today on the Tar Heel Sports Network. It's going to be Jonathan Kim kicking off for the Heels. Miami will be returning this one from right to left. Kim checks on both sides of the line. He jogs up to the football, and we are underway. Carolina and Miami, and as it has so often been, that kick is into the end zone, but it's going to be coming out as Harley for Miami, coming to the near side, gets over the 20, and is tripped up at the 21-yard line. Thought that was going to be a touchback as Harley fielded that one about 2 or 3 yards deep in the end zone, but elected to come out, and Miami will start just over the 20-yard line.
Another good job of kick coverage by the Tar Heel kickoff cover team, Jones. Almost every time that Kim has not been able to get the kickoff through the end zone, the guys have done a really nice job pinning them inside the 25-yard line.
So Miami will start on the 21 for the initial snap of the ball game. King in the shotgun. Claps his hands and gets the snap. He's going to throw. Carolina rushes just 4. King deep over the middle, almost intercepted as he was looking for Mark Pope, but tipped away by Kyler McMichael. And McMichael had a good chance for an interception there at around the 35-yard line of the Tar Heels. Really good defense there by McMichael to force the breakup.
And he was with him step by step. Jones got in his face, bump man coverage, and was able to stay there the whole way, dive and make the play.
Just underway here in Miami. King fakes the quick hitter to the far side and then just takes off right up the middle. He's going to have enough for the first down, crossing the 30-yard line. And Trey Morrison able to come in and make the stop for the Tar Heels. But King, Lee, there it is, showing off his legs. Gets out to the 36-yard line for a gain of 15. Miami moving quick. King dumps it off to Harley over the middle, crosses the 50. Tripped up there by Trey Morrison. But Miami playing with some pace and picking up a first down, moving on to the Tar Heel side of things. Harley tripped up at around the 45-yard line of Carolina. And Miami, with not even a minute gone by, already snapping the ball again. This will be from the 47 as they hand off to Cameron Harris coming near side. He's upended by Don Chapman, flipping Harris down short of the 40, but it'll be a gain of about 6. Second down coming up for the Canes.
New quarterback, new offensive coordinator with Rhett Lashley, Jones. Lashley already talks of perhaps be the new Arkansas State coach.
Tamari Fox applying some pressure in the backfield. King has to just throw the ball away into the Tar Heels sideline. And so that will bring up third down. You heard the voice of referee Jeff Flanagan reminding everyone that King had gotten out of the pocket. So even though there was no receiver there, he was still able to legally throw it away. That'll bring up third down.
Tony Grimes getting the start for the third game in a row opposite Kyler McMichael.
Jaquarius Conley on the field for the Tar Heels at the nickelback position for this first third down of the ball game. It is 3rd and 4. King will have 4 receivers out to the far side of the field. Straight quarterback draw. He runs into Chaz Surratt. Big collision. And the two players fall forward for King, backward for Surratt after the big hit, and it's going to end up being enough for the first down.
Boy, shows the strength of De'Ara King there. Man-on-man, head-to-head with Chaz Surratt, and he got the better of Chaz on that play.
Kevin Hester came in to help finish things off. There is an injured player down on the field after the big collision, as there is a Tar Heel down, 13:37 to go. And it is Tamari Fox who is down on the field for Carolina. Fox, the 6'2 sophomore from Lawrenceville, Georgia, has some trainers around him, including Luke Ross, head trainer for the Heels. It is a first down, as we said, for Miami. 13:37 to go in the first quarter. Miami has moved off its own 21-yard line into Carolina territory, right around the 35-yard line. And we'll be looking at a 1st and 10 in just a moment. We need to take a break. Carolina and Miami still scoreless. First drive of the ball game. Hurricanes threatening Carolina, trying to stand tall defensively. It's Carolina football from Learfield, IMG College.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental Tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Today tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
First drive of the ball game for Miami, still scoreless between Carolina and the Hurricanes. Tamari Fox is back up and standing and looks to be okay on the Tar Heels sideline. He'll have to sit out at least this one play after being shaken up on that third down conversion by the Canes a moment ago. Just a little more than a minute gone by here in Miami Gardens. Really seeing Miami playing with some pace here early in the ball game. By the way, Carolina football brought to you in part by the College Foundation of North Carolina. Visit cfnc.org for everything you need to plan, apply, and pay for college this application season. Now in an updated format. All right, Miami ready to go. This snap off the 36-yard line. King on the read option, going to keep it himself. Able to fight through a couple of arm tackles up front before eventually Kevin Hester drags him down. But a solid gain for the Miami QB over the 30 to about the 28 or 29. And Lee King showing off the power with his legs.
3 runs, 28 yards so far, Jones.
Gain of 7 on that last run. 2nd and 3. King on the straight drop back. He's just going to dump it off to the far side. That is his tight end, Jordan. And a nice open field tackle by Jaquarius Conley coming up. The rookie from Jacksonville makes the nice stop. And Jordan just able to get back to the line of scrimmage, the 29. And that's going to end up bringing up another 3rd and short for the Canes. They converted a 3rd down a moment ago. 12:52 to go. First quarter in Miami as the Canes going from right to left on the opening drive of the ball game. This started back on the Hurricane 21. They're now at the Tar Heel 29. King hands off to Cameron Harris, and he does not get it. Raymond Vahasik, first contact. Tyrone Hopper helped finish the play, and that's going to bring up 4th down.
Nice job by the Tar Heel defense, Jones. If De'Aaron King isn't running the ball, they've been able to handle him pretty well. A couple of really nice plays in the secondary so far.
A really nice job by Vahasik on first contact. And Miami's going to set up for the field goal, and they do have one of the best kickers in the conference in Jose Borregales, a transfer from Florida International. This will be right up the gut from about 47 yards away, 46-47. The kick is low, but it is enough to get through for the Canes. So at the 11:46 mark of the first quarter, Miami able to get on the board as Tamon Fox, who blocked a PAT last week against Western Carolina. Fox almost able to get to that one. Borregales able to bang it through. So 11:46 to go, first quarter. Miami 3. Carolina about to get the football for the first time from Learfield.
At Steel, we're proud that much of our legendary gasoline-powered outdoor equipment, from trimmers to chainsaws, is built right here in America. Working as hard as you do to get the job done. Steel is not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local steel dealers. Real steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com. The majority of steel gasoline-powered units sold in the United States are built in the United States from domestic and foreign parts and components. Lowe's and the Home Depot are trademarks of their respective companies.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
On athletics.
This season, Fox Sports South has your ticket to ACC football, including the UNC Tar Heels. Every week, get the latest with Coach Mack and UNC football with Carolina Insider on Mondays, followed by live ACC action every Saturday on Fox Sports South. Watch on most video providers, including Uverse Channel 1726, DirecTV Channel 646, and Spectrum Channel 50, or stream on the Fox Sports Go app. Fox Sports South, your home for ACC Saturdays.
Miami able to convert a 46-yard field goal to cap off a 10-play, 50-yard drive to start things off. A little more than 3 minutes off the clock. 3-0 Canes. Carolina about to get the football for the first time. Keeping an eye on Tar Heel basketball as well. So if you don't want to know what's going on with the Heels, if somehow you're trying to wait to see until after the football game, then plug your ears. Okay, Tar Heels up 73-58 against North Carolina Central nearing the end of the matchup in the Smith Center. Tar Heels started very slowly in that game but have played well since near the end of the first half. About 90 seconds left to go in the Smith Center. In that first drive, De'Aaron King, 3 runs for 27 yards. That was 9 yards per play. The other 6 plays averaged a less than 4 yards. So Lee, just a nice example of what we know, in that he's really hard to stop with his legs, and he's able to get some chunk yardage if he does decide to run.
Well, that biggest chunk was 15 yards when Carolina didn't have a linebacker in the middle of the field, and he just dropped back and just ran, had plenty of green grass through the middle, and the other time he made a very powerful move on Chaz Surratt. Chaz was right there, but De'Aaron won the battle there. So 3 plays where he's had the ball in his hands running, they've had good success. Other than that, Carolina's done very well, made a couple of really nice plays. Kyler McMichael downfield, Jaquarius Conley, a nice tackle. So it's good to see those young guys on the defensive secondary make some really nice plays.
So Carolina about to get the football for the first time. Bo Regalis, the field goal kicker, is also the kickoff man for the Hurricanes. And I tell you, we got to look at the replay on that field goal. Tamon Fox was just inches away from a block on that last kick, as this will be a touchback. Michael Carter allowing it to sail over his head, and Heels will start at the 25. Carolina was close to blocking that field goal, but Borregales able to get enough of it and get it around Fox for what ended up being the first score of the game. So Carolina heading out. They'll start moving left to right here against Miami. 3-0 Hurricanes on top.
Let's see which team can play the cleanest today, Jones. Both teams have averaged around 8 penalties and around 80 yards a game, both down toward the bottom of the ACC in penalties. So let's see which team can play the cleanest game from here.
Howell will be in the shotgun, claps his hands, and Carolina will keep it on the ground. First play, Carter has some space, popping to the near side. Stiff arm, still on his feet over the 35. Good physical run by Michael Carter to start things off, including a nice stiff arm right to the face of Takori Couch, the sophomore corner for the Canes. It's enough for the first down as the Heels get 11 or 12 there on their first down run. Carter still in there for Carolina. Howell claps his hands as the Heels snap it from the 37. Play action. Howell's going to try a deep ball going down the far sideline in the sunshine, and making the catch for Carolina is De'Ami Brown inside the Miami 20.
My key was, can Carolina convert the long pass? And so far they've been able to do that. A nice long pass to De'Ami Brown.
One-on-one with DJ Ivey. And I tell you, Brown was looking right back into the sun. There's a strip of sunlight that is right on top of the numbers on the far side, the left side, as Carolina goes left to right. Brown still able to bring it in down to the 12 for a gain of 51. Howe quickly out of his hands to Javonte Williams, and Javonte has to dive down to the
ground to make the catch. He actually loses a couple of yards as he'll drop down back at the 15. So an inaccurate throw, a rare inaccurate throw by Howe, forced Javonte to fall down making the catch, and it's a loss of 3. Carolina can get a first down without scoring. This will be 2nd and 13 from the 15-yard line. Miami on top 3-0 with an early 46-yard Jose Borregales field goal on the initial drive. Just a few ticks of the clock ahead of 10 minutes to go here in what has been an action-packed first 5 minutes and between Carolina and Miami. How to throw on 2nd down, finds Walston at the 5, and he'll be right there at the first down marker. Gervin Hall Jr. with the stop. Walston going to be about a yard short. They'll mark it at the 3. So it'll be 3rd and 1 for Carolina.
Jones, I had the glasses on. Awesome Richards, number 72, the left tackle there. He did a very nice job one-on-one on Quincy Roche, the outstanding defensive end for the Hurricanes.
Carolina really getting the ball out of Howe's hand quickly in the pass game here early. Newsome comes in motion from right to left. Carolina keeps it on the ground with Javonte Williams. He was hit short of the line to gain by Zach McLeod, but he plowed forward, and he might have it. It's going to depend on the spot. The initial contact with the defender was clearly not enough, but the forward momentum from Javonte Williams may have been there. We'll have to wait and see here on the spot. As you heard the official Jeff Flanagan say, they are going to bring out the chains to check this out. 9:15 to go in the first quarter. Miami 3 and Carolina knocking on the door. Question is it going to be 4th and inches for the Heels at about the Miami 2 or 1st and goal from a couple of yards away?
It looked like he got inside the 2, but they haven't spotted him there.
Stretch out the chains, and it is enough for the first down. So Carolina will have a 1st and goal from the 2. And Lee, Javonte Williams did not play a ton. He played 20 snaps last week against Western, only had 3 carries for 8 yards in the game, but showed off his power there. McLeod made the hit short of the first down, but Javonte just kept moving forward.
Yeah, I think they wanted to give Michael Carter the spotlight last week since it was the end of his career in Kenan Stadium, and I think it was a good move to give Javonte a little bit of rest.
So 1st and goal for Carolina. Miami on top 3-0. 9 minutes to go in the first quarter. Heels have 2 tight ends in the game. Morales to the right side of the line. Walston to the left. Now Morales goes in motion. Handoff to Javonte Williams, left side, right to the goal line. He'll be half a yard shy. Jonathan Ford, big 6'5" senior from Fort Lauderdale, with the hit for the Canes. So 2nd and goal from half a yard away for the Heels.
We've heard so much about these defensive ends, Jones, but those 2 guys in the middle, they are tough. I mean, they're both over 300 pounds, and Carolina hadn't seen anybody like them this year.
I tell you what, Lee, they may review this. Javonte Williams stuck out the football with his left hand, and almost he came darn close to breaking the plane before his knee went down, and now the whistles do blow.
Running on the field, the runner was short of the goal line. That player's under further review.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision to take a look at this, as Javonte Williams stuck the ball in his left hand out before a knee was down, as he was falling on top of Bradley Jennings, a Miami player. So I think the question is, will replay show enough that the football broke the plane before eventually the left elbow hit the ground for Javonte Williams? Replay official today is Peter Voss. He'll be taking a look at it. And, Lee, we do have a replay. Man, it looks like
Absolutely.
He broke the plane.
I don't think there's any question. If they see the same thing we did and they see it at the same angle that we did, there's
about
question.
800 cameras at the game for Carolina and Miami, so they'll have plenty of angles to take a look at this. Right now it's Miami 3-0 with the advantage over the Tar Heels, but replaying this 1st and goal run for Javonte Williams to see if he broke the plane. 8:18 to go in quarter number 1.
It would be nice to get off to a quick start and take a lead. Interesting, Jones, since the 16 years since Miami has been in the league, as much tradition and history as Miami's had, it's amazing Carolina is 8-8 with them so far over 16 years, 16 games since Miami came into the ACC.
Tar Heels lead the all-time series 12-11 over the Hurricanes. Again, taking a look to see if Javonte Williams broke the plane. Replay official is Peter Voss, referee Jeff Flanagan, the communicator Kaz Kasialik is the communicator today.
And they're coming up on the 2-minute limit, I believe, Jones. There's been plenty of time for them to look at it and make a decision.
It's currently 3-0 Miami, 8:18 on the first quarter clock as we await the decision on this replay. If it's a touchdown, which we believe it is, well, we're about to get the ruling. Let's find out.
After further review, the runner extended the ball past the goal line, resulting in a touchdown.
So Javonte Williams,
8 minutes and 53 seconds.
as you heard, the clock's going to go back to 8:53. Javonte Williams gets his 17th rushing touchdown of the season, and we've been keeping track all year long on those touchdowns for Javonte. That now moves him into a tie for third all-time with Kelvin Bryant and Elijah Hood as far as single-season rushing TDs. His 20th total touchdown. He's now in second place alone behind Don McCauley, who had 21 in 1970 in the single-season Tar Heel record book. Grayson Atkins on to add the PAT, which he does. And so at the 8:53 mark, Carolina takes the 7-3 advantage over Miami. It is the 9th time.
Foul. Roughing the kicker. The point after is good. The 15-yard penalty being enforced on the succeeding kickoff.
So a roughing the kicker on the PAT as the Tar Heels will get to kick off a little closer as well. Javonte Williams plows in from a couple yards out. 9th time in 11 games that the Heels have scored a touchdown on their opening drive. Heels up 7-3 from Learfield, IMG College.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
When you want your ad dollars to reach the masses, call the sales team at WCAB. Call Tracy or Jim, 828-287-3356, 100.9 FM and 590 AM.
Drive, but for the Tar Heels, it was a touchdown in 6 plays. Javonte Williams from 2 yards out. Miami settled for a field goal, so 7-3. Carolina, 8:53 to go first quarter. Carolina football brought to you in part by StubHub, the easiest way to experience every Tar Heel game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Tar Heels. StubHub, be there. We need to break 10 seconds. Station ID down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Jones Angel Lee Pace with you, joined by Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. Jody Zeugner helping us out with spotting and stat duty today. Matt Krause filling in for Dave Nathan in our Chapel Hill Tar Heel Sports Network studios. And Lee, we talked a lot about the offensive line and the need to play well, and Carolina had a couple of plays of 12 yards on that 75-yard play, 75-yard drive. I'll get this right. Plus the long pass to De'Ami Brown for 51 yards. So the O-line giving the offense some time to work there.
Well, and Michael Carter busting that 12-yard play against the grain, going from left to right on the first snap of the series. That opened it up. Mac talked a lot about how the running game will help set up pass protection, make it easier for those guys. And Sam Howell had just enough room to launch a 51-yard throw down the field to De'Ami Brown, and he did it very quickly. It wasn't like he dropped back and waited and waited and waited. He dropped back quick 5-step, and boom, it was gone.
So Kim kicking off from the 50. We'll see if the Tar Heels try anything unique here, or they'll just let him rip away, which he does, and it will
kicks it into the stands.
Yeah, hit the barrier protecting the stands through the end zone, so it will be a touchback, and Miami will start from the 25-yard line. Carolina up 7-3 with 8:53 to go. Those total touchdowns now for Javonte Williams. Mentioned that he has 20 on the season. That is now tied for 8th all-time in ACC history. And as we said, second best in Carolina history in a single season. Only Don McCauley, who had 21, has more. Miami snapping from the left hash, going from right to left. Aquarius Conley blows up the handoff in the backfield, rips down Cameron Harris for a big loss.
What a play by Jaquarius Conley, Jones. Ripped in from the left side and threw Harris down with just about one hand.
Duke Energy powerful play of the game, brought to you by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you. The play ended back at the 18-yard line, so a loss of 7, and now an incompletion on a quick second down throw by Miami. So it is 3rd down and 17 for the Canes after the big stop by Conley and then the incomplete pass.
Perfect setup for Jay Bateman. He says everybody's a blitzer in this Tar Heel defense, and let's see where he brings one. 3 guys are coming. Where's the 4th one and maybe the 5th?
3rd and 17. Miami went 1 of 2 on 3rd down on its initial drive. Heels up 7-3. Clock stops on the incompletion with 8:25 to go. Still in quarter number 1 as King gets the shotgun snap. Looks to his left, clean pocket to throw from. Now he's being chased from behind by Chris Collins. King will take off. And Surratt able to drag him down. Also Conley there in the mix, making some contact from behind. So Tar Heels force the 3rd and long and then do what you want to do. That's allow King to get a couple, but don't let him go down the field. And a quick 3 and out.
And the Tar Heels only rushed 3, and Chris Collins did a nice job beating his man, coming around from behind and flushing King out of the pocket. Just a nice job by Chris Collins here, who's played more and more as this year has gone on.
King able to scramble for about 8 yards in total, but well shy of the 1st down. So one of the better punters in the league, Lou Headley, a 4th-year junior from Australia originally, ready to come out and boot it away. He averages better than 47 yards per kick. That's a good one as well, as Daz Newsome calls for the fair catch at the 29-yard line, a kick of 46 yards for Headley. So Carolina will start on its own 29 with a 7-3 advantage over Miami. And Tar Heels, thanks to a big shot down the field to De'Ami Brown and eventually a powerful touchdown run by Javonte Williams on the initial drive with the 7-3 advantage. 7:32 to go in the first quarter.
Now let's see if Carolina can keep its offensive momentum up and build on that first drive.
Heels moving from left to right here in quarter number 1. Howell in the shotgun, 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right as well. And Howell will drop back to throw. Pressure coming from the backside, but he dumps it off to Javonte Williams for a short gain. Williams at around the 32-yard line. It'll be a gain of about 3 for the Tar Heels, 2nd down.
Early yet, Jones, but so far Sam has had the time he needed to throw the football.
Little pressure coming from the back on that one, but not enough to force anything hurried from Howell. 7-3 Carolina, 7:05 to go, first quarter. Miami Gardens, Florida, the site of the 24th meeting between the Tar Heels and the Hurricanes. Howell going to hand off is Javonte Williams. 1st down, right up the gut. Tripped up over the 40 to the 41. Bubba Bolden, a Thorpe semifinalist, one of the talented members of the secondary for Miami, made the stop, but it's a gain of 9 by Williams. Carolina goes right back to the ground. Javonte coming near side. He's crossed the 50, runs over a man. Still plowing ahead over the 40 to the Hurricane 36. Amari Carter on the wrong side of the big hit by Javonte Williams. It's a shame we've already done that Duke Energy powerful play of the game. So the Tar Heels into Miami territory now at the Kane 36. Howe, play action. Going to uncork one a little high and almost intercepted. Des Newsome made a leaping attempt at the 12. He was open, and I think Des may have actually tipped the ball with one hand, and had he not been able to do that, DJ Ivey has a chance for an interception behind him, so it was almost like Newsome became a DB on the play.
That one looked scary for the Tar Heels. See Sam threw the ball under duress. First one really under duress today. Too many Miami guys in the neighborhood and slightly overthrown.
2nd and 10 from the Miami 36. Howe going to throw again. Sets up a screen near side Carter. Boy, he had nowhere to go and is dropped down back at the 40-yard line. First man there was Wayman Steed, a reserve linebacker for Miami. Jordan Miller in the area to help finish things out. So the Heels now facing a 3rd and long. They've already snapped in and are heading down the field, and Howe throws a pick. Intercepted by DJ Ivey down the far sideline, as Ivey had a much better chance to make the catch than did De'Ami Brown. And Howe throws just his 7th interception of the year. He got away with one earlier in the drive, but that one, Ivey with a clear break and relatively easy interception.
And Miami should have been flagged. They did not get their 12th player off the field, and the flag.
Substitution defense.
There it is.
It is coming back.
Off the field before the snap.
Good call.
Penalty from the previous spot. Still second
That's
down.
exactly right. So you can take away the interception. And a big mistake there is Miami trying to get a man off the field. The flag was dropped so casually on the near sideline, it was hard to see, but that's going to be 5 yards for the Tar Heels and another chance. And wipe away the interception thrown by Howe. So that'll move the ball up to the Miami 35 and bring up a 3rd and 9. Clock moving, 5:44 to go first quarter. Tar Heels up 7-3. Howe claps his hands. Miami moved into the neutral zone. This should be a free play for the Heels. Howe scrambling to the far side, whips it down that sideline. Brown with the catch, and enough for the first down. We'll have to wait officially on the flag, but I think for sure it's going to be on Miami, as it's a gain out to the 26 for Carolina.
Offside, defense number 15. The penalty will be declined. The play made a first down.
So Carolina will have a 1st and 10 on the completion,
Player injury.
as there is a shaken up player on the field. I said 26-yard line. It was to the 21, and the down player is a Tar Heel. It is Brian Anderson. The Carolina center is down, and Lee, that is not good news.
Don't want to see that. He got hurt in the Duke game, missed the Wake Forest game. Kieron Johnson played admirably in his stead, but I can't tell if it's the same injury as before or not. It likely is.
Dr. Mario Sioka is out, along with head trainer Luke Ross, to take a look at Brian Anderson, the junior center from Montgomery, Alabama. And Anderson will, of course, at least have to miss one play, and that means Kieron Johnson likely going to come into the center position. Johnson, who started the game against Wake Forest and played that entire contest, the junior from Reidsville, North Carolina. 7-3 the score. Carolina with the lead. 5:28 to go in at the first quarter, as the Tar Heels, Lee, will have the football 1st and 10 from the 21. Anderson is up, and he is walking off under his own power. He's limping some, but he appears to be okay. Of course, we don't want to make that designation from far away, but he is walking off relatively normally towards the Tar Heel sideline.
That last penalty was on Jalen Phillips, number 15. Phil Longo talked this week about how those defensive ends, they get in track stances, they bend their ears back, and they just like to go vertical. So one thing Carolina's been doing is just letting them go vertical, and they're trying to peel underneath and run some stuff underneath them. So that's one thing that they've been able to do to try and circumvent this awesome speed and power that these two defensive ends for Miami have.
It will be Kieron Johnson who comes in to play the center spot. He was firing off some shotgun snaps to Howe while Anderson was being attended to. So 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. That last pitch and catch was a gain of 14 from Howe to De'Ami Brown. Howe lots of time to throw. Michael Carter makes a great catch in traffic in the middle of the field. He was popped hard by Keontra Smith as Carter brought in the catch inside the 10. It'll be 1st and goal.
Another nice job by the defensive line, Jones, passing guys off, double teaming where they need to, getting their hands in front of them, and giving them just enough time to get the throw off.
Carter down to the 8-yard line with the catch. So it'll be 1st and goal from the 8. Tar Heels trying to build off this 7-3 lead. Howe pulls the ball out of the belly of his running back Carter and is banged down hard as he wrapped around the left side to about the 5-yard line as Jalen Phillips, the UCLA transfer, made a big hit. DJ Ivey in the mix as well against Howe. Good job by Sam to hold on to the ball as he was being banged around by a couple of Hurricane defenders.
Nice job juking out Quincy Roche, who's a very agile defensive end.
2nd and goal lead from the 5. Heels up 7-3 and looking for more. Howe to throw. Dumps it off to Newsome short of the goal line. Newsome takes contact, stretches out, but he'll be just shy. Half a yard to go. Keontra Smith made the big first hit on Newsome and then held on for dear life to try to take Daz down. And Newsome will be just about a yard short of pay dirt for Carolina. Heels trying to open up a multi-score lead here. Up 7-3 and now a 3rd and goal from half a yard away.
I think the difference in this situation in Javonte Williams earlier is that Daz's knee did hit the ground before he was able to extend the football.
3:33 to go, first quarter. Heels knocking on the door of the southeast end zone in Miami Gardens, Florida. Howe's going to come up under center. Get the snap from Kieron Johnson. Hand off to Javonte Williams, and I don't think so. Just a big mass of bodies right at the goal line, and Williams did not get there. May have gotten a couple inches, but that's all. Boy, all 22 players were all bunched together around the football. There just wasn't much room for Williams to do anything.
Absolutely nowhere for him to go.
So now the Heels have to make a decision. Well, you are half a yard away. Looks like Carolina's going to keep the offense on the field. 4th and goal. Brian Anderson back in at the center position for the Heels. Big early play in Miami Gardens. Tar Heels up 7-3, but a 4th and goal from half a yard away. Howe's going to be in the shotgun, and now timeout is called.
Timeout. North Carolina. First charge timeout. Timeout will be 30 seconds.
So the Tar Heels take a timeout. Don't know if they want a different play or want to think about the choice. As with the 7-3 lead, Heels trying to plunge it in here.
They did have Javonte Williams in a single running back situation there, Jones, with a tight end on the right side. A little bit more spread out, a total opposite from the previous offensive formation where they had the bunch set in and they had 11 guys within 5 yards of the football. This one was much more spread out, much more of a normal situation. Phil Longo now in the middle of the huddle talking with Robert Gillespie, talking Lonnie Galloway with Sam Howell, trying to decide what they're going to do. He's sent them on their way out.
Yeah, Heels going to keep the offense on the field. Howell 8 of 9 for 89 yards thus far. Big 4th down play here. 2:37 to go in the first quarter.
Aggressive, you got to like it, Jones.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Howell's going to run this speed option near side. Javonte Williams leaps in for 6.
What a great call and great execution. There's nobody close to him.
And with that touchdown, Javonte Williams has tied the single season total touchdown record for Carolina football, his 21st total touchdown of the year. He ties Don McCauley from 1970 to hit the end zone that many times. 2:33 to go in the first quarter. Heels up 13-3 after the 11-play, 71-yard drive. Grayson Atkins converts the PAT, so 14-3. Carolina on top. That also bumps Javonte Williams up to a tie for 5th place all time in ACC history for total touchdowns in a season. Howe was one-on-one there on the edge with Jalen Phillips. Got him in that kind of no man's land where Howe can keep it if Phillips goes towards Javonte Williams, or he can pitch it if Phillips comes towards the QB. Heels ran the option just right.
And great blocking by Garrett Walston and Daz Newsome, among others. Particularly fun to watch Daz extend his arms and just slug the Miami cornerback out of his way.
11 plays, 71 yards, almost 5 minutes off the clock, 4:59 off the clock on the drive. Still in the first quarter here. This has been a long first quarter.
Number 27 from Miami is wearing jersey number 32.
As the Heels lead it 14-3. And Jonathan Kim about ready to kick off again. Nearly 90% of Kim's kickoffs have been touchbacks this year, and this one will be too, as he puts it about 5 yards deep in the end zone.
Jones, I'm sure Don McCauley is listening and watching the game, and he made the point, I talked to him several weeks ago. He said he would love to see Javonte tie and break his record, so he's already tied it now. One thing Don said he just loved watching the camaraderie between Javonte Williams and Michael Carter, how they seem to pull for each other. And Don was a very modest player, didn't like the spotlight, and he sees the same thing in Javonte Williams. It's like quit paying attention to me. Look at everybody else that's around me.
So the Heels up 14-3. Miami getting the football again. 2:33 to go in quarter number one. King with the quick hitter to the near side. Harley has the catch and a lot of space in front over the 40. And eventually is tripped up. Tony Grimes was in the area for the stop, but first contact, I believe it was Cameron Kelly who came in and made the hit for the Heels. First down, though, for Miami out to the 44. A gain of 19 as they got the Heels outflanked on that one. It's a backwards pass far side to Brevin Jordan. Carolina was ready for it as now Jordan, who was going to throw it twice on the play, instead just has to tuck and come up the field. And Gimmel will take him down for a gain of 1 at best.
What a great job by the Tar Heels on the backside. They stayed at home. They didn't bite on it, and there wasn't anybody for Brevin to throw the ball to.
Good job by Gimmel as well to shake a block late in the sequence and make the tackle. 2nd and 9 from the Hurricane 44-yard line. Pass, there's Jordan again. He has the first down right about the hash mark near side, crosses the 50 into Tar Heel territory, down to the Carolina 43.
Now we'll see how Miami reacts when they've been smacked in the face, Jones. The thing on Miami over the years has been if they get down, they can lose their focus and lose their teamwork, and so we'll see what happens here.
Another pitch and catch for Miami. This one down the far hash to Harley, but hold on, the officials coming in to say that Harley may not have held on to the football.
Running on the field is an incomplete pass.
So Harley, a really good receiver, was open in the middle of a Tar Heel zone on the backside defensively, but could not bring the pass in. So it'll be 2nd and 10. Miami from the Carolina 43. Still 1:15 to go in what has been a lengthy first quarter. Tar Heels up 14-3. 2 Javonte Williams touchdown runs. One from 2 yards away and one from 1 yard away. 2nd and 10 for Miami. Play clock getting low. King, it's a design quarterback run. King picking his way through the defense, and another physical tackle by Jaquarius Conley. King does have good yardage over the 40, not enough for the first down, as he'll be down right around the 37 or 38 yard line, but another good stop by Conley. He has been active. 3rd and 3 upcoming. Miami really playing with pace, handing it off, and not getting enough for the first down is Donald Chaney Jr., as Kyler McMichael finished off the tackle for the Tar Heels on the play. And that'll bring up a 4th down for Miami, 4th and 1.
That 2nd down was really big. Well, they're actually going to go for the ball on 4th down, Jones.
Miami really playing with pace. Handoff to Chaney, and I don't think so. Chaz Surratt, the first Tar Heel there, and I think he stopped Chaney a good yard shy.
I don't think there's any question about it, Jones.
The officials coming together, and indeed it's going to be Carolina's football. Surratt fired right up the middle and made the hit on Chaney, as Miami really trying to use the tempo to its advantage and get Carolina confused on the 4th and short, but Surratt filled the gap and made the hit.
What a remarkable stand there by the Tar Heel defense, Jones, against a quality quarterback who can run the ball, stopping him and stopping that running attack on those 3 downs.
So Carolina will get the ball on its own 35-yard line, still in the first quarter with 26 seconds left. Hand off to Michael Carter. Carter near side, first down and more. Carter down the near sideline, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20. Goodbye. Touchdown, Carolina. A first quarter barrage in Miami. Heels up 20-3. Just a simple handoff from Howe to Carter, coming to the near side, stepped through a tackle at about midfield, and after that he was off to the races for 6.
And once again, they let Jalen Phillips just pin his ears back and rush vertically, and they were able to run underneath him, underneath the right side.
Carter with this 65-yard touchdown run. And at the 15-second mark of the first quarter, Atkins adds the PAT to make it 21-3.
Talk about getting popped in the face early on. Boy, the Tar Heels have come in here and done this to a Miami team that thought it was going to have its way with the Tar Heels, I believe.
So Carolina, 3 possessions and 3 rushing touchdowns. 2 by Javonte Williams and now 1 by Michael Carter. Carter at now 77 yards, which puts him over 1,000 on the season. He came in with 937 yards on the year. And so now over 1,000. Javonte Williams, by the way, he's close too. He has 36 yards today.
27 for Miami.
And is now over 950 yards. He's at 958. So Carolina on the verge of having 2 1,000-yard rushers. But one thing we know the Heels have is a big lead here early, 21-3 over Miami.
I'd like to get the story on why Michael Carter cut his dreadlocks, Jones. You know, he's gone with the short hair the last few weeks, and I'm sure there's a story behind it. I meant to ask, but without as much access as we normally have, just haven't been able to get that story.
Yeah, he's done that for a while, had that new look as it's another kickoff through the back of the end zone. And the first quarter continues here between the Heels and the Canes, and Carolina, man, getting the big stop on one end on 4th down with Surratt. And then Michael Carter with the 65-yard run after that on the very next play.
Well, and really didn't get to talk about that big defensive stop until Michael's big heroics there, Jones. But that second down play where they stopped De'Aaron King when he was running up the middle, I thought was just so key, because that's the kind of play that over the last couple years Carolina has let that quarterback pop it, but they were able to surround him and they nailed it for just a 6-yard gain.
Already 206 yards of offense for Carolina on the day. Stretch play to the near side, flag down. This might be a hold on Miami. Looked like Gimmel was trying to set the edge defensively. Let's find out.
Right. Holding, offense number 9.
Yeah, that is right, Jeff Lane.
10-yard penalty, still first down.
So a hold on Brevin Jordan, the tight end. And that'll erase a good run by Harris on first down. But again, the hold was integral to the run being successful as Gimmel couldn't set the edge on the near side. So 5 seconds, clock running. That'll likely be the final play of the first quarter, and it is. And what a first quarter it was for the Tar Heels. 206 yards of offense and 21 points. Carolina on top through 15 minutes, 21-3 over Miami from Learfield, IMG College.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I want a race that's great. Who is this? Free him tonight. Hey, it's Jake. I want a way to save. Got the coverage on my brand new ride. State Farm race. Yeah, they're great. State Farm, State Farm, State Farm race.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Hey, all you Carolina fans, Nationwide agents are just like you. They support the Tar Heels, too. They are also proud to live in the Triangle, where they help families like yours with auto, home, business, farm, and life. Don't drop the ball. Get the professional coaching you need to win at life. Give Pete Seagroves in Chapel Hill a call at 919-942-8733 or Terry Nobles in Raleigh a call at 919-833-3803 and go Tar Heels. Nationwide is on your side.
Matt Krause inside the Tar Heel Sports Network studios. 1 quarter complete from Hard Rock Stadium, and what a start for the Tar Heels. Carolina 21 and Miami 3 with 15 minutes in the rear view. Time to check on some scores from other games. We begin with Carolina basketball. The Tar Heels win it over NC Central this afternoon, 73-67. The Eagles close the game on a 9-0 run, but too little too late. Carolina with the victory. It is the Tar Heels' 4th of the season. Around the ACC, Florida State on top of Duke, 14-0. Middle of the first quarter in that one from Doak Campbell Stadium in Tallahassee. Louisville's a winner over Wake Forest, 45-21. Around the top 25 games in progress now, 16th ranked Iowa up on Wisconsin 3-0. Elsewhere, 22nd ranked Oklahoma State leads Baylor 21-0. How about this, guys? Dylan Stoner of the Cowboys, 5 receptions, 173 yards, and 3 touchdowns in the first quarter alone. Speaking of explosive offense, Carolina with 21 points in that first quarter, Jones and Lee.
That's not a bad first 15 minutes, is it? Gracious. 21-3 here, the score. Carolina on top. Sam Howell, 8 for 9 for 89 yards passing in the first quarter. Michael Carter has 77 yards and a touchdown. Of course, had the big 65-yard run for the score. Javonte Williams, 6 carries, 36 yards, and a couple of touchdowns. De'Ami Brown, 2 catches for 65 yards, including a 51-yarder on Carolina's initial drive of the game. Total offense, Heels 206, Miami at 92. Carolina 8 first downs to Miami's 5 in the first quarter. And again, that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads 21-3. Carolina on top of the Hurricanes. Miami has the football, 1st and 20 after a holding call on the final play of that first quarter. Will Mallory, the tight end, catches a pass in the flat near side as the Canes now going from left to right. Aquarius Conley with another tackle. 2nd and 13 now coming up as Miami able to advance it to the 22. King throwing, long throw and incomplete as it slipped through the hands of D. Wiggins. A flag is down. This might be a roughing the passer. The Tar Heels hit King from behind after he threw the football. Nope. It's going to be hands to the face on Miami instead. I'll teach me to try and guess what it is. 14:38 to go, second quarter, 21-3 the score. That's the 4th penalty on Miami. Heels have yet to earn a flag.
Personal foul, illegal hands to the face, number 62 on the offense. The penalty will be declined, 3rd down.
So that was Jared Williams, the right tackle for Miami, a 5th-year senior, another transfer from Houston. He picks up the penalty, but with the Heels having Miami in a 3rd and long, they elect to refuse it. Miami needs the 35-yard line for a 1st down. Snapping from their own 22 on the near hash, going left to right. Heels rush just 3. King's going to run. He has crossed the line of scrimmage, so he's got to try and run, and taken down short of the 1st down by Tamon Fox from behind and Chaz Surratt from in front. Drop King at about the 30. And the Canes likely going to have to punt it away.
Once again, a nice pickup by King, but he doesn't kill the Tar Heels. They were able to keep him in an umbrella, keep him underneath, and a really good job by Chaz Surratt, seeing him coming, keeping his base, and being able to react whichever direction King went. And he went to Chaz's right and made the stop.
Miami now 1 of 5 on 3rd down in the ball game as Headley will come in to punt it away. Carolina sets up a return. It is a rocket of a kick. Hits at the 32 and takes a terrific roll for the Canes. It's going to be down right around the 20-yard line. So a 50-yard kick by Headley as Carolina will get it with 13:46 to go in the second quarter with a 21-3 advantage over the Hurricanes. We'll break here between Carolina and Miami. Tar Heels on top, from Learfield, IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
At UNC Health, we're experts in primary care and caring. Our specialists don't just see a condition. We see you, the whole you, mind and body. Because when we know you better, we're better at getting you well and keeping you well. And with more experts in each office, same-day appointments, and more urgent care centers, it's no wonder it's the better way of primary caring. Find the right provider for you and your family at uncprimarycare.org.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Tar Heels 21, Miami 3. Early second quarter. Tar Heels and Canes going at it in Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Carolina football brought to you in part by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And Lee, certainly a lot of good things to talk about on both sides of the football for the Heels. The big explosive run by Carter, long pass to Brown that set up a touchdown. Javonte Williams with 2 scores. But, man, this Tar Heel defense has been impressive early on. 2 3-and-outs and a turnover on downs on Miami's last 3 possessions.
The Hurricanes got 50 yards on 10 plays. It's their first possession. But after that, 3 plays, 1 yard. 7 plays, 40 yards. 4 plays, 5 yards. So just an outstanding job. And we've seen Jaquarius Conley, we've seen Kyler McMichael, we've seen Chaz Surratt all make some really good plays. And this is the offense is doing what you would expect it to do, what we know and love about this particular Tar Heel team. But this defense, if it can continue to grow and evolve like this is really big for the Tar Heels.
Carolina will be starting on its own 20-yard line, going from right to left. Ball on the near hash after the 50-yard punt a moment ago before the break by Lou Headley for Miami. Heels have 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far, a wing on the far side of the line as well. Howell in the shotgun with Javonte Williams standing to his right. Hands off to Williams, gets the corner turn near side and banged out of bounds by Amari Carter, senior safety for Miami from Palm Beach Gardens. It's a gain of about 5 for Javonte Williams. Second and medium coming up for Carolina.
And Brian Anderson continues at center, Jones, so that's good news. He spent so much time on his back there when he got hurt. You're really worried about how serious that injury might be.
Second and 5, handoff Javonte Williams, this time to the far side. Javonte out in the open. Williams at the 50, heading down the far numbers, 40, 30. Williams chicken fighting with some canes as he's finally pushed out of bounds inside the 20-yard line for the Heels. Another gashing run for Carolina.
And so many of these big runs have been with the running back on the left side, cutting across the grain and going to the right side and then cutting it vertically upfield.
Javonte Williams has put Carolina in a first and goal situation. That was a 67-yard run as eventually he was pushed out of bounds at around the 10 for the Tar Heels. That's, in fact, right where Carolina will snap it. First and goal from the 10. Carter in now. Gets the handoff and slithers through the center of the line for just a yard or so. Second and goal coming up. Heels up 21-3, but trying to keep the pedal down with 12:30 to go in the second quarter. Williams already over 100 yards. He has 106. Michael Carter with 77. So for Javonte Williams, it is the 6th time this year that he has crossed 100 yards, and it has put him over 1,000 for the season. So both Carter and Williams over 1,000. Handoff to Carter, stumbling around the right side, and again, just a yard or so It'll bring up a third and longish goal to go of about 8 yards for Carolina. 21-3 the score. The 67-yard run by Javonte Williams, the longest of his Carolina career and the longest run of the series. 65. Longest of his career and the longest this season for Carolina. The previous long had been Carter for 62 against Virginia Tech. Third and goal from the 8. Heel's going to keep it on the ground, and Carter able to cross the 5 to about the 3. But it will bring up a 4th and goal. Sam Brooks Jr., a reserve middle linebacker, with the stop. And see what the Tar Heels decide to do. They're going to send out the kicking unit. So Carolina gets 1st and goal from the 10 and runs it 3 consecutive plays, getting down to the 3, but that's all. So a weird angle on this kick for Atkins. It's not a long kick, only about 21 or 22 yards, but it is an awkward kick from the far hash. Snap back, spot down, and Atkins bangs it through for 3 more. 10:48 to go in the second quarter. And thanks to that 65-yard run by Javonte Williams to put the Tar Heels in scoring position, Atkins caps it off with the extra 3 to make it 24-3. Carolina on top of Miami in Miami Gardens. We need to take a break. Tar Heels up by 3 scores from Learfield, IMG College.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Look around you right now. How many signs do you see? Probably dozens. Signs let you know whether you've arrived or departed, and often are the first impression someone has of your business. At Southwood, we strive to create lasting first impressions and let your customers know they've arrived. Whether indoor or outdoor, we specialize in commercial, multifamily, and hospitality signage. Southwood has served the Carolinas for 50 years and is proud to be the trusted signage partner of the Tar Heels. Visit southwoodcorp.com to learn more.
Grayson Atkins' 21-yard field goal caps a 6-play, 77-yard drive for the Heels in just under 3 minutes off the game clock. 10:48 to go first half. Carolina 24, Miami 3. And Lee, things were happening so quickly there on that last drive, we just kind of glossed over the fact that now both Michael Carter and Javonte Williams over 1,000 yards for the season. Williams with 106 today. He's at 1,038 for the year. Carter with 83 today. He's at 1,020 for the season. And it is the 5th time in Carolina history, first time since 1993, that the Heels have had 2 players with 1,000 in 1 year.
They joined those vaunted combos of Mike Voigt and James Betterson from 74, Amos Lawrence and Kelvin Bryant from 1980, Ethan Horton, Tyrone Anthony from 1983, and Leon Johnson, Curtis Johnson from 1993. What a remarkable accomplishment. I certainly don't think we would have seen it quite this soon today, but Tar Heels have had their way with the Miami defense so far.
Tar Heels have rushed for 193 yards in the game. They have 282 yards of total offense. Low hooking kick from Kim. That happens. It's still going to be a touchback. He's like a golfer. Every now and then just gets a little quick on that kickoff. And it kind of low and duck hooks, but it hit at the 5 and then skipped on through the end zone for another touchback. So Miami will start at the 25-yard line with the Heels up 24-3. Still 10:48 to go in the second quarter. It's been a lengthy first half with Miami moving quickly with its tempo, and then the Tar Heels scoring every time they've had the ball. 3 touchdowns and a field goal thus far. King in the shotgun. He'll clap his hands and throw on first down. Carolina rushes 4. Tamon Fox gets a hand on King but can't bring him down. King then throws down the near sideline, incomplete. Kyler McMichael flashing in front of Mark Pope to knock the pass away.
Second big breakup by Kyler McMichael this afternoon. He is really starting to find his edge here as his redshirt freshman season evolves for Carolina.
10:41, clock stops on the incompletion. King, read option, pump fakes to the near side and now makes a completion. The pump fake got McMichael, who was blitzing, up in the air. And then King threw it to Pope for a couple of yards near side, gets 5 out to the 30. It'll bring up third down. Heels up 24-3. Couple minutes into the third quarter here, 10:20 and counting.
Big third down for the Tar Heels. Get off the field once again and keep the pedal to the metal on the Miami Hurricanes.
I think Miami moved. If so, it is going to be the 5th penalty.
Start. Offense number 60, 5-yard penalty, third down.
Actually be just the 4th. There had been one earlier that was declined. But nevertheless, a lot of flags. Lee mentioned it earlier. Both these teams have had some trouble with penalties this season.
Tar Heels have been clean so far, which has been wonderful to see, Jones.
It's going to be 3rd and 11 for Miami. They need the 35-yard line, and the penalty pushes the ball back to the 24. King back to throw. Pressure coming, and he's wrapped up and dropped. Tamon Fox and Jeremiah Gimmel combined to take down the Hurricane QB.
Nice stunt there by Fox, faking the run outside, stepping inside, and coming around the middle. There was absolutely nobody there.
King dropped back at around the 15-yard line. It's the first Food Lion sack to give back. Brought to you by Food Lion and Food Lion Feeds, who just donated another 1,000 meals to feed neighbors in need here in Chapel Hill. Keep cheering on sacks to help us give back. The sack moves the ball back to the 15-yard line. That is another 3 and out for Miami. 3 of the last 4 possessions have been 3 and outs for the Canes. Newsome drifting to the far side, makes the catch. A stiff arm there, tiptoeing down the far sideline, and stepped out of bounds. There is a flag down on the punt as well. Wait and see what this flag's about. Normally on punts, it's some kind of illegal block on the return team. If so, it would be the first flag on Carolina today. And no, it's on Miami. Oh, there's going to be a flag on, there's going to be a penalty on each team. Jeff Flanagan didn't have his microphone on, but it's a false start on Miami and a hold on Carolina. So those should offset. 24-3 as Jeff Flanagan over talking to Mac Brown near the Tar Heel sideline. Carolina up 24-3 with 8:56 to go in the second quarter. Due to get the football, but got to get all this figured out on the punt.
Also, Jay Bateman involved with the conversation, so they're challenging the part against the Tar Heels.
See if Jeff Flanagan can get his mic working
2
here.
fouls during the play. Illegal formation, offense. More than 4 players in the backfield. During the return, holding receiving team, number 7. During the kick, those fouls will offset. We'll replay 4th down.
Yeah, so they'll re-punt it and have to go through the motions of the kick again.
Penalty on Eugene Asante, number 7. And apparently Bateman didn't like it because he spent quite a bit of time along with Mac Brown challenging the officials on that call.
Miami has a terrific punter-kicker combo in Jose Borregales, the place kicker, and Lou Headley, the punter. They are both on the semifinalist list of the respective national awards, one of 5 teams to have both kickers on their national awards semifinalist list. And so Headley will have another chance. He's right at the goal line awaiting the snap, which is coming off the 15-yard line. Right-footed punt is away. Newsom's going to have a chance for a return. Fields it at the 36. Flag comes in, an illegal block on Carolina as Newsom is hit hard. And another flag comes in there. That might be a targeting call as Newsom was hit by Gervin Hall Jr. on a helmet-to-helmet type of hit on the back end right at the end of the play. There was an initial flag thrown for some kind of illegal block on Carolina. So yet again, there's a bunch of laundry on the field here for a punt.
That low punt would have been a great opportunity for Daz to get a return because he was able to get plenty of room and get a head of steam.
Yeah, it's almost like he caught it and kind of hesitated for a moment trying to decide which way he wanted to go, so he had to rev the engine a little bit after receiving the punt. Let's hear from Jeff Flanagan again.
2 fouls during the play by both teams. Illegal block in the back, receiving team number 1.
So that's, for Carolina, the penalty on Chalford
Personal
Brown.
foul targeting kicking team number 27. That play is under further review.
So they'll review the targeting call.
Correction, targeting is on number 26. Play is under further review.
So that is Gervin Hall Jr., who we mentioned earlier, one of the starting safeties for Miami. Gosh, he came just missiling his body in there. And ran right in, almost speared Daz Newsom at the end of the play. 24-3 is the score, but there's been a whole lot of trouble just getting this punt executed, as it happened once and there were fouls on each team, and now happened again, and we'll take a break. 8:43 to go in at the second quarter. Tar Heels up 24-3, and we're waiting on the decision on this targeting call. Carolina up 3 scores from Learfield IMG.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruiser stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruiser's Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
This football season, no matter where you are or how you pregame, we are Tailgate Nation. Find game day recipes and savings for $20 off team gear at wearetailgatenation.com. Still don't have a ruling on the targeting call, though now Jeff Flanagan taking off his headset.
After further review, there was no targeting on the play. During the return, illegal block in the back, number 1 of the receiving team. That penalty being forced 10 yards from the spot of the foul, which is the 43-yard line. The receiving team will keep the ball first down.
So it ends up being a 49-yard punt. It was an 11-yard return by Newsom, but that will be wiped away due to the block in the back. And the targeting call called off. Looks like maybe Gervin Hall Jr. just ducked his head enough to not have pure helmet-to-helmet contact on the play as the Heels hand off to Michael Carter. Makes a man miss in the backfield, fighting hard just to get back to the line of scrimmage as now a late flag comes in at the end of this play.
Face mask number 1, defense. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Well, that's Nesta Jade Silvera, big 6'2 junior from Pembroke Pines, Florida, who's going to get flagged. Yep, had a face mask, and then, boy, he just kept pulling it even after the play was over.
Very, very sloppy on Nesta's part.
Yeah.
And he and Daz Newsome exchanged some words after that. I think the Tar Heels begin to get a little bit to the Hurricanes, and they're going to lose their focus. He's been taken out of the game right now. I mean, Manny Diaz is reading the riot act.
That's the 5th penalty from 50 yards. That's just the 5th penalty accepted on Miami. So it moves it out near midfield at the Carolina 48 on the far hash as the Heels go right to left with a 24-3 lead. Powell play action, whips it to a wide open De'Ami Brown over the 40, gets hit by Bubba Bolden, stood up there, and a couple other Canes come to help eventually make the stop, but that's going to be a first down to the 37-yard line of the Hurricanes.
That's what that great running game does for you. It sets up the play action. As soon as you fake the handoff, it gets the linebackers to hold their rush just a little bit, and De'Ami Brown wide open.
Gain of 15 on the play. Howe now 9 of 10 for 105 yards passing on of the day. That's also 80 yards receiving for De'Ami Brown. Heels keep it on the ground. Michael Carter cuts it to the outside, steps through a tackle at the 30, spinning around a cane to the 25-yard line. What a run by Carter as he patiently moved through the Miami defense. Had a fancy twirl in there as well.
Another first down for the Tar Heels, Jones. Just important to keep this momentum up. Put another score on the board going in the late part of the first half.
Awesome Richards out in front of Carter helping move that football down the field. 1st and 10 at the Hurricane 25. Heels up 24-3 and looking for more. Howe claps his hands. They'll keep it on the ground with Carter. Cuts up. He's at the 20. Makes a man miss. Carter cuts again to the outside. Give him 6 more. Holy smokes. Carolina touchdown.
And how agile is he? He juked out 2 different Miami defenders right there. And Carter comes to the corner of the end zone, puts up the thumbs up for the UM sign, and then the down sign. So just great job by the Tar Heels, and they're beginning to blow the Hurricanes out of their own building.
So now that is 2 players for Carolina over 100 yards rushing. I'm guessing you can guess who they are. Javonte Williams with 106. And now Michael Carter with 120, as Carolina has scored on every possession thus far. The PAT is low but good, and it is now 31-3. Carolina with 7:09 still to go in the first half in Miami Gardens, Florida, as the Tar Heels have rushed for 230 yards. Heels are averaging more than 14 yards per carry. Woo! 31-3 Carolina from Learfield, IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
McCurry-Dake Motors has been providing the stylish Buick for families for generations. Come browse a new selection and you'll find the car that everybody's talking about. The family-owned dealership is deeply entrenched in our community. They understand the needs of the customers and will work with them to find the perfect car, truck, or crossover for their lives. Experience the new Buick at McCurry-Dake Motors. Take a look around the website to learn more about everything offered at McCurry-Dake Motors, 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City. You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Lee and Jones here with you. And Lee, look, Carolina has run the football effectively all season long. Tar Heels came in averaging almost 219 yards per game. But I find it hard to believe that either you or I thought the Heels would have 230 on the ground with still more than 7 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Well, Matt Brown said earlier this week, looking back to the Notre Dame game, he said, we got whipped in the second half. We're going to find out how much we've improved, how much better we were, if that was an aberration or not. And so far, we've certainly got an answer. The Tar Heel running game is generating that against the grain play from left to right, doing so well. They're cutting upfield and getting great gains. We're seeing just the contrast in Michael Carter and Javonte Williams, with Michael with the dexterity in the running. He just juked two guys out of his way on that last one, and the power of Javonte Williams. And boy, the defense, just what a job they've done so far.
Carter with 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. Javonte Williams 106 yards and 2 touchdowns. Both have gone over 1,000 yards for the season. And Michael Carter in yardage today has now moved up to 5th all-time in Carolina history. He has passed Don McCauley. McCauley had 31-27 coming into today. Michael Carter coming into today had 3,096 yards. So he has gone over that number by Don McCauley with his 120 yards here in the first half. So it's a touchback on the kickoff, and Miami will start again at the 25-yard line. And there's still, a boatload of time in this half and in this game. 7:09 to go in the second quarter.
Manny Diaz called his seniors and his leaders around him in a big huddle and just read them the riot act, and they turned away quite dejectedly. We'll see if they were able to generate enough momentum and emotion among the Hurricanes.
Miami keeps it on the ground on first down. Chaz Surratt able to drag down Cameron Harris. Harris started right, cut back up the field, gets 5 yards on the run to the Hurricane 30-yard line.
Des Evans, the true freshman defensive end, in for the Tar Heels, Jones.
Miami's already snapped it, and King going to go right up the gut, has enough for the first down. Again, Surratt takes him down. King wrestled down over the 40 at about the 41. Gain, they're going to give him 10 even to the 40 on the run. So back-to-back runs have netted Miami 15 yards. Kane's playing with some pace. Handoff to Cameron Harris, tried to come near side, and the Heels had a bright white and Carolina blue wall. Jeremiah Gimmel, Des Evans, Tamon Fox, all in the area. Gimmel finishes off the play with a big hit. It'll be 2nd and long for Miami as Harris loses a couple on the run.
The aforementioned Des Evans in on that play too, Jones, setting a nice edge on the right side of the Miami line.
Loses 2, so it's 2nd and 12 back at the Miami 38. King to throw. Here comes pressure, and Conley rips him down.
Nobody picked him up. He had a free run on the quarterback.
Another Food Lion sack to give back. Kevin Hester came in to help finish it off, but Jaquarius Conley, the man who rifled off the edge and hit De'Aaron King. We have called Surratt and Conley's name over and over in this game for the Tar Heels.
I think that was a bad decision by De'Aaron King not to give the ball to the tailback. If he had, he could have scored it through, but instead he kept the ball. Conley was right there.
Ball back to the 33-yard line, so this will be 3rd and 16 for Miami. Tar Heels up 31-3. 5:18 to go in the second quarter. King going to throw. Tar Heels rush just 3. King's passes incomplete. May have been tipped over the middle. Surratt and Gimmel were both in the area for the Heels. He was looking for Mike Harley at about midfield. But that's going to be another quick possession for Miami. They did get a first down on that drive. but it's a 5-play drive that results in another punt. And Miami now 1 of 7 on third down today. 5:10 to go. Yep, Surratt got his hand in there to poke that pass away. Carolina had to get a player on late, Gio Biggers, late getting onto the field to defend this punt, and Carolina with some pressure on Headley, but he's able to get it away and kick it away nicely. Newsome fields it at the 15, circling back to the far side. Newsome's back inside the 10. Got to get going the right way. Daz is in trouble. Drop back at the 6. So Newsome trying to make something happen, ends up losing a good, 8 yards or so, 9 on the return. And Carolina is going to have poor field position here for their next drive. And Newsome, who's had a solid year returning punts, hadn't had a ton of opportunities. He actually came in first in the league and 13th in the nation in punt return, averaging a little more than 10 per return, but that one he tried to make something happen and ran out of time and space. Heels will have to snap it off their own 8-yard line.
The first real visible mental mistake by the Tar Heels today.
Howell in the shotgun. He has Javonte Williams to his right. Carolina starting deep in its own territory with a 31-3 advantage. How to throw off the goal line. Deep down the numbers. De'Ami Brown in midfield. 40, 30. Brown in a foot race. 15, 10. Dropped at the 5. Bubba Bolden just able to stop Carolina from a 92-yard touchdown pitch and catch.
And like that 51-yard were in the first quarter, Jones, it was just a real quick hitter. Sam dropped back very quickly, didn't give the Miami rush any time to get to him, launched it downfield in a perfect throw to De'Ami Brown, who had gotten behind the Miami secondary.
87 yards. Carolina first and goal from the 5. Heels throwing and incomplete, although here comes a flag as they tried to go with the fade in the front left corner of the end zone. DJ Ivey and De'Ami Brown battling for the football. We'll see who it's on. Ivey's body language makes it seem like it's on him.
Defense number 8. The foul occurred in the end zone. The ball will be placed at the 2-yard line in advance of the previous spot. Automatic first down.
We'll go to the record books and check the longest pass play in Carolina history as they hit an 87-yarder. Longest pass play in Carolina history is 97 yards. It's not that long, but not that far away. First and goal from the 2. Howell pulls it away from Javonte Williams. Now Howell in trouble, and he's going to get dropped down. I think if he could do it again, he would have handed it off. But instead, Howell ends up being dropped back at around the 8. Quincy Roche and Jalen Phillips, the two talented DNs, combine on the stop, and that's going to lose the Heels about 6.
Nice job, at least by Sam Howell, protecting the football.
Yeah, that could have been disaster. 3:53 to go, second quarter. Heels up 31-3 and looking for more. Second and goal from the 8. Newsome comes in motion. Carolina keeps it on the ground with Javonte Williams, trying to get to the outside on the right and stretched out far enough and eventually flipped up and over by DeCorey Crouch for no gain. So third and goal now from the 8. Carolina up 31-3. Under 3.5 minutes to go in the first half. Carolina will get the ball to start the second half. Howell will throw. It's just a little flare pass to Javonte Williams, and that had no hope. He ended up not catching it.
On the field, an incomplete forward pass.
But he was hit immediately as the ball got there by Gervin Hall Jr., who's actually shaken up.
Player injury.
But Howell had to really loft that ball high because of pressure by Quincy Roche, and boy, that could have been dangerous. The Heels, after getting down to the 2, avoided big trouble twice in that sequence. Once on first down when Howell was sacked, when he could have fumbled the ball with all the pressure around him, and then there on that third down play, that could have, multiple things could have gone incorrectly.
At the very least, Javonte will have some bruises on his ribs there, Jones, after having his arms extended way up above his hands, his head, to try and catch the ball and then getting hit.
So it's fourth down, and Gervin Hall still shaken up. He applied the hit down near the thigh and midsection area of Javonte Williams, right there in the middle of his body. Gervin laid the shoulder into him, and he is slow to get off the field. Grayson Atkins is out for Carolina to try to add to the lead, which is currently 31-3. Now Miami is dangerous in the field goal block game. They've blocked 3 this year against Clemson. So you got to watch out for that. This will be a 25-yard kick off the right hash for Atkins. Snap back, spot down, kick is up, and it is through. So the Tar Heels start back on their own 8. They get an 87-yard pass to De'Ami Brown to get to first and goal, and they end up having to settle for a field goal to stretch the lead now to 31 points at 34-3. 3:05 to go, Lee, in the first half.
You don't want to get greedy, Jones, but you don't want to set the standard of having too many drives where you have to settle for field goals.
So Carolina, 5 plays, 84 yards. Actually went backwards on the drive after the long pass play to De'Ami Brown.
Boy, you hate to waste that 87-yard strike to De'Ami Brown.
But Heels do add a field goal.
For Miami is wearing jersey number
So that
32.
means Carolina is still 6 for 6 as far as points per possession, as they have 4 touchdowns and 2 All-State good hands field goals brought to you by Allstate. So Carolina's gone touchdown, 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 field goal, touchdown, field goal for this 34-3 lead, as Kim will send the kickoff again through the end zone. Miami will start again on its 25-yard line. Miami, this will be the 7th drive. 6 of them have started on the 25, 1 of them on the 21.
Tar Heels have dominated this season the first and fourth quarters, Jones. It's at the second and third that they've languished a little bit. Let's get through this latter part of the end of the first half, which has always been the Tar Heels' bugaboo during the last couple of years, and get out without letting Miami score anymore. They just got the 1 field goal.
This feels like a big defensive possession for Carolina for sure, as a quick pass into the flat near side. Donald Chaney makes the catch, steps out of bounds at about the 30. Chaz Surratt had gotten picked out of the play. That allowed Chaney free to get a couple of yards. But to the Lee's point, feels like an important possession. Carolina gets the ball to start the second half as a run goes nowhere. Chaney slipped and fell as he went around the right side. Gimmel was closing in anyway. And that'll bring up third down. Heels have 2 timeouts, Miami 3. As the clock at 2:30 here in the second quarter, Tar Heels up 34-3 over the Hurricanes. Miami facing a 3rd and 5. King to throw, and he has the first down, and a couple Tar Heels miss. Oh my. Brevin Jordan ends up tripping and falling as he tried to spin away from tacklers, and Carolina got lucky as Trey Morrison tried to lay a big hit. He missed and actually ran into Kamen Rucker on the play. And the Heels survived since Jordan fell. Now King on the run as Miami snaps it quickly from the 44. And he only scrambles forward for a gain of 2. So Miami gets 14 on the previous play for just their second 3rd down conversion. And then a scramble gain of 2 on the first down by King. And it's 2nd and 8 with 1:48 to go in the first half. Throw out to Jordan in the flat near side. He's able to get by Gimmel and get enough for the first down for the Canes, crossing into Carolina territory at the 43.
Great play by Gimmel on the previous snap, Jones, getting King corralled, but let Brevin Jordan get away from him that time. He was in position to make the play, but just didn't come to balance and get low enough quick.
Carolina up 34-3. Miami snapping from the Carolina 43. 1st and 10, and they are running with Donald Chaney, but a nice tackle by Kamen Rucker as Chaney slowly slid his way to the left side of the line, and Rucker takes him down for a gain of 3. Miami not taking any timeouts right now. They have 3. Carolina due to get the ball to start the second half, and the clock is down to 1 minute. 2nd and 7 from the 40. Quick hitter to the near side as Harley able to step through a tackle and then dragged down by Gimmel, and that may end up being a horse collar tackle or maybe a face mask as Gimmel was able to get Harley up around the shoulder pads, face mask area. And, yep, think Gimmel's going to get 15 more added on.
Face mask defense. Penalty is half the distance to the goal. First down.
Well, now Miami has its deepest penetration of the day, as they have just worked the quick game here on this drive. The penalty is going to move the ball inside the 15-yard line to the 14. So first down at the
start on the snap.
First and 10 for Miami at the 14. 51 seconds to go first half. Heels up 34-3, but Miami threatening. King will play action, looks to throw. Now he'll scramble out near side, and Surratt chases him down inside the 10. Takes him down at around the 8 or 9.
Tamari Fox has lost his helmet. Will have to come out for a play.
Helmet off during the play by the defense. The play qualifies for a 10-second runoff. Miami will decline the 10-second runoff. The clock will start on the snap.
So the scramble gain gets to the 9, gain of 5. As you heard, there was some discussion there on what to do due to the helmet coming off, as King on a play action dumps it off to Mallory far side, and he'll get inside the 5 and have enough for the first down before Surratt pushes him out at the 3. And so it'll be first and goal for Miami, 34 seconds left. Canes have used the clock here to try to make sure Carolina doesn't get a full possession. As Miami will snap it, hand off to Cameron Harris out of the shotgun, and he gets a yard to the 2.
Jeremiah Gimmel a little slow to get up, Jones.
Clock's still moving. And let's see, maybe somebody took a timeout. Tar Heels did.
Timeout.
As it'll be second and goal from the 1 with 19 seconds left. But Miami really using pace to its advantage. And the Tar Heel coaches this week said they felt as though Miami was the fastest team as far as pace of play that Carolina will play all season. And it has certainly been effective on this drive for the Canes. They're down to the 1-yard line for the Tar Heels, but Carolina with a big advantage on the scoreboard. That North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads 34-3 Tar Heels, plus Carolina due to get the ball to start the second half, but Miami trying to get in the end zone for the first time.
Jeremiah Gimmel visibly frustrated in the Tar Heel defensive huddle around Jay Bateman. He's aggravated himself for the obvious face mask penalty and also for missing an earlier tackle.
Second down, Miami hands off to Cameron Harris. He hit his teammate, D. Wiggins, who was going in motion. That slowed him up and allowed the Tar Heels time to get into the backfield and make the stop for a loss of about 2 or 3. So Wiggins was coming in motion, and he just ran right into Harris. Tony Grimes, coming in from his cornerback spot, had plenty of time to make the hit. Also Welton Spotsville, who is now at second team nickel for Carolina. He was in on the hit as well. So it has been a frustrating first half for the Canes, I'm sure, with the Heels up 34-3, and then to have a play like that with so much self-inflicted damage. Bring up third and goal, but now it's not a slam dunk. You're not going from the 1. This is back around the 3 or the 4.
And they've got 1 down on third down, and then I'm sure they will kick the field goal if they don't make it here.
Miami 2 of 8 on third down. They did convert a third down earlier in this drive. This will be from the 3-yard line. Canes going left to right, 14 seconds left here at the end of the first half. Heels up 34-3. King going to roll out near side, and boy, wide open. That was too easy as he dumped it in the front portion of the end zone to Harley for the easy score.
Trey Morrison was in the neighborhood. He immediately turned around to one of his teammates. I couldn't tell who it was that made a crossing motion, so apparently there was a botched assignment there on the Tar Heel defense.
McMichael and Morrison were the two players over there defensively for Carolina.
I think maybe he was speaking to McMichael that they shouldn't have switched like that. Whether they should have switched, and McMichael shouldn't have kept his man through the middle of the field.
Extra point is up and in, so that makes it 34-10 with 10 seconds left in the first half. King to Harley for the 3-yard touchdown. And for Miami, it caps a 12-play, 75-yard drive with 2:55 coming off the clock. And we'll see. Of course, Carolina hopes that there's no comeback to be had. But remember, the Heels had 1st and goal at the 2 and had to settle for a field goal. And then Miami goes 12 plays at the end of the half for a touchdown. And Tar Heels still up multiple scores at 34-10, of course. But Miami, after that long play to De'Ami Brown, Miami certainly has to be happy with the sequence of action after that.
You'd certainly like to finish off the end of the first half a little stronger, Jones. That touchdown for the Tar Heels would have put them up 38-3, and then if they get all away with maybe just a field goal here, 38-6. So that's a big difference. But anyway, still a great half by the Tar Heels.
Absolutely.
And certainly they'll return this, maybe run one play, and then be on in and be ready to take the second half kickoff.
Yeah, with Carolina getting the second half kickoff, unlikely that the Tar Heels will try to do much on this possession. But we'll find out. Kickoff is going to go through the end zone for another touchback. So the Heels will have it at the 25, and we'll see what they decide to do. Carolina has 415 yards of offense here in the first half. 224 on the ground, 191 through the air. Both Carter and Williams over 100 yards. 120 for Carter and 2 touchdowns. Williams 106 and 2 scores. Howell 10 of 12, 191 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Remember, there was an interception that Howell threw early that was wiped away by penalty. Well, Carolina's in the shotgun. They will just keep it on the ground to Javonte Williams. Starts right, cuts up the middle, and gains a good 6 yards. And don't think anybody's going to take a timeout. That will be the final play of the first half. And what an impressive first 30 minutes for the Tar Heels in Miami Gardens, Florida, as Carolina outgains the Canes 421 to 169 in the first half. Well, officially 420 to 169 in the first half, and has an advantage of 34-10 on the scoreboard, plus some explosive plays. Carter and Williams each have runs of 65 yards. There were passes of 51 and 87 yards in the half as well. Carolina up 34-10 at the break from Learfield, IMG College.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. And as a co-op member, you are part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through new energy services, support for local communities, and innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Pandemic pain? Is this pandemic adding frustration, pain, and increased stress? Great news, there's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy have a cutting-edge program for that pain and stress. Call the location nearest for free information. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
The expert dental care from UNC you trust to keep you healthy has a new name, Carolina Dentistry. As the first dental school in North Carolina, the UNC Adams School of Dentistry has been putting patients first since 1952. That's why we're first in care, for the people, and that's something to smile about. Visit carolinadentistry.org to learn more and become a patient today.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the university.
At the half, the Tar Heels all over Miami. It's Carolina 34 and the Hurricanes 10 in a top 20 showdown from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens. Matt Krause with you inside our Tar Heel Sports Network studios in Chapel Hill. Welcome into the Wells Fargo Halftime Show. Where we begin is with our Lee's Towing drive around the ACC. A couple of games have already gone final in the conference for this second weekend of December. One more in progress and one more to come. The first final comes from Thursday night. Pitt wins on the road at Georgia Tech 34-20. Big game for Vincent Davis of the Panthers. 25 totes for 247 yards and a game-winning score late in that contest. Pitt over Georgia Tech 34-20. Another final from earlier today. Louisville wins it over Wake Forest 45-21. The Cardinals finished their regular season 4-7. The Deacs dropped to 4-4 with the setback on the road today. In progress right now, 7:06 to go second quarter. Florida State scores 28 first quarter points. They lead visiting Duke 28-14. FSU looking to run their all-time record against the Blue Devils to 21-0. Coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, it's the Commonwealth Cup from Lane Stadium in Blacksburg, a venue where visiting Virginia has not won since 1998. Virginia Tech gets to this game on a 4-game losing skid. They have not dropped 5 straight games since the 1992 season. So a lot on the line in the Commonwealth Cup, always a heated rivalry, but it seems even more so tonight. Around the national landscape, on the top 25, let's start with finals. Number 1, Alabama steamrolls Arkansas on the road, 52-3, your final in that one. Mac Jones, 24-29, 208 yards through the air. 9th-ranked Georgia beats 25th-ranked Missouri, 49-14. J.T. Daniels, 299 yards and 3 scores through the air. Number 14, Northwestern wins their tune-up for the Big Ten title game. Northwestern defeats in-state foe Illinois, 28-10, the final from Evanston. 21st-ranked Colorado, unbeaten no more. Their Rocky Mountain rival Utah gets the win in Boulder, 38-21. In progress, just under 4 minutes to go, third quarter. 13th-ranked Coastal Carolina trying to stay unbeaten. They're on the road against Troy and lead it by 5, 28-23. 16th-ranked Iowa in a classic Big Ten game up on Wisconsin, 6-0 at the half in the snow in Iowa City. 22nd-ranked Oklahoma State leads Baylor 28-0. They're at the break in Waco. Still to come under the lights tonight, a trio of games involving ranked teams. Number 6, Florida, home to LSU in Gainesville. 15th-ranked USC taking on crosstown foe UCLA at 7:30 from the Rose Bowl. And the nightcap at 10 o'clock, number 18, BYU trying to bounce back from their first loss of the season. The Cougars home against former Mountain West foe San Diego State. But our score at the break, Carolina 34 and Miami 10. A big first half for the Tar Heel offense, so lots of highlights to take a listen to. We'll get to those when the Wells Fargo Halftime Show continues in a moment from Learfield IMG College.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City. Our phone number is 828-245-4591.
HomeGator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
Welcome back to the Wells Fargo Halftime Show. Carolina 34 and Miami 10. The number 17 Tar Heels leading the 10th-ranked Hurricanes with the teams in their locker rooms at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens. Time now for your first half highlights. Miami got the ball first to begin the game. Jose Borregales, a 46-yard field goal, gave the Hurricanes a 3-0 lead. But on Carolina's first possession of the game, Sam Howell goes deep to put the Tar Heels on the doorstep.
Howell claps his hands as the Heels snap it from the 37. Play action. Howell's going to try a deep ball going down the far sideline in the sunshine, and making the catch for Carolina is De'Ami Brown inside the Miami 20.
The drive would end on a Javonte Williams 2-yard touchdown run that was overturned on video review. Initially, Williams was called down. Ultimately, though, ruled a touchdown, a 2-yard score, 7-3 Carolina. Tar Heel defense forces a 3-and-out. Ball back to the Tar Heels. A methodical 11-play, 71-yard drive comes to a close with a historic touchdown from Williams.
Big fourth down play here. 2:37 to go in the first quarter.
Aggressive, you got to like it, Jones.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Howell's going to run this speed option near side. Javonte Williams leaps in for 6.
That was the 19th rushing touchdown of the season for Javonte Williams, breaking Don McCauley's single-season Tar Heel record for touchdowns scored on the ground. After a turnover on downs, Michael Carter, a long-distance TD run to add to the lead.
So Carolina will get the ball on its own 35-yard line, still in the first quarter with 26 seconds left. Hand off to Michael Carter. Carter near side, first down and more. Carter down the near sideline, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20. Goodbye. Touchdown, Carolina. A first quarter barrage in Miami. Heels up 20-3.
The lead would swell to 24, 3 on a Grayson Atkins field goal from 21 yards out. Then it's Carter again to make it 31-3.
Howell claps his hands. They'll keep it on the ground with Carter. Cuts up. He's at the 20. Makes a man miss. Carter cuts again to the outside. Give him 6 more. Holy smokes. Carolina touchdown.
The lead would grow to 34, 3 on a Grayson Atkins 25-yard field goal. Miami did score a touchdown just before the half, but still the Tar Heels in front by 24. It's Carolina 34 and Miami 10. When the Wells Fargo Halftime Show continues, we'll take a look at some first-half stats from Miami Gardens. The Tar Heels up big on Miami. More in a moment from Learfield IMG College.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics. I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car at home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great race with a little bit of Jake. Look at my quote now. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
It's bow time.
So it's game time and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Back in the Wells Fargo halftime show, Matt Krause with you from our Tar Heel Sports Network studios in Chapel Hill. The Tar Heels all over Miami, 34-10. With numbers like that, you would think the offensive output in the first half would be pretty impressive for Carolina, and you'd be right. 421 total yards, 191 through the air, 230 on the ground. Carolina sees Sam Howell go 10 for 12 at 191 yards. Meanwhile, in the rushing category, Michael Carter, 7 carries, 120 yards, 2 touchdowns. Javonte Williams, 10 totes, 112 yards, and 2 scores. The long run for both Williams and Carter sitting at 65 yards. Individual receiving for the Tar Heels, 4 catches, 167 yards for De'Ami Brown to lead the way. Remember, he had that 87-yard reception that set up Carolina's field goal to extend the lead to 31-3. Miami, 169 yards of total offense, 107 through the air, just 62 yards on the ground. De'Ara King is 12 of 19, passing for 107 yards and a touchdown. King also is the leading rusher for Miami, 11 carries and 53 yards for the dual-threat quarterback. Carolina has played relatively clean through the first half, 2 penalties for 25 yards. Miami, 6 infractions for 53 yards. 15 first downs for the Tar Heels, 11 for Miami. Carolina, 2 of 5 on third down and 1 on fourth down in that first half of play. Meanwhile, the Hurricanes, 3 for 9 on third down. At one juncture, they were just 1 out of 7. They converted their first third down attempt of the game and then were held fruitless on the next 6 before converting a couple of third downs on that last touchdown drive to close out the first half of play. So Carolina leads at 34-10 over Miami. The 17th-ranked Tar Heels potentially 30 minutes away from an Orange Bowl bid. They need some help next week. But if you finish third in the ACC, you've got a good chance to play in a New Year's Six bowl game this year. Still, a half of action to go. Plenty can happen. On the flip side of this break, we'll send it back to Jones Angel and Lee Pace with the call of the second half from Miami Gardens. Our halftime show is brought to you by Wells Fargo, an official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. 34-10, Tar Heels lead Miami. The second half is next from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
No silly giggling, no screaming and yelling, no vulgar language, and no put-downs. We're up, live, and family-friendly. We are WCAB Radio, serving your family 24 hours a day.
It's time for the second half. Carolina impressive in half number one, but still 30 minutes of work to do. Carolina up 34-10 heading to the second half in Miami Gardens, Florida. Tar Heels scheduled to get the ball to start the second half, although I feel like I say this all the time. Maybe I'm just a little nervous, but might be worth just keeping an eye on a potential something tricky on the kickoff. You know, Miami trying to get maybe a little momentum going at the beginning of the second half. Be interesting to see, but certainly Tar Heels scheduled to get the kickoff with the 34-10 lead. Jones Angel, Lee Pace here with you. And Lee, let's get to the trusted choice of the game, brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina, who want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while driving. Let's have a hands-free and see. Go to trustedchoice.com/goheels. That's trustedchoice.com/goheels to find an independent insurance agent near you to learn more. And Lee, I'm going to guess that Mac Brown reminded his team about the fact that Carolina has been down big at half this season, that Florida State game most notably, and that, of course, then the Tar Heels had the football at the end of the game with an opportunity to win the game. So the point is, the key here is this game still has half of it to play, even though the Tar Heels have played very, very well through the first 30 minutes.
Well, and the things that bothered Carolina so much was De'Aaron King running the football. He's only got 53 yards on 11 carries, so that's under a 4-yard average, and a lot of that came on one 15-yard run on the first run of the game. And then defensively, those two big monster defensive ends, Quincy Roche and Jarrell Phillips, have combined for only 4 tackles, Jones. So the Tar Heels have done a really nice job controlling the elements on both sides of the ball that they were so concerned about coming into the game.
There's two leaders at the linebacker spot. Surratt had 10 tackles in the first half. Gimmel with 7. Jaquarius Conley with 6 for Carolina. And what a neat turn of events for Surratt. Of course, last time Carolina was in Miami Gardens, Florida, he played quarterback. And he was just 4 for 10 total yards passing, no touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. And to now come back to that same location, that was essentially the end of his quarterbacking career at Carolina. To come back to the same location and have such a great first 30 minutes is great for him. We'll see if he and the rest of the Tar Heels can finish this thing off.
Of course, he was hurt and broke his hand in that game, was lost for the rest of the year. The Tar Heels tried to go with Nathan Elliott and a couple other guys at quarterback, and nothing worked. And that's when Chaz Surratt started putting together the idea of, he went back and remembered when he played defense back in middle school and junior high school and high school, and how well he did there and what a great natural athlete he was.
It is a traditional kickoff for Miami, and it's going to be a touchback. So the Tar Heels will get it at the 25.
What were you worried about, Joe?
Yeah, I know. No sense in being worried. Carolina will get it at the 25-yard line. 421 yards of offense in the first half for the Heels, including 230 on the ground. By the way, we told you about Williams and Carter. How about De'Ami Brown? 4 catches and 167 yards in the game. Brown over 100 yards for the 4th time this season. So Carolina will have the football first, starting at the 25-yard line and the 34-10 lead. Heels going from left to right here in the second half. Handoff to Carter, starts left, now cuts it up, has the first down, pops it to the near side, still on his feet. Carter skips out of bounds near midfield. Well, a little bit of the same song and dance there as Carolina gets a nice run from Michael Carter a really nice run, nearly 25 yards on first down.
Once again, going against the grain, getting that defense going in one direction and playing your feet and cutting the other way.
It's a gain of 23. And again, the Heels will run it, and this time nothing doing as Carter tried to stretch it to the left side. Jonathan Ford trips him up for a short loss on the play. And that'll bring up 2nd and 12. Carter loses a pair.
One other key stat from the first half, Jones, I thought was very impressive, was Carolina just gave up 1 sack against just this very vaunted Miami defense that can really pin its ears back and come after the quarterback.
So the ball back at the 46 is Howell to throw, caught by Daz Newsome for the first down. That is Newsome's 2nd catch of the day. Caught it in between the hash marks right at the yard to gain, which was the 42 of Miami.
And it helps to prevent the sacks when you got the quick get off like that. Just a quick 2-step drop and launch it down the field. The 3-step drop.
Carolina scored on its first 6 possessions of the game. The final possession was just a 1-play drive before halftime. As Howell going to play action, he's looking for a big ball. He'll try one deep now the near side and overshoots everybody. Daz Newsome was the receiver in the area, but the throw was a good 10 yards over his head and everybody else's head. 2nd down.
Now that has worked well so many times today, Jones, but the problem is when it doesn't work, then you've got 2nd and long and you're behind the chains.
So 2nd and 10. Howell now 11 of 14 on the day. This coming off a game last week where he completed 87% of his passes, 20 of 23 against Western Carolina. Only played the first half against the Catamounts and had 287 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 41 yards rushing. 2nd and 10. Carolina going to throw again. Howell finds Antoine Green, who made his first catch of the season a week ago. He snags that one short of the first down. Outside the numbers, far side at the 37. It's a gain of 5. And it'll bring up the first 3rd down for Carolina. 13-10 to go, 3rd quarter. Tar Heels first drive of the second half. 34-10. Heels on top. Green now, that's just his 2nd catch of the year. The redshirt junior from Rockledge, Florida, had a 22-yard touchdown reception against Western Carolina last week. 3rd and 5. Heels were 2 for 5 on 3rd down in the first half. They try to run it with Javonte Williams. He's in heavy traffic, steps through a tackle, steps through another, gets back to the line of scrimmage, but that's all, as that could have been a big loss. But Williams able to keep his balance. First hit was by Jalen Phillips. Ends up being no gain, and now a tough call here. This would be a 50-plus yard field goal attempt. But at the 37-yard line, you're not likely to get a whole lot with a punt. And
likely go for it.
Yeah, 4th and about 4 or 5 here. And Heels are leaving the offense on the field. Clock moving, 12-10 to go, 3rd quarter. Williams got about a yard on that run. So 4th and 4. Heels need the 32-yard line. How to throw. He'll get out of the pocket and run, and he has it, I believe, as he falls forward through the tackle of Bubba Bolden. I believe enough for the first, and Bolden is still shaken up. And yes, the officials, not to discredit the injury on Bolden, but the officials have said go ahead and move the chains on the scramble. And so Carolina does get the big first down to keep the drive going. Bolden hit Howell right about half a yard short, right at the thigh and knee level, and Howell able to stumble forward for the first down.
2nd defender Sam Howell has run over this year, Jones, and send him to the bench, having to be helped off the field.
We'll take a timeout. Carolina will have a first down. 11:49 to go in the 3rd quarter. 34-10 Heels. From Learfield, IMG College.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
It's never lost on Window World that your home is your largest physical investment. Window World's integrity will be noticed from your very first moment of contact. The clean, professional installation of premium windows, siding, doors, and more are designed to last while leaving your home looking amazing. Window World and their lifetime warranty will always be there when it really matters. They're America's most trusted remodeler and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics because the difference is integrity and always in the details.
Pandemic pain? Is this pandemic adding frustration, pain, and increased stress? Great news, there's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy have a cutting-edge program for that pain and stress. Call the location nearest for free information. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
That right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies. That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. Tar Heels on top 34-10. That was the halftime score. First drive of the second half. Carolina just picked up a big fourth down on a scramble by Sam Howell to get it to the Miami 32-yard line. Tar Heels 1st and 10. By the way, that's the second fourth down Carolina has converted today, as they're now 10 of 16 on the season. Miami opponents are now 9 of 17 on fourth down. And Lee, that was a big one here on the first drive of the second half.
And it wasn't a called quarterback drive. Draw, Jones. Sam just dropped back, so I didn't have anybody open, and as he has done so well this year, now that he's been given the green light to run the football, as he just made something and leveled a devastating block to the Miami defender.
So Carolina 1st and 10 now from the Miami 32, going left to right here in the third quarter. 11:38 to go in the quarter. Handoff to Carter, and he's immediately stopped by Nesta Jade Silvera for a loss of 1. Carolina was so explosive in the run game in the first half with 230 yards rushing. Miami doing a little better job here in the second half, although the Heels have still gained more than 25 yards on this drive on the ground. Miami, I think, offside, although the officials throw flags, and that may mean Carolina's jumped.
Number 8, 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
Michael Carter kind of fell forward on Howell's hard clap, and so he's going to get called for the false start, and that's a costly penalty, as Carolina was right in the area for a long field goal, but within Grayson Atkins' range. And now you need some yards because it's 2nd and 16 back at the 38 of Miami. Heels still up 34-10. That's the third penalty of the day on Carolina. Miami had a bunch of trouble with penalties in the first half. 6 of them for 53 yards. Clock running. First drive of the third quarter. 10:50 to go in the quarter. Heels up 34-10, but looking at a second and very long. Ball on the far hash as Heels go left to right. Keeping on the ground with Carter. Gets the corner turn. Gracious. Boy, almost had his helmet ripped off as another flag comes in. I think that may be a blocking foul on Carolina, though. Some kind of hold. Not for a face mask, even though Carter was hit up around the helmet. And it is indeed a hold on the Tar Heels. So a couple of penalties sending Carolina back the wrong direction here as the Tar Heels.
Offense number 72, 10-yard penalty, second down.
Tar Heels had 1st and 10 at the Miami 32. Now it's going to be 2nd and 26 at the Miami 48.
That was Awesome Richards going against Quincy Roche, who he's done a pretty good job of so far today.
But a big penalty there, as now the Tar Heels, Woody used to say, a country mile to go, but they will keep it on the ground with Javonte Williams near side. He has a lane. Williams 35-30 near sideline. He's close to the first down. It'll just be where he stepped out of bounds. Carolina needed the 22, and yes, he's going to have a first down, a gain of 28 on the run.
How about once again 26 yards on third and long, or second and long, Jones. Just a remarkable play by Javonte Williams. Once again, lined up on the left side, goes to the right.
Yeah, that was 2nd and 26, and he gets 28 to the Miami 20-yard line. 1st and 10 now, as Williams had 140 yards rushing, and they're going to give it to him again, but he is bottled up in the backfield. Actually does a pretty good job as a flag comes in. Does a pretty good job getting back close to the line of scrimmage, but I think there's going to be another hold on the heels. It is Jeff Flanagan.
Holding, offense number 68, 10-yard penalty, first down.
That time it's Brian Anderson with the hold. He got tangled up with Jalen Phillips, the UCLA transfer, who's had such a awesome year at defensive end for Miami. Came in with 14 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks. He had actually retired from football for a little bit after a car accident when he was on a scooter. Had a traffic accident, had multiple ankle injuries and wrist problems after that.
He was a consensus top 3 recruit in the nation, Jones, in 2017, and barely scratched at UCLA.
So it is 1st and 20. Tar Heels run again. Carter, 10 yards and more. He's at the 15 far side, and he'll be just shy of the first down to the 11. As this 1-2 punch just continues to land haymakers for the Heels.
It's going to be fascinating to hear after the game Mack Brown and his players and coaches explain the difference in this game and the Notre Dame game and why they were just totally stoned the second half in that particular game.
So 2nd and 1. Carolina now with 302 yards rushing. 2nd and 1 for the 11. Hand off to Carter. He just hops right through the middle of the line, inside the 10 to the 5, 1st and goal.
And there is not a senior on this offensive line, Jones, so there's still a lot of growth and a lot of development for these guys to do. Unfortunately, Tar Heels will lose Michael Carter, and we don't know about Javonte Williams.
This is still the first drive of the second half. Carolina has taken nearly 7 minutes off the clock, and they have it 1st and goal from the Miami 5. Tar Heels up 34-10. This will be the 12th play of the drive for Carolina. Javonte Williams is in, and he gets the handoff, dives forward to the 2. And 2nd and goal. Tar Heels on this drive. 1, 2, 3. 3 passes, and the rest have been runs. And why not? Clock moving, 7:43, 3rd quarter. Carolina up 34-10. 2nd and goal from the 2.
Tar Heels are not going at warp speed, John. They've been taking their time, letting all the play clocks run down.
Carter is the back. It'll be the speed option. Howe keeps it himself, reaches for the goal line. Touchdown, Carolina.
Exactly what the Tar Heels needed to do was to take the opening kickoff down and score and quell that little bit of a momentum that Miami got late in the first half.
Howell is a little slow to get up at the bottom of a big pile. It's going to be close. They may review this as Howell reached out. Boy, it's going to be close.
Ruling on the field was a touchdown. The play is under further review.
Sam is up and walking around. He does have his hands on his hips, but he is up. I think maybe the reason it took him so long is just he had so many bodies on top of him.
The good news is they did call it a touchdown, so they'll have to revert from that. Maybe a fraction of an inch of the football extended over the plane of the goal line. This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close. Tar Heels up 34-10, trying to add to it. Worst case here, it's going to be 3rd and goal from, you couldn't put a credit card in between where the ball would be and the goal line if it comes back. But as Lee said, the decision on the field was touchdown, which
could be fairly
as
quick.
we know, we're going to get a quick ruling here.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
So it is a touchdown for Howell, his 5th rushing touchdown of the season. His first today. And Lee, what a statement drive to start the second half as the Heels go 13 plays, 75 yards, and 7 minutes and 36 seconds off the clock. It is their longest drive time-wise of the season.
Absolutely, just exactly what the Tar Heels needed, as I said, to quell any emotion and momentum that Miami had gotten at the end of the first half.
That's how excited Lee is about this back down the field. As the PAT is up and good. 41-10 as Atkins adds the extra point. 7:24 to go, third quarter. Tar Heels march 75 yards, take more than 7.5 minutes off the clock. Heels up big from Learfield, IMG College.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
What an impressive drive. 13 plays, 75 yards, 7:36 off the clock. And with 7:24 to go in the third quarter, Miami will be getting the football for the first time in the second half. And the Tar Heels holding a 41-10 advantage over the Hurricanes in Miami Gardens, Florida. Season finale for the Tar Heels. It has been an impressive 2.5 quarters thus far for the Tar Heels. Jones Angel, Lee Pace with you. We need to break 10 seconds. Station ID down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Appreciate you listening tonight, no matter how you're doing so, whether it's on a Tar Heels Sports Network radio affiliate, one of our streaming options, or maybe on Sirius XM. That includes ACC Radio. Get a free trial and take your team with you on your phone, online, and at home. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/ACC. SXM. Carolina now with 313 yards rushing, 521 yards of total offense. Carter with 166 yards and 2 touchdowns. Javonte Williams, 142 yards and 2 touchdowns. Each have gone over 1,000 for the season. De'Ami Brown, 167 yards receiving. Howe, 12 of 15, 208 yards passing, and a rushing touchdown. The kickoff will be another touchback as Kim puts it through the back of the end zone.
Jones, great job by the offense adapting to what Miami had been doing in the first half. Let's see what Jay Bateman put together with the defense in the second half. They were not happy with what Miami did on its last possession of the first half. So let's see if and what tweaks, adjustments they may have made in the second half. And again, they did such a wonderful job with De'Eric King, keeping him under wraps, only just over 50 yards rushing.
Yeah, Miami was able to go 75 yards and 12 plays on its final drive for its only touchdown of the first half. King with pressure in his face, dumps it off in the flat right side, and Gimmel immediately makes the stop on Cameron Harris. That was Chaz Surratt applying the pressure on the quarterback King on the initial beginning of that play. And that forced King, I think, Lee, to throw it a little earlier than he wanted.
And Gimmel smoked that out from the very beginning. He knew what was coming, and he was in position to make the play.
Straight drop back for King over the middle, complete into Tar Heel territory, and this is going to be a touchdown. Brevin Jordan able to beat Don Chapman, and as soon as he caught it, stepped through the tackle, and that was that.
Not a good matchup for the Tar Heels. Don Chapman on Brevin Jordan, who's a big tight end, and Carolina done a pretty good job battling them up, but today, what a great move. Just juke Chapman out, stiff-armed him. Chapman dove. No chance of making a play.
That's going to be 76 yards officially on the touchdown. That is the longest pass play that the Tar Heels have. That's the longest play period the Tar Heels have allowed this season. And Miami is going to go for 2. 76 yards. That is not the longest pass play for Miami. They had an 89-yarder last week. And Carolina is going to take a timeout before the 2-point conversion attempt for Miami.
Timeout will be 30 seconds.
6:49 on the game clock. So King to Jordan. That is Jordan's longest reception of his career. 5th touchdown of the season for the talented tight end. And Miami does what it needed to do with a quick drive for points. 2 plays, 75 yards in total, and just 35 seconds off the clock. The problem from their point of view was the Tar Heels, of course, having the big explosion before that. Looks like we're going to take a full break here. No, we're not. We're going to stay right here as Miami just about ready to set up for a 2-point conversion to try to get a little closer.
The 6'5 Jordan lined up in the slot on the right side. He ran down the field, juked out to the right. Chapman fell for that, then cut back to the inside. Chapman just wasn't in position to make the play, and then Jordan had a great stiff arm, and Chapman dove at his feet, but just wasn't enough to make the tackle.
So 41-16 the current score, with Miami going for 2. King in the shotgun sends Harley in motion through the formation left to right. King to throw. Has a pocket to do so, and great catch at the back portion of the end zone for 2. D. Wiggins able to bring it in, even though there was some tight D there by Tony Grimes. Wiggins right in front of the field goal post there on the back portion of the end zone makes the catch for 2. So Miami, just like that, gets a touchdown and gets a 2 and gets to within 41-18 on the scoreboard. That's what that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads as we go to break. 41-18. Tar Heels on top from Learfield, IMG College.
Don't put away your golf clubs, Tar Heels. There's plenty of golf to be played on the Tar Heel package at Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club. Play 3 of the top courses in North Carolina with unlimited golf, accommodations, and breakfast starting at just $145. Take on your choice of 3 Donald Ross courses, one of which will host the 2022 U.S. Women's Open Championship. Call Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club at 800-747-7272 and ask about the Tar Heel package. Rates per person, double occupancy, 2-night minimum, taxes not included.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruiser stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruiser's Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
Carolina goes 75 yards in 13 plays on its first drive of the second half. Takes more than 7.5 minutes off the clock. Felt like just what Carolina needed. with a 34-10 halftime advantage. They add to that to make it 41-10, but then Miami gets just what it needed, and that is an explosive touchdown. 2 plays, 75 yards. The touchdown was actually longer than that, 76 yards, because the first play had lost a yard. So King to Jordan for 76 yards, took just 35 seconds off the clock in total, plus Miami gets the 2. So both offenses doing what they needed to do here at the start of the second half. In total, there's 6:49 to play third quarter. Carolina leading 41-18 and set to get the football back.
Onus back on the Tar Heel offense, Jones, because it's almost like that first score didn't happen.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to score 8 points, which Miami just did, but to take no time to do it, you just wipe off what Carolina took half of a quarter to accomplish.
Miami struggled on third down in the first half, 3 of 9, but they were actually started 1 of 7, converted 2 third downs on their last drive. But the Heels in total making a lot of third down stands, and you can make your stand against the spread of coronavirus. Practice your 3 W's. Wear, wait, wash. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina resolved to help North Carolina stay healthy. 41-18. Kickoff on the way. Tar Heels moving from left to right. It'll be another touchback as Carter watches it go over his head. So the Heels will start on their own 25.
Jones not assuming a Tar Heel victory by any stretch of the imagination. We have seen what can happen with some rallies in the past. But if the Tar Heels do win, style points are important because they would need to land ahead of Miami in the next college football playoff poll, which will be released this week in terms of where they might go for a bowl game. So not only to win, but to win enough to leap ahead of Miami, which is number 10. The Tar Heels are number 17.
Long way to go here for the Heels. They're up 41-18, and no surprise, keep it on the ground. Javonte Williams around the left side has the first down and more over the 35 to the 40. So a gain of 15 on a first down run as the Heels continue to churn away at the ground. That's 328 yards now as a team rushing for Carolina.
And how was that for a, quote, air raid offense, Jones, where you think it's just a passing offense, but, boy, this ground game is just brutal.
Hand off to Javonte Williams again, pops it to the left. Javonte leaps over a man, crosses the 50, trucks over a defender, spins by another. Goodness gracious, he's down to about the 15, and he did absolutely everything in one carry.
And he got up just shaking his head, Jones, at what he just accomplished. And he got stopped right at the line of scrimmage.
To Corey Crouch got jumped over. Amari Carter got run over.
And he had a 360-degree pirouette on that as well. He's being mobbed by his teammates over here on the bench.
He's now at 200 yards rushing, Javonte Williams. That is a new career high for him.
And this is being seen on national television and close to prime time.
That was as impressive a run from all the impressive runs. That was maybe the most. 43 yards. Hand off to Carter. He gets ripped down by his helmet, it looked like. I thought for sure a face mask, but no flag comes in. It will be a gain right up the middle of about 3 for Carter to the Miami 14-yard line, and second down coming. Clock at 5:17, Lee.
And that's a kid, too, that they call Pookie back home in Wallace, North Carolina. Look at Pookie go.
Goodness gracious. That was impressive. Going to mark the ball in between the 14 and the 15, so we'll say it's 2nd and 8. Heels need the 7-yard line for a first down. 41-18 Carolina. And they'll keep it on the ground. Carter slips and falls and loses a bunch. That'll be back near the 20. Just lost his footing trying to cut to the outside. Kieran Johnson is in for Carolina on the offensive line. He had some trouble on that particular play, as now the Heels will be looking at a 3rd and long.
Javonte Williams, number 25, back on the field for the Tar Heels. Carter goes out.
You're going to mark it back at the 20. So 3rd and long. Heels need 13 yards for the first down. Creeping near the end of the third quarter as Miami shows pressure and brings it. Heels pick it up. Howell's throw, not a good one. It was low. De'Ami Brown was open on the far sideline. Even if he had caught it, it would not have been enough for a first down when he made the catch or where he made the catch. But the throw, just a sinking one from Howell that came up short, and the Heels are going to have to try a field goal.
Boy, it's odd to see Sam Howell misfire by that much, Jones. We haven't seen that very often. Now, the third of the last 4 drives, they've had to settle for a field goal, which is not a good trend for the Tar Heels, but at least they're on the opportunity of continue to put points on the board.
This will be off the left hash from 37 yards away. Snap back, spot down, and Atkins tugs it too far left. No good. So even with that impressive run by Javonte Williams, Carolina comes up empty on the drive. And that is the first time today, other than the final drive of the first half, when Carolina was just getting into the halftime locker room. It's the first time today that the Heels have been unable to score on a drive. Atkins, who had trouble early in the season, had made 2 today and 8 of his last 9 before pulling that one to the left. And that's going to give Miami the football, and the Canes are ready to go. Snapping it off their own 20-yard line. Screen to Harley on the near side. He gets about 9 on the play. Carolina 41, Miami 18. Under 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. King fakes the swing pass, and now he'll try another deep ball, and it is intercepted by Tony Grimes. The rookie took it away from the intended receiver, D. Wiggins.
What a play, Jones, there by Tony Grimes.
Intercepted by the defense.
Wiggins had his hands on the football down the near sideline, and as the 2 players went to the ground, Grimes was able to rip it away.
Grimes did a great job turning around, finding the ball, and warding off the Miami players, the receiver, with his hand.
First turnover of the game for either side, and first interception of the Tar Heel career of Tony Grimes.
Just exactly what the Tar Heels needed after failing to score on that last big drive deep into Miami territory.
What a play by the freshman. Heels have been bringing him along slowly. They said they didn't want to. Remember, he's supposed to be in high school. So the Tar Heels will start on their own 24. Handoff near side. Carter gets the corner turned and gets a couple before he's wrestled out of bounds.
And what a luxury to be able to go back and forth between Michael Carter and Javonte Williams.
It'll be 2nd and about 7. Carolina with 2 running backs over 150 yards. Williams with 200, Carter with 163. Second time in a game Carolina had 2 players go over 150 this year, because both Williams and Carter did it against Virginia Tech earlier this season, when Carter had 214 and Williams had 169. Second down, Carter pops up the middle, big yardage for Michael. He's at the 50, foot race to the end zone, 30, 25, and he's caught from behind at the 15 as Corey Crouch able to catch up with Carter to keep him out of the end zone. But yet another massive gain. What a block by the center, Brian Anderson, to clear out Nesta Jade Silvera and open the highway for that Corvette that is Michael Carter.
They've just let those Hurricane DNs just peel their ears back and run straight down the field, and Carolina has blocked them out and run around them. 58
yards on the run down to the Miami 15. Carolina now at 429 yards rushing, 637 total. They'll keep it on the ground. Javonte Williams for a yard. To the Miami 14. 2 minutes right now in the third quarter. Carolina up 41-18.
Touchdown here could put Carolina up by 30 points, Jones. That would be a tall mountain for Miami to climb in the fourth quarter.
Heels are certainly taking their time, although they are still snapping the ball with a fair amount of time on the play clock. Don't know how much you want to try and throttle down, of course. Always a challenge. They'll keep it on the ground again, and just heavy traffic up there. Javonte Williams works to the line of scrimmage.
Nice job by Javonte corralling that ball and covering it up. Great ball security up high. Need some wood to knock on before I say this, Jones, but Carolina has not had a running back fumble the ball in quite some time.
3rd and 9. Carolina at the Miami 14-yard line. Play clock is at 17. Game clock a little more than a minute. See what the Tar Heels decide to do here off the Miami 14 with a 41-18 advantage. Under a minute to go in the 3rd quarter. They'll just run it. Carter, big lane left side. Still not to the first down marker. Now he is, as he had to hesitate and curl around an edge block by De'Ami Brown. Doesn't get to the end zone, but most importantly, keeps the drive going. Lee, I mean, what an incredible day running the football this has been with still 15 minutes to go.
And Miami overloaded it to the Tar Heels' right side, so they just gave it to Michael Carter, and he went to the left side. He went where they weren't.
It is a gain of 12 on the 3rd down run. And Carolina will have it 1st and goal at the 2. 650 total yards, 442 on the ground. Carolina averaging better than 11 yards per carry. Howell in the shotgun. He has Williams to his right. Miami may have been offside. Handoff to Williams, and he comes up a yard shy on the final play of the 3rd quarter. Jonathan Ford made the hit. So it's going to be 2nd and goal from the 1 for Carolina. And by the way, if Javonte Williams is able to get into the end zone, he will set a new single-season record for total touchdowns. We'll find out if that happens and more when we return. Carolina 41, Miami 18 through 3 from Learfield, IMG College.
Listening to this Allstate commercial about savings might be the hardest thing about getting those savings. Save for simply becoming an Allstate customer. Save more for adding DriveWise. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent for a quote today. Allstate. Minimum effort, maximum reward.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on early signing discount. DriveWise is an optional feature. Savings vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Tostitos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Tostitos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Whether you are at Kenan Stadium or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels!
Lee's 24-hour Towing is family-owned and operated since 1995. We provide fast and reliable towing, recover service, and roadside assistance for Durham and Orange counties in North Carolina. No matter the day or time, our dispatchers can schedule service, and our towing operators are happy to assist your needs. Our promise is to offer fair and affordable pricing for all of our towing and recovery services. Our well-trained and certified operators will provide you with the highest level of customer service experience. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
After 3 quarters at Hard Rock Stadium, the Tar Heels on top of Miami 41-18. Matt Krause in our Tar Heels Sports Network studios in Chapel Hill. Time for a quick Lee's 24-hour towing drive around the ACC. A final from earlier today. Louisville beats Wake Forest 45-21. One other game in progress in the conference at this moment. Florida State and Duke battling for a 3rd win on the season. Florida State led this game 28-0. It's now 28-21 early stages of the 3rd quarter. On the top 25 scoreboard at this hour, 13th-ranked Coastal Carolina leads on the road at Troy 35-30. 2 minutes to play. 16th-ranked Iowa up on Wisconsin 21-7 early 4th quarter. 22nd-ranked Oklahoma State all over Baylor 35-0. Jones and Lee.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, it's 41-18 Carolina, and the Tar Heels looking at a 2nd and goal from the Miami 1-yard line to begin the 4th quarter in Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Howell in the shotgun. Javonte Williams to his right. Now he flips to his left. Howell claps his hands, gives it to him. Williams powers forward, but is short. And it'll be 3rd down. So again, Carolina, I'm sure, hoping to get Javonte Williams in the end zone for what would be a school record, but number 1 priority is just scoring, period. Jason Blissett Jr., a redshirt freshman from Miami, made the hit. And Carolina will try again from 1 yard away. Howell in the pistol with Williams behind him. Now he's going to come up and get under center. Sends a man, Groves, in motion. Toss sweep to Javonte Williams. Now reverse to Toe Groves. He'll throw it back to Howell. Touchdown, Carolina. How about that?
Great hands by Sam Howell. He's not only thrown the ball, he's run the ball, but now he's caught the ball.
That was, you may remember the Military Bowl last year. The Tar Heels ran the same play. It's the Tar Heel version of the Philly special that the Eagles ran so famously in the Super Bowl. And it's Groves who throws his 2nd touchdown of his career. He was the man who passed it to Howell for the score in the Military Bowl.
Nice left-handed throw by Toe Groves.
Wow. 47-18. The PAT is good as well. Carolina leads by 30 with 14-16 to play. It is for Howell his 2nd receiving touchdown of his career, and we'll take a break. 14-16 to go. Carolina 48, Miami 18 from Learfield IMG College.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
McCurry Deck Motors has been providing an impressive selection of automobiles for over 50 years. At McCurry Deck, you can browse the great selection of GMC automobiles and drive away in one knowing you have gotten the best deal possible. The team at McCurry Deck Motors counts it a privilege to make you a happy and satisfied customer. Why not test drive one of the comfortable and stylish GMCs today? At GMC, we are professional grade. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of GMC, Chevy, and Buick. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City. You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
14-16 to go. Miami due to get the football. Lee, you referenced it. We saw a replay during the timeout. That was a terrific catch by Sam Howell. The throw from Toe Groves maybe just a little bit farther ahead of Howell than he would have ideally put it. But what a terrific play by Howell, reaching out and kind of catching and then somersaulting over to cradle it in for the score.
Man, he just keeps building on that athletic resume. I mean, we knew from last year he could throw the ball. They were very careful, didn't let him run the ball, but he has run the ball with dexterity and aggressiveness, and he made a couple of bowling ball encounters with defensive guys. One guy today from Miami was sent to the bench, and then that great catch there in the end zone. Good speed. He rolled down, maintained the ball, and just an outstanding job by Sam Howell.
And now there's still 14-16 to go. In Carolina's history, the Tar Heels against top 10 opponents are 13-72-1. And on the road against top 10 teams, Carolina is 5-35-1 and has not won on the road against a top 10 team since 1996. In the very famous, at least in Tar Heel football lore, Hurricane Fran game against Syracuse. That's when the Heels beat the 9th-rated Orange early in that campaign. There will be a return on the kickoff for Harley, and he's dangerous. Gets to the outside. Good job by Jonathan Kim coming over to slow him down and at least forcing Harley to throttle down and eventually get pushed out of bounds. So,
gosh, I bragged on the kickoff coverage earlier in the game, and then two guys just let the guy get outside leverage on him. Just really bad coverage by the outside of the Tar Heel kickoff cover team.
So Miami's going to start over the 30 at about 32-yard line. 14:09 to go. Heels up 48-18. Both teams with full starters, as you would imagine, with the importance level of this game. King flushed out of the pocket, dumps it off. I think I even heard one of the Tar Heels asking for a hold on there, as it is a short gain on the play. It looked like Miami offensive line had a couple of big hands full of jerseys. So both Carter and Williams over 200 yards. Just getting the note, it is the 8th time in FBS history that one team has had two players go over 200 yards in the same game. The pass is tipped and falls incomplete. King's pass tipped at the line of scrimmage by Surratt, and Cameron Kelly diving in to try and make the pick, but couldn't quite get there in time, so it'll bring up 3rd down.
Miami's offense looks totally disheveled right now, Jones.
3rd and 7. First 3rd down Miami has faced this half. They're 3 for 9 as King out of his hands quickly. Does get the first down, and then nobody tackles Brevin Jordan. Finally, Cameron Kelly catches up to drag him down, but both Trey Morrison and Tyrone Hopper were there on the catch. They each thought the other was going to make the hit, so they eased up, and that ended up allowing Jordan to get another 10 or 15 yards on the play.
If they did think the other was going to make it, it's still no excuse.
Handoff to Cameron Harris, and he gets a big gain to the 25-yard line. So Miami on back-to-back plays goes from the Miami 35 to the Carolina 41, now to the Carolina 25. 13:05 to play. Carolina up 48-18, but Miami driving deep into Tar Heel territory. King, a clean pocket to throw from, goes far sideline and able to hit his receiver. Did Harley tiptoe in? The officials discussing it. Harley adamant that he did. And it is going to be a catch at the 6.
Running on the field is a catch.
Harley was backing towards the sideline as he made the grab. And we'll get a look at it here on replay. Yep, he sure did. Got his left foot down. Really nice play by a talented receiver. Handoff to Cameron Harris, and he's in for the touchdown. Well, Mac Brown is not going to be happy with that defensive sequence, as the Tar Heels allow Miami to go down the field in just 6 plays, including that play where 2 Tar Heels were there for a potential tackle and both eased up. And that allows the Canes to stick in this thing. It took just 1:34 off the clock.
Tar Heels had them absolutely where they wanted him. Miami going for 2 here, Jones, after 2 downs.
King fakes the throw to the right, comes back to the left, and gets the 2 to Mallory as tight end.
I was going to say they had them where they wanted him after 2nd down, but they let him out with 3rd down. I said their offense looked disheveled, which I thought it did. Carolina had its foot on the jugular, but they let Miami up.
So the 6-yard touchdown run by Harris and then the 2-point conversion as well. It is 48-26 with 12:42 to go. We'll take a break. Heels up 22 from Learfield, IMG.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you're 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency. Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Right now, you can get 5 cents off every gallon of fuel every day. That's 5 cents off every gallon with Make It Count rewards from Marathon. Plus, you can earn points for additional savings on fuel, airfare, hotels, and more. It's quick and easy to join. Just visit makeitcount.com/radio or download the free app. So start saving today with Make It Count from Marathon. Offer valid only at participating Marathon locations. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
The expert dental care from UNC you trust to keep you healthy has a new name, Carolina Dentistry. As the first dental school in North Carolina, the UNC Adams School of Dentistry has been putting patients first since 1952. That's why we're first in care, for the people, and that's something to smile about. Visit carolinadentistry.org to learn more and become a patient today.
.12:42 to play. Carolina 48, Miami 26. And Miami about to kick off. A couple of Miami individual numbers. Brevin Jordan, the tight end, 6 catches, 140 yards, and a touchdown for him. That's now 5 straight games that Miami has had a receiver with 100-plus yards. Mike Harley, 6 catches for 77 yards and a touchdown. King, in total, 18 of 27, 239 yards, 2 touchdowns, and interception, and also 53 yards rushing. As Carolina holds the 22-point lead, but still 12:42 to go. And the concerning thing is Miami has had 3 possessions this half. One was an interception on a great play by Tony Grimes. The other 2 have been touchdown drives that have just taken 35 seconds and 1:36 off the clock, which has allowed Miami, still, of course, the Heels in the better position, but has allowed Miami to stick around. And now, Lee, I do think Miami's going to set up for an onside as they need the football.
Got to look at Jay Bateman there on the Tar Heel sideline, and he was obviously quite angry at this unit after that last defensive series. Just a lot of sloppy tackling, kids being in the wrong place.
Onside kick is fielded cleanly by the Tar Heels. De'Ami Brown able to scoop it up on one hop quickly. And so Carolina's going to get really good starting field position at the Miami 46 to start this drive. And that is the 7th onside kick attempt by a Tar Heel opponent this year. 1 has been successful. It was the surprise onside by Virginia Tech in Chapel Hill. And De'Ami Brown did what he needed to do on that one. So with 12:41 to go, Carolina will have the football on the Miami 46-yard line, moving right to left. And the big advantage, Michael Carter up the middle again. Carter at the 35, scoots to the outside, spins through a tackle. He's at the 20, the 15, and pushed out of bounds by Bubba Bolden inside the 10. Time and time again, the Tar Heel tailbacks are into the Miami secondary.
And that offensive line is just churning out holes.
Injured player.
There's a Miami player down, Lee, is Jonathan Ford.
Yeah, that offensive line is just churning out holes. They've gone with the same 5 guys almost all the game, with the exception of Brian Anderson taking a break for an injury and Kieron Johnson coming in. But the left guard, left tackle, right guard, right tackle, all those guys have played every snap the Tar Heels have done, and they played all very, very well.
So the Tar Heels, after that run of 38 yards for Michael Carter, as we still await on the injury to Jonathan Ford. Tar Heels will have it, and now we're going to take a break. So let's go ahead and take the full timeout. Carolina with the big advantage, 48-26. We'll get everything set for you when we return. 12:32 to go in the fourth from Learfield, IMG College.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Cruisers, let's go.
$12:32 to go. Carolina 48, Miami 26. Man, we are doing our best to keep up with all these records, and I'm about to give you a couple impressive ones. So Carolina now with 481 yards rushing. That is the third highest rushing total in a single game in Carolina history. The top came in 1945 when Carolina had 555 yards against Virginia. The second best is 482 against the Citadel in 1939. So Carolina at 481 right now. Also, Michael Carter with 274 yards rushing. It is the fifth highest single-game rushing total in Carolina history. The record is 328 by Derek Finner against Virginia in 1986. So closing in on some all-time records here for Carolina with what it's been able to do on the ground. In total, Heels have 690 yards of offense. They set a school record with 742 against Wake Forest earlier this year. It is first and goal from the 8-yard line. Heels bring the play clock inside 10, and Howell will turn and hand off to Carter. Jumps over the line of scrimmage and is swarmed down around the 5. Zach McLeod with the hit for Miami.
Tar Heels score here and get up by 30 points. That would be a lot to overcome for Miami, even though its offense has been playing pretty well here in the second half.
Carter is going to come out. Javonte Williams in. Tar Heel football brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings and new boneless wings. With more meat and less breading, they'll turn any boneless hater into a boneless believer. Get to B-Dubs and try their new boneless wings. Second and goal from the 5-yard line. 11:18 to go. Again, Howell will drag the play clock down to 5. And he's looking to throw. Rifles into the end zone. Tipped up in the air. Incomplete. Was looking for Toe Groves. And pass tipped by Isaiah Dunson, a freshman reserve in the secondary for Miami from Tucker, Georgia. And so that stops the clock with 11:06 to go. Third and goal from the 5. Let's see if Carolina keeps it on the ground here. Javonte Williams would likely be the man, as Carolina now going to bring Howell up under center with the jumbo formation in there. He gets to snap. Play action, pressure coming. Howell dumps it off flat. Morales, flat right side, reaches out. Touchdown, first of Kamari Morales' career. The reserve tight end from Buck Lake, Florida, makes the catch, makes a couple of men miss, and finds the end zone.
And what an amazing job by Sam Howell, dodging a lineman, getting a second guy coming up and just throwing his sidearm out of his right arm.
Morales, that is just his third catch as a Tar Heel. He had an 11-yard catch last week against Western. And hits pay dirt. Plus, we'll tell you a little something about Sam Howell here in just a second, as Grayson Atkins on to add the extra point. It's now 54-26 with 11 minutes to go. Atkins converts. It is 55-26. And Lee, Sam Howell, one thing he hadn't done today was throw for a touchdown. But now he has, which means he has thrown for a touchdown in every game of his Tar Heel career. That is 24 straight games with a touchdown for Sam Howell. We'll take a break. 55-26. Kamari Morales in the end zone for the first time. Stretches the lead back out for the Heels from Learfield, IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels in the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Hey, all you Carolina fans, Nationwide agents are just like you. They support the Tar Heels, too. They are also proud to live in the Triangle, where they help families like yours with auto, home, business, farm, and life. Don't drop the ball. Get the professional coaching you need to win at life. Give Pete Seagroves in Chapel Hill a call at 919-942-8733 or Terry Nobles in Raleigh a call at 919-833-3803 and go Tar Heels. Nationwide is on your side.
Mac Brown likes to say that he feels like a team maybe reaches its full potential in a single game 2 to 3 times this season. And that other than that, you have to kind of work through some lulls and mistakes and just everything that comes in a year. Lee, considering the location, the opponent, what's on the line, and Tar Heels lead this 55-26 with 11 minutes left. They have 698 yards of offense, including 484 yards on the ground, which is the second highest rushing total in Carolina history. Man, what a time to find one of those 2 or 3 top performances of the year.
Particularly coming as it is on top of the Notre Dame second half debacle several weeks ago, Jones. Carolina has just clicked on all cylinders offensively. The defense has struggled here in the second half, to be honest. As I mentioned, Jay Baben very aggravated, but defense played so well in the first half and just destroyed King and everything Miami was trying to do. But just both sides of the football have just been incredible. Just 1 sack given up by the Tar Heels, only 5 tackles for loss by Miami. Sam Howell has just had a great game. He's thrown the ball. He's ran the ball. He's
Howell has a rushing
caught the ball.
touchdown. Yeah, he has a rushing touchdown, a receiving touchdown, and a throwing touchdown.
Yeah, this was a big judgment day kind of game for Carolina in Mac Brown's eyes to go on the road, to beat a top 10 team, to do it at the end of the year. So many dominoes are falling this afternoon.
Be another touchback off the foot of Kim. And so and I think the other part of this is, this is a good defense. I mean, Miami came in giving up 366 yards per game, just 139 on the ground. Jody Zeugner, helping us with stat work here, says Miami through the year had given up 1,252 yards rushing. The Heels have 484 today. And now in the total season, almost 30% of the yards that Miami has given up on the ground this year have come today. as King tries to go short over the middle to Harley on first down and sails it over his head, incomplete.
It's going to be fascinating to explore the issue of what's the difference in Notre Dame and Miami. Yes, Notre Dame is a top 4 team, bound for the college football playoff, more than likely, certainly the ACC championship next week. But are they that much better than Miami's defense? And looking at that Miami forward wall coming into the game, you certainly would think so.
Clock stops on that incompletion. 10:55 to go with the heels up, 55-26. Miami 2nd and 10 from the far hash at the 25. Almost a pick as Chris Collins, dropping back from his linebacker spot, swatted away a pass over the middle intended for the angling Mike Harley, who had set up on the right slot for Miami and was cutting towards the middle of the field. Brings up third down.
We've seen so much of this, Jones, with 2 true freshmen playing a key role on defense. I mean, how often has Jaquarius Conley, number 0, been in the picture, and Tony Grimes with that big interception?
Third down play, King scrambling, tosses down the field, incomplete. Tight end Jordan, who's had a big day, trying to keep his tiptoes in bounds and make a catch tumbling out of bounds, can't hold on, and that should be a 3 and out. Can't imagine Miami this deep in its own territory is going to go for it, and they will be sending out the punt unit.
Down 29 points, 10 minutes to go, and you got a punt. It's just a long, long day for the Hurricanes. Certainly not what you would expect from a number 10 ranked team in the country.
So we mentioned Howell with a passing touchdown, a rushing touchdown, and a receiving touchdown. We'll tell you the last Tar Heel to do that in just a minute. But punt on the way. Headley rolls out to his right and kicks it. Newsom makes the fair catch around the 25-yard line for Carolina. So who's the last Tar Heel to do it? Not a big surprise if you are a real student of Carolina football. Marquise Williams, one of the best dual-threat Carolina quarterbacks that there has been, maybe the best. So the rushing and the passing part would make sense, and he also caught one against Notre Dame back in 2014. Queese did all 3 of those things. So Carolina will have the football with the sizable advantage, 55-26, and 10:37 still left on the clock.
Tar Heels will go into what they call their 4-minute offense, Jones, which just means they're not going into 4 corners, but they are going to milk the clock and take all the clock they can, probably keep the ball on the ground quite a bit.
Lee, as you know, as Javonte Williams gets 2 yards, 4 corners was not a stall. It was still an aggressive offense as the Heels get 2 yards there on the handoff to Javonte Williams to bring up 2nd and 8. So we're going to keep an eye on these record numbers now. Carolina at 484 rushing the football. Actually 486 with those 2 by Williams. So still about 60 or 70 yards away from the school record, but creeping to it.
In my era, it was a stall because I saw the 7-0 half in 1979 in Cameron Indoor Stadium.
55-26 Carolina. Howell in the pistol. He's going to turn and hand to Javonte Williams. A lot of yards near side. Javonte, 35, steps through a tackle, 45, and knocked out of bounds around midfield on the near sideline as the Heels go right to left. Another chunk yard. So Carolina came into this game with 219 plays this season that had gone for 10 yards or more. We don't have the exact number, but it's a lot. They've added to that tonight.
Boy, Miami's defense has got the look of guys who just don't want to get in the way of number 25 anymore. It's been a long, long afternoon, and it's a warm day here in Miami.
Tar Heels to the Hurricane 48-yard line. That's now 725 yards of offense after the 25-yard run. 511 yards rushing. Second time in Carolina history they've been over 500 yards rushing. Quick pass to Antoine Green, near sideline, makes a defender miss and hops forward for a gain of about 9 to the 39-yard line of the Hurricanes. So that will make it 2nd and 1. Well, they're going to say, see, they may have advanced that actually to the 38 for a first down. They will. They're going to give Antoine Green 10 yards on the play, so it'll be 1st and 10.
Don't ease up, Tar Heels. Keep the pedal to the metal because style points do matter, and how big you beat the number 10 team in the country is going to be important.
Carolina content with taking some time off the clock. Play clock under 10, under 5 now. Howell does need to hurry. as he'll snap it with 1 second. Turn and give it to Michael Carter. Yet another big gain over the right side as Carter's dropped at the 31 after a gain of 7. So that's now 284 yards rushing for Michael Carter. He is in 4th place all time, single game rushing total for Carolina.
And Jones, let's say their name. Awesome Richards, Joshua Izudu, Brian Anderson, Marcus McKeithen, and Jordan Tucker is that offensive line left to right who've just done such an outstanding job. Their manhood and their ability and skill were challenged after the Notre Dame game, and boy, they have come through with flying colors today.
2nd and 3. Heels keep it on the ground again with Carter. Starts right, cuts back, first down over the 25. Clock salting away. It's at 7:25. They're going to mark Carter down between the 23 and the 24-yard line. 55-26, Carolina. 525 yards rushing now for the Tar Heels. Second most in school history. And now Carter is tied for second in single game history. He has 291 yards rushing. He has tied Kennard Martin, who hit that total against Duke in 1988. Derek Finner, the only Tar Heel ever to have more yards in one game. And Carter now has that second place position to himself as he works up the middle across the 20. 6:40 and counting as Carter dropped at about the 17-yard line on the run.
Coach Brown has given the team off the following week, Jones. In fact, the players from Florida will be able to go back to their home cities with their parents tonight. Everybody else will go back to Chapel Hill. They will reconvene in Chapel Hill next Saturday, have their COVID tests. Hopefully everybody will be cleared and they can start practice on Sunday and have a team banquet that night and prepare for the bowl game, because that Sunday the college football playoffs will be announced and we'll know where the Tar Heels might be going.
I'm going to say the Tar Heels are going to have a happy ride home, even with those N95 masks on. Hand off to Carter, and he'll have enough, I believe, for the first down. He got right to the sticks, needed the 14-yard line. So Carter now over 300 yards rushing. He has 301. He becomes the second Tar Heel ever over 300, and now these two players, Carter and Javonte Williams, the most yards by a duo in FBS history rushing the football. 530 yards between Carter and Williams tonight. Holy smokes. And Carter will have it again, accelerates up the middle over the 10, and he's dropped down at around the 7. Lee, the most yards in FBS history. As there is a player shaken up. It is a Tar Heel after the play.
Don't need to lose anybody at the end of a glorious game like this to put any kind of a shadow on it or pall over it.
We're going to take a quick break as try to get a look on who's injured on the field. Tar Heels 55-26 from Learfield, IMG College.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham.
Dreams are what the holidays are all about. And nothing says dreams like holiday scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. It's a gift that could be so many things. Holiday scratch-offs with over $45 million in total prizes. There's a lot of dreams to give this holiday season. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 2.98 to 4.77. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arliss Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arliss Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
And it will be first and goal from the 1 yard line.
Fingers crossed, nothing serious with Brian Anderson, Jones. He did come off. Kieran Johnson is in for him, so hopefully Brian will be suited up for the bowl game in a month.
Javonte Williams, stiff arm right side for the pylon. He gets the touchdown, and with that becomes the North Carolina single season record holder for most touchdowns in a year. Javonte Williams capping off a masterful performance on the ground by the Tar Heels.
Greeted by all his teammates over in the corner of the end zone after this big touchdown, Jones.
10 plays for another touchdown. 75 yards. That is the 22nd touchdown this season for Javonte Williams. Most in school history. He also has 19 rushing touchdowns, which ties Don McCauley in 1970 for most rushing touchdowns in a season.
Gets a hug from his teammates, all the coaches. Mac Brown comes over and gives him a nice hug as well.
Lee, right? It's a palindrome, right? When you flip a number, 62-26. Now the score with 3:58 to play. As we'll break 10 seconds station ID. I know you're not going anywhere on this one. Goodness gracious. Tar Heels up 62-26 on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, the best of both worlds. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
24 carries, 308 yards, 2 touchdowns for Michael Carter. 23 carries, 236 yards, 3 touchdowns for Javonte Williams. A school record 773 yards for Carolina in total, 549 yards rushing. That is only 6 yards off the all-time school record in that category. 3:58 to play, and the Heels kicking off. Kim's kickoff will be fielded 8 yards deep, and Harley says, why not? Let's come out. Cuts to the middle of the field and dropped over the 15 by Day Hollins near the 20-yard line.
Boy, Jones just can't underestimate the value of the publicity and the marketing value for this game for the Tar Heels. This is on the ABC national broadcast. Kirk Herbstreit, the #1 group, is in. Carolina is about to sign an outstanding recruiting class on Wednesday. It's going to be a totally different signing class for 22 in recruiting era because it's going to be so difficult to still go out and recruit and get on the road. But, boy, this is just will do wonders from a marketing value and exposure value for the Tar Heels.
Miami has brought in a new quarterback whose throw is broken up on the near sideline. It is not their listed backup, N'Kosi Perry. It is Tyler Van Dyke, a freshman from Glastonbury, California, who is seeing his first action of this season. Carolina's got Jalil Taylor, Des Evans, some other young players on the line as Will Mallory can't bring in a pass. Jaquarius Conley a little shaken up after the defending on the play. The rookie from Jacksonville grabbing his right shoulder, and now he's going to drop down. Don't want to see that. Heels have started to empty the bench, go to the backups.
Injured player.
And now one of your key backups and a starter at the nickel spot, Conley, is shaken up.
And he did have an injury issue earlier in the year, Jones. Correct me, I believe it was a shoulder as well at that time, too.
Yep. And so we'll see how Jaquarius, as he's being looked at by the Tar Heel trainers, including Luke Ross, head trainer. Conley has had a heck of a day. He's being very protective with his right arm and shoulder as the trainers do help pull him up, and he'll walk off. As we said, Carolina has some reserves in the game. It is not like they're running out their first-team defense here, but the thing with Carolina's defense this year. Even their reserves are young. I mean, it's guys who have played a lot here in the back half of the season because the Tar Heels have been so free with their substitutions and with young players. Javonte Williams holding on to a football on the Tar Heels sideline. Have to think that's the one that he just scored with. That would give him the record. 3rd and 10. Van Dyke is sacked as Clyde Pinder, the freshman from Seffner, Florida, comes in and gets the sack. The 773 yards of offense, by the way, told you it's a school record for Carolina. It's also the most Miami has ever given up in its school history.
And Mac Brown is going to go to 2-0 as the Tar Heels coach against his ex-employee, Manny Diaz, who was the defensive coordinator at Texas for a brief period until Coach Brown had to fire him after the second game of the 2013 season.
That sack by Pinder, the first of his Tar Heel career, drops the ball back to the 12. And Miami will be punting out of its own end zone. Headley kicks it away. And some kick-catch interference going to be flagged on Miami. Josh Downs was back to receive the punt for Carolina. And a Miami player, I believe it was Xavier Restrepo, got in the way.
Kick-catch interference. Kicking team number 7. The penalty is 15 yards from the spot of the foul. First down.
So with 2:41 to play, Carolina, I'm sure, will empty the bench here offensively with the 62-26 advantage. Miami was 8-1 on the year. Only loss was at Clemson. They beat Duke 48-0 a week ago, and they have been absolutely punched in the face by the Tar Heels today.
Manny Diaz said earlier in the week, Jones, that this has every feel of that late season big event game in Miami. They're wearing their black uniforms, their Miami night uniforms, a lot of publicity and social media with the nightlife in Miami, and Carolina has just shoved it right down their throats.
Criswell will be the quarterback, hands off to Josh Henderson. He wraps around the left side and gets a good chunk of yards. Remember, the Heels are still closing in on the school record for yards, and that may have given it to them. We need to see officially on the run how many yards Henderson was credited with, as Carolina was just 6 yards away from the school record in rushing yards before that play. Looks like Henderson gained 8 on the carry. So that is indeed, assuming that Carolina does not have any negative yardage plays, that will give the Tar Heels a school record single game rushing total. 2nd and 2 from the 32-yard line. Now British Brooks in the game. He gets the handoff and ends up getting a yard up the gut to bring up 3rd down.
Well, we'll have to wait for a week to see where the Tar Heels go bowling, Jones, but a reminder that the Orange Bowl is contractually obligated to take the number 3 team out of the ACC, and it looks like Clemson and Notre Dame will probably go into the playoff, which could open up the Tar Heels for a January 2nd game, ironically, right back here in Hard Rock Stadium.
And certainly with the play, the way the Tar Heels have played today on a national stage has been impressive, but a lot still has to happen. Most notably, Clemson has to beat Notre Dame, and both those teams get into the college football playoff. Heels going to run it. Another running back in the game. It's Elijah Green, the rookie for Carolina, who gets enough for the first down.
And of course, the Tar Heels have to be voted ahead of Miami in the next in the next 2 college football playoffs.
And this is Miami's last game too. They did have a game, at least scheduled game. They had a game with Georgia Tech scheduled for next week, which has been canceled. Don't know if the Canes would try to add one or something like that. We'll have to wait and see. Heels have to snap it just one more time. 62-26 the score. Carolina setting school records in rushing yards and total yards. The snap off the mark, and Criswell going to have to jump back on it. Back at the 35. That's going to lose 7 yards, and that's going to take away the school record, I believe, for the Tar Heels in rushing yards. But that's about the only thing that went wrong today for Carolina, as the two teams go to shake hands. 62-26, the final score. Carolina gets just its 14th win ever against a top 10 opponent, just its 6th road victory against a top 10 opponent as well, and beats a top 10 ranked team for the first time since 2004 when Connor Barth and the Tar Heels shocked Miami that night in Kenan Stadium. This may be a shock today, but it's been shock and awe from the beginning as the Tar Heels pound the Canes. 62-26. They do end up with a school record 778 yards and the second most rushing yards in school history with 554, just one off the school record, which was set back in 1945. Obviously, we have a lot more to do. Stay put. What a statement. 62-26 from Learfield, IMG College.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
School record for total offense with 778 yards in the win this afternoon. Matt Krause with you inside our Tar Heel Sports Network studios in Chapel Hill. Plenty more still to come here on the Coca-Cola postgame report. But for now, let's take a quick Lee's 24-hour towing drive around the ACC. One other game in progress at this hour. It comes from Tallahassee. Florida State in front of Duke, 49-28. FSU scored the first 28 points of this game. Duke got within a score at 28-21. Since then, the Seminoles have put the foot on the gas pedal, and they lead it by 21 with 11:46 to play. Looks like the Seminoles will get their third win of the season. Duke will wrap the year at 2-9. It'll be their first season with 2 or fewer wins since 2007. A final from earlier today, Louisville blows out Wake Forest. Deacs playing their first game in 28 days, and it showed as Louisville wins at 45-21. Louisville improves to 4-7 on the season, 3-7 in the league. Demon Deacons fall to 4-4 and 3-4 in ACC play. Coming up in about 45 minutes or so, the Commonwealth Cup from Blacksburg, Virginia and Virginia Tech. The Cavaliers have not won in Lane Stadium since 1998. But tonight they face a Virginia Tech team that has dropped 4 in a row and needs to win tonight to avoid their first 5-game losing streak since the 1992 season. So certainly a lot on the line in what is already a hotly contested rivalry matchup, the Commonwealth Cup, coming up in about 45 minutes. To the top 25 scoreboard, we begin with finals. Number 1 Alabama rolls Arkansas on the road 52-3. 9th-ranked Georgia handles number 25 Missouri in a road test 49-14. 14th-ranked Northwestern, a winner over Illinois at home 28-10. Number 21 Colorado, unbeaten no more. Utah hands their Rocky Mountain rivals their first loss of the season. 38-21 is your final. 13th-ranked Coastal Carolina stays unbeaten. The Chanticleers needed a last-minute touchdown, but they do get by Troy on the road 42-38. Coastal caps their regular season unbeaten at 11-0 overall. Number 16 Iowa wins it at home over Wisconsin 28-7. 22nd-ranked Oklahoma State steamrolls Baylor on the road 42-3. In progress, early first quarter, no score between number 6 Florida and LSU in the Swamp. Coming up at 7:30, number 15 USC makes the short trip to UCLA. They'll face off at the Rose Bowl. And then at 10 o'clock tonight, number 18 BYU is home to San Diego State. One other final of notes, Army defeats Navy 15-0 in the Army-Navy game. First time that was played at a campus site since World War II, and Army wins it at home with their first shutout victory over the midshipmen since 1969. Additionally, Carolina basketball in action earlier today. They were tested by North Carolina Central. The Eagles capped the game on a 9-0 run, but ultimately too little too late, and the Tar Heels get the job done against NC Central. 73-67 is the final score in that game. Roy Williams' team improves to 4-2 on the season. Carolina football team scored nearly as many points today. The Tar Heels put up 62, and the number 17 team in the nation defeats number 10 Miami 62-26, 778 yards of total offense. What an afternoon at Hard Rock Stadium. Obviously a lot to unpack from this one. On the flip side, we'll keep it rolling here on the Coca-Cola postgame report from Learfield IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things.
For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby. More features.
Standard features.
It's about the land. Making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
What a performance 62-26. Carolina beats Miami as the Tar Heels gain 778 yards of offense, a school record. Carolina gets 554 yards rushing. Actually had the school record in rushing yards, and just a mishandled snap, a poor snap on the final play of the game, took the Tar Heels back far enough that they didn't get that school record. But Michael Carter, second most rushing yards in Carolina history with 308. Javonte Williams added 236. Those two combined for 5 touchdowns. 544 yards rushing between those two players. That is the most ever in FBS history by a running back pair. And Lee, just a dominating performance on the big stage for Carolina today.
Mac Brown watched the college football playoff show earlier this week, Jones, and noted that they had prematurely put in Miami versus Texas A&M in the Orange Bowl. He said, guys, thanks for the motivation I can show to my team, and that's exactly what he did. And he made with Maria Taylor there on ESPN, he reminded her of that, and how much motivation that gave the Tar Heels. Not that they needed any more, but after what happened in Notre Dame, there was a little bit of aggravation, a little bit of embarrassment as to how poorly they showed up in the second half on the national stage. And to come back today and put this performance out there, going back to the very first offensive possession where they had a 12-yard run by Michael Carter, the 51-yard bomb to De'Ami Brown to set the stage, and the defense played so well and had that fourth down stop was just remarkable, and Carolina just built on it from there.
Lee, it is stunning when you look at Carolina offensively, just from a drive perspective. So outside of the final drive of the first half when Carolina took a knee, just ran the ball once and ran out the clock. And then outside of the final drive of the game where Carolina was just milking the clock away, the Tar Heels scored on every single drive except one in which they missed a field goal.
It's hard to do that against air.
Yeah.
And it makes you go back to the Duke game and the NC State game and some of the games where they just almost scored at will. But to do it against this defense, I'm just stunned. As good as this Miami front four was, and Mac Brown said that the key was going to be how does our front line match up against their front seven.
Yeah, and Carolina, by the way, time of possession today, 40 minutes and 19 seconds for the Tar Heels, 19:41 for Miami. Of course, when you rush for 554 yards and run it 55 times, that kind of time of possession number can happen. So certainly I think Carolina went into this game thinking that it could win the game. I think most people thought that the Tar Heels could win the game. I don't know if people thought it would be like this, though. 62-26, again, the final score. It is just the 6th road win against a top 10 team in Carolina football history.
Tar Heel offensive line and running backs allowed just 1 sack. Meanwhile, Carolina had 3 sacks and 7 tackles for loss.
We are awaiting phone call. Of course, you know how it works here in this COVID season. Coach Brown calling us on the phone for the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. While we await that, we'll take a break. Carolina wins 62-26 from Learfield, IMG College.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes. You look really sick. What doctor would even do this?
Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still.
Wait, what?
Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high, because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Established in 1995, Lee's 24-hour Towing is a family-owned and operated small business in Durham and Orange County, North Carolina. We have the equipment and experience to handle all size vehicles, whether it be your motorcycle, car, truck, SUV, family recreational vehicle, or even a tractor-trailer. We're prepared and available to upright, winch, and tow them all. We provide lockouts, jump starts, fuel deliveries, battery replacement on site with complete diagnostic equipment, and much more. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Tostitos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Tostitos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Whether you are at Keenan Stadium or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels!
Post-game coverage continues now on the Tar Heels Sports Network. You're listening to the Coca-Cola Post-Game Show. Coca-Cola, together tastes better. This is the Coca-Cola Post-Game Show.
62-26, Miami falls to the Tar Heels as Carolina puts up a school record 778 yards. And just 1 yard shy of the school record in rushing. Heels have 554 yards on the ground today. Michael Carter with 308 yards, the second highest in Carolina history. And, of course, his career high. Javonte Williams, a career high, 236 yards and 3 touchdowns. Carter had 2. As we've said a couple of times, it is a NCAA FBS record for rushing yards by 2 players. A remarkable day on the ground for Carolina. Jones Angel and Lee Pace here with you in the Coca-Cola postgame report. You've heard from Matt Krause. He'll take you through the rest of the postgame show here coming up in just a little bit. We still have our Coke play of the game, the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game, and we're awaiting a phone call from Mac Brown as well in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Let's go through some of these statistics for you. Told you the total offense, Carolina 778, Miami at 314. Passing yards, 224 for Carolina, 239 for the Canes. Of course, that rushing total enormous, 554 for the Heels and 75 for Miami. Carolina was 8 for 9 in the red zone, just a missed field goal, the only fluff up there. Miami was 2 for 2. Time of possession, 40 minutes and 19 seconds for Carolina, 1941 for Miami. Carolina had 3 sacks on the day. Miami had just 1, and this was a team in Miami that came in. Those 2 starting defensive ends had 11 and a half sacks combined on the year. Miami in total had 27 sacks on the year, got just 1 today. Tackles for loss, Heels had 7, Miami had 5. Hurricanes came in averaging 9 tackles for loss per game, which is 5th best in the country. We'll continue to go through some of those stats in a moment, and as you can understand, that's a mouthful to get through all of those. But we have the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown, joining us via the telephone now for the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire, and you can visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Coach, I'd like to start this with a quote from you from earlier in the week. You said, quote, "We need to show that we can run the ball consistently against a great defense," and your team goes out and puts up 554 yards on the ground. First of all, congratulations, and secondly, how in the world did you guys do that today?
Well, Jones, the game hadn't changed in 100 years. Still the team that runs it the best and takes care of the ball and kicks it the best and stops the run the best wins the game. And that's what happened tonight. You just have to credit the offensive staff, those offensive linemen, and those quarterbacks, 2 great backs. I mean, they all did the things they needed to do. And then when they crowded the line of scrimmage and left the Army one-on-one, we were able to throw the ball deep. So this was the first time against a really good team that we've played 60 minutes, I think, in the 2 years that I've been here. So really, really proud of the guys.
Coach, you and the Tar Heels were disappointed with the second half offensively against another really good team that you played a few weeks ago in Notre Dame, who also has a very good defensive front. What did you feel like you guys did better up front in this game?
The biggest thing about football, Jones, is we blocked them. And I think we did a better job with our schemes, and we put our guys in better positions. So one of the hardest things about this game is that Coach Royal told me a long time ago, every time you go into a ball game, you've got responsibility of how every Tar Heel fan feels and how every player plays without having any control. Because you get to go for a fourth down, or you get to say field goal or 2-point play, but you can't control their emotions during the game. The second half against Notre Dame, I thought our defense and our kicking game continued to grow, but our offense lost their confidence, and I thought they got their heads down. The body language was not good, and that's what I told them tonight. I don't want to see it. I want to see a confident football team, and for us to get where we want to go, and that is to the Orange Bowl. That is to be a top 10 team. You've got to beat top 10 teams. And we were so fortunate to have Notre Dame and then Western in between, but Notre Dame number 2 and Miami 9th or 10th, depending on what polls you're looking at the end of our year, just to make ourselves step up and make our guys do the right things and see if we were ready to take that next step. And tonight we were. And I credit, again, our league has handled COVID better than anybody. Our chancellor and our athletics director has handled COVID better than anybody. Our players and our coaches have been amazing that we played 11 games. And we weren't responsible for any games that weren't played. We had no players that later on opt out during the season. So I'm just really, really proud of this whole organization tonight.
Coach, Michael Carter and Javonte Williams. Michael with the second most rushing yards in a single game in Carolina history, 308 and 2 touchdowns. Javonte Williams, a career high, 236. He sets the school record for total touchdowns in a season with his 3 today, giving him now 22 on the year. Combined, they had 544 yards. It is the most in NCAA history by 2 players. I know we have talked about those guys a lot all season long, but what a remarkable way to end the regular season by those 2 fantastic players.
Yes, when we were here before, we had the most 1,000-yard rushers in college football history, and for us to get where we want to go, we've got to go back and have that same attitude. And to do that, you got to have great backs. And we've got some other young ones here. We've got some coming. But we're going to lose Michael for sure. There's a chance we could lose Javonte, and somebody got to step up because those 2 guys were the difference tonight. And let me say, Manny Diaz has done a tremendous job here. This is a lot better football team than it was last year. And I think he's done such a great job. He could be the coach of the year. And for us to come down here when they were stopping the run and penetrating and all the things that Notre Dame did against us, Miami was good at. And credit to our players and our coaches that they were embarrassed in the offensive line and on offense at the second half of Notre Dame, and they sure stepped up and fixed it a lot better tonight.
Coach, so much talk about the offense, and understandably so, considering the numbers that it put up and the rushing total and what you guys were able to do. But your defense played pretty darn well, particularly in that first half, controlling D'Eriq King, who nobody can stop him, but at least slowing him down a little bit. I'd just be interested in your thoughts on that side of the ball, and then also specifically that big play by Tony Grimes in the second half, which felt like it kind of quelled any momentum that Miami might try to get back in the ball game.
Yes, D'Eriq King, like Sam, is one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the country. I mean, he's so good. He can run, he can throw, he's accurate, and they have outstanding skill. Miami always does. That tight end, number 9, as good as anybody in the country. 3, I mean, they've just got speed all over the place. And we knew we weren't going to stop them. So I thought the first half our defense played so well. And I thought we relaxed. And we tried to substitute some, and we're still not ready to do that. And they got 2 really quick touchdowns, which made us all mad. But then we came back, and Tony's interception, a high school senior playing on the road at Miami, made one of the better interceptions I've ever seen. So a special play for him. And then the defense finished the game.
Coach, and I know you have other responsibilities, so we're not going to keep you too much longer. Again, Carolina 62-26, the dominating road win over Miami today, and such a statement from Carolina here at the end of the year. Coach, you have referenced this a little bit. I'd just be interested, this was, as you said, national TV, a lot of eyes on this game, a lot riding on this game, potentially an enormous bowl that the Heels could go to. I'd just be interested of your level of pride from what you saw from this team now just 2 years after you took over, from where it was when you started to what Carolina is experiencing tonight.
Jones, I told the guys that you go in baby steps, and the first step is to start winning at home. Then you've got to win on the road, and we're just now getting there. And then you've got to win the games that you're better than the other team. And then you've got to win the games that they're as good as you. And then you've got to win some national games to be a national team. So nobody gave us any chance to win tonight. And I laughed with Maria Taylor, the college football playoff show on Tuesday night. I already had Miami and Texas A&M marked in for the Orange Bowl. So I did show that to our team, and I told Kirk Herbstreit and Chris Fowler that I really appreciated them doing my pregame talk. That was a great motivator for our guys. But this team will get some recognition nationally for tonight, and very deservedly so. The most talented teams we've played are Clemson, Notre Dame, and Miami twice since we've been here. We played some other very talented teams, but these three, are the most talented. And tonight was the first time we've really, really stepped up and dominated the game.
Coach, last thing before we let you go, can you give us a real quick update on just what's happening now with your team over the next several days with the end of the regular season and I know potential the bowl coming out soon, but how you're going to handle your guys here over the next few days?
Yes, we've trusted our guys, Jones, throughout the year, and we've had 2 or 3 open dates and a cancellation. So we've sent them home if they wanted to go home, and just told them. We've told their parents and told them, we trust you, but you got to wear your mask and you got to social distance, and you've got to do all the things that protocol tells you to do to keep playing. So our guys have been home some, unlike some of the other teams that are talking about they haven't been home since August. And what we're doing, there's 15 guys tonight that their parents were at the game, and they're going home with them tonight from here. We will fly back. Our student helpers rode on a bus yesterday 14 hours to get back down here. There were 15 of them, so they're going to get to fly back tonight, so they'll be very excited. And then what we're going to do is tell our guys to take we're going to be practicing on Christmas and hopefully playing around New Year's, so they won't get to go home for their holidays. So we told them to go home for a week with their families this week, starting tomorrow. And then what they need to do is they'll still work out, they'll still eat their nutrition stuff, they'll still be careful with COVID, but they'll come back on the 19th, next Saturday. We should know either the Saturday night or Sunday sometime where we're going to our bowl game. We'll practice the first bowl practice on the 20th, Sunday, and then we will have our senior awards banquet that night, which will be even more special after tonight. And then we'll start practicing for our bowl game and most likely stay in Chapel Hill until we go to the bowl. It sounds like that the bowls will not have activities, and the bowls will be more like an away game where you fly down, spend the night, play the game, and then depending on the time, either spend the night that night